What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Issei got cheated and married Koneko, Kuroka and Irina. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the genders. Now, let's get into part 2. I, the one who will awaken. As soon as he started saying those words, the aura surrounding Issei grew stronger. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. Issei's armor began to expand as if it were contracting. While that was happening, Irina, Kiba, Roswis and Zenobia began to wake up, and when they saw what the brown-haired boy was about to do, they were filled with fear and worry. Kiba. Issei-kun. Don't do it. He told him, trying to get up. I laugh at the infinite and despise the dream. Listening to how Issei's voice combined with that of the ancient bearers and how the chant continued, the concern only grew greater. Irina. Issei-kun, please don't do it. She shouted, trying to get closer to him. But because of the enormous aura that suddenly came out, it was impossible. Irina. Issei-kun, don't do it. She shouted at him again with tears in her eyes, knowing what will happen if she completes the transformation. Even though Issei had also accepted Irina's love and possibly Kuroka's as well, the one who remained the main support in Issei's mind was undoubtedly Koneko, and even though Irina tried to make him react, it was simply useless, since the brown-haired boy lost the pillar that showed him true love. I will become the red dragon of domination. Kiba. It's useless, there's no way around it. He said in panic at not being able to help him and not knowing what happened when he was unconscious. Roswis. What's in that box? She asked, looking at the box in front of the brown-haired boy's feet. Irina. Those are. It can't be. She said, covering her mouth with a terrified expression on her face as she saw the cat's white tail and ears. I will sink you into the depths of the crimson purgatory. At this point Issei's body was already in its final transformation of the Juggernaut drive, and he only had to say 2 more words to complete it, but before doing so his gaze passed over the box with those tails and ears. Juggernaut. Seeing that again, his anger increased greatly, but with only what remained of his consciousness, he managed to remember something. Senpai, I don't want him to use the Juggernaut drive again, I don't want him to die, even if something bad happens in the future, I don't want him to use it again. Issei. But Koneko, if there is no other way out, I would have to use it. He said, holding Koneko in his arms on the bed. Koneko. I don't want you to sacrifice your life just to protect others. She said, hugging him tighter while trembling slightly. Issei. Then I will make you this promise, no matter what happens, I will not use the Juggernaut drive again if you don't want it. He said, sealing the promise with a kiss on Koneko's lips. That memory made him stop the chant just in time, much to everyone's confusion, as they saw that the chant had stopped as well as his movements, and the aura surrounding him had disappeared. Cow. What happened? Jean. What does that matter? The Juggernaut drive transformation has stopped, it's time to get out of here. She yelled, totally hysterical when she saw how crazy the black-haired boy was to provoke the brown-haired boy into entering the Juggernaut drive. Siegfried. I think the same cow. I don't know why you provoked him so much, but it's good that he stopped, even if he is one of the best swordsmen I don't think he can face that thing. He said with a little sweat on his forehead. Cow. Do you want to know why I did it? It's simple, this way we can gain more time for the ritual to be completed, and this way there will be no interruptions. Also, by making Haidu Issei enter the Juggernaut drive, it would cause him to expend his life force, causing him to end up dying in a few minutes. He explained his thoughts with a calm face. Heracles. But it seems that the transformation has not been completed yet, he just stares at the contents of the box. He commented, causing everyone to fix their gaze on Issei. Cow. Did he speak? He asked, surprised that the brown-haired boy could be conscious in that form. That distorted voice that was heard from Issei made everyone understand that he seemed to be crying. In a blank space stood Issei with tears in his eyes, but with empty eyes, kneeling on the ground, and behind him were the ancient bearers without moving an inch, just like before. Why are you crying? Hearing the question from a woman's voice in front of him made the brunette raise his head and see that Elsha was standing in front of him. Issei. They died. Both died. Kuroka and Koneko. He said with great pain as he remembered that fact. The woman who was my support when the others deceived me, who taught me what true love was. That woman who became my everything. Is no longer here. Elsha. I see, it must be very painful, but are you going to stay there doing nothing? She asked, earning the brown-haired boy's gaze again. They murdered the one you love, but are you just going to go crazy and end up dying without knowing if you can avenge her? Issei. Of course I want to avenge her. He shouted with anger on his face. Elsha. Then you should show them what happens when they provoke the Red Dragon Emperor, right? She said, watching as the brown-haired boy's armor reappeared and the sphere he received from Azazel came out of the gem in his abdomen. Use that to unlock your true potential, the potential that Belzerd and I saw in you. It's time for your title of the weakest Sekiryuite to disappear. The blonde saw how the light of the gem began to shine with a great brightness until that brightness covered Issei's body. Outside everything was as before, but out of nowhere a red glow covers Issei's body, causing some to have difficulty seeing because of all the brightness. The glow suddenly grew stronger, and with that, Issei was heard roaring into the air, causing the Grimoire group to cover their ears as they got closer. Jean. Hey Cow, we have to go now. But the black-haired man didn't pay attention to the blonde's words, he just stared at Issei, who gave off a much stronger aura than before. And to everyone's surprise, Issei's enormous body began to be surrounded by lines of what appeared to be fire. Drake. A totally different energy than I've felt before rises from within me, but it feels so nostalgic. Hearing Drake speak surprised everyone, since it is assumed that when you are in the Juggernaut Drive, you cannot talk to anyone. Issei. I'm sorry too. He spoke, surprising everyone even more by showing them that he remained conscious. Drake. This brings back good memories. This is the energy I originally possessed when I still had my body. When I wished to defeat that white bastard. He spoke as the lines of fire grew stronger, and with it the red glow of the armor also grew stronger. The glow came on quite a bit, and with that came a huge explosion that greatly worried a certain pigtailed brunette. After that, Issei saw that he was back in his mental space in front of Elsha and a blue-haired man he didn't know. Elsha. Congratulations Issei, the door to your potential has been opened. Issei. Thank you Elsha-san, if it weren't for your words I would have let myself be carried away by anger, and thus the Juggernaut Drive would have taken my life, and I wouldn't have taken revenge for myself. He said with a smile, quite grateful to the blonde. Elsha. Don't worry, after all, that's what you really wanted. If you've already made up your mind, then I'll leave without any worries. Issei. Leave? You mean? Elsha. That's right, I was your conscience for a long time, but I'm finally thinking about separating from the Bastard Gear. Issei. But I still need your help. Elsha. You'll be fine Issei, seeing how you're moving forward I know it, and as long as Drake and your friends are there everything will be fine. Belzerd, please give this young man a few words. She said, looking at the man at her side. Issei was expecting some big words with a big meaning, but was confused when he saw her doing some sort of dance with familiar lyrics. Elsha. It seems that he is also satisfied with your progress, then let's go Belzerd. She said, so that they both turned around and walked away from Issei. After they left, the brown-haired boy was still confused by what the blue-haired boy had just done. Issei. Wait, what the hell does zoom mean? That's part of the Op-I Dragon song lyrics. After that, already out of the mental landscape, Issei opened his eyes inside the Juggernaut and roared loudly. Issei. Boosted gear. With that shout a great red aura surrounded him, anyone who saw that aura could feel the force that emanated, and even more so since it was exerted through the incomplete Juggernaut Drive. Issei. Power is flowing throughout your body. It's emanating from my sacred gear and enveloping me, so this is your original power Drake. Drake. That's right, and I can't wait to be able to release it after so long. He replied, apparently quite excited. Issei. I see, so the Juggernaut Drive controls this amount of power all the time, and when it is influenced by negative feelings it becomes more powerful, but now it will no longer happen. Now I will have control over it. He declared in his mind, causing a large pillar of red light to envelop him. In the distance, specifically where Cow and the rest were, you could see how the black-haired man was serious, while the other three were nervous and restless. Cow. What is this? Issei. Our potential, mine and Drake's. This is our potential unleashed, and at the same time it is the declaration of my revenge. He spoke as something incredible happened. Under everyone's gaze, Issei's body began to decrease in size, seeming to return to its original size, but for some reason the appearance of the Juggernaut Drive did not disappear. Issei. The chant had yet to be finished, right? In that case. He spoke, causing even Cow to open his eyes wide. Juggernaut Drive. As soon as he said those words there was an explosion of energy that moved through the place, causing quite a bit of wind, revealing the brown-haired man's body, which, although he had fully activated the form of the Juggernaut Drive, its size was completely different from before. Before, it had a gigantic size that just seeing it instilled fear in anyone who came close. But now it had its normal size, only the Juggernaut's appearance remained exactly the same, or at least that's what it seemed. Issei opened and closed his hands, moving his wings which were divided as if they were 3 branches with gems on them. Issei. Will I make you pay for what you did? He spoke, placing one hand on the ground and one knee close to the ground. Cow. What did you do? he asked incredulously upon seeing and knowing that the brown-haired boy was possibly the first to be able to achieve such a transformation of the Juggernaut drive. Issei. It's just an improvement. He spoke while the gems on his body shone brightly. But since it's an advanced form, I guess I could call it this way. Juggernaut drive mode change. Juggernaut Savage Knight. Cow. Knight. Are you saying that you use the power of the pieces inside you? Issei. That's right, I was already thinking of some way to better use the pawn pieces and now. But this way I am able to do it. Boost. Suddenly Drake's voice was heard as he was giving the augmentations to the brown-haired boy. His wings seemed to gather energy as well, and when the increases ended, the two thrusters on Issei's back appeared, and at the same time some also appeared on his legs and on the back of his wings, although those were a little smaller. Suddenly Issei's body disappeared from the place, and only those who had high reflexes and who could follow at high speed with their eyes would see how the brown-haired man had appeared next to the black-haired man, who was quite surprised. Cao moved his spear as quickly as he could to get in the way of the blow the brown-haired boy was trying to give him, but to his surprise, even though he barely blocked the blow and was forced to retreat meters, he had to continue dodging and blocking, not only the attacks from the fists, but also those from the wings, which had like claws at the tips and seemed to move like an arm. The black-haired boy, feeling an attack from the wings brush his cheek, felt that he had to fight a little more seriously. Boost. But to his surprise, the increases continued to increase. The wing's claws then lengthened and tried to pierce his body, but he jumped back blocking some attacks, but two hit him lightly. Issei. Mode change. He spoke, surprising the black-haired man even more. Juggernaut Destroyer Rook. Having said that, to everyone's surprise, his body grew a little and his body became more robust, especially his arms. Issei. I told you that I will make you pay for what you did, and it will be with your life. He said, taking a strong leap forward that made him reach the front of Cao easily. Cao tried to cut him with his spear, but Issei simply grabbed the blade of the spear with his left hand and opened his mouth, releasing steam. Before the black-haired man tried to back away, the brown-haired man gave him a strong blow that sent him straight to the ground, causing him to bound several times as he moved away from the impact. Boost. The increases did not stop, and neither did Issei. He flexed his legs, and with that he took a great leap, ready to land where the black-haired man was. Or so everyone thought. Boost. Issei fell where Cao was with his right arm radiating pure energy, but he couldn't hit him since he was saved by one of his friends. In the place where he had fallen, he had caused another crater to appear slightly under the ground so that his figure could barely be seen, but his aura could be seen very clearly. He began to leave that crater under the serious gaze of Cao, who, upon seeing his body reappear, only had one thought. Cao. It's a monster. And he was partly right. After all, the brown-haired boy used attacks with his claws and in an almost uncontrolled way, just like a beast. Issei. I hope you don't plan on escaping, because today your life ends. He spoke, releasing steam from his mouth. Boost. Issei began to gather energy like crazy as the emerald gems shone brighter and brighter, so much so that no one knew how the brown-haired boy's body could hold out. Issei. Mode change. Juggernaut Disintegrator Bishop. As he said these words, the sturdiness he had before diminished a little. Two enormous cannons emerged from his back, which charged a large amount of energy, and when firing that energy it disintegrated everything in its path, forcing the four to dodge that attack. Boost. But when they dodged it, the dragon's voice was heard again, making it clear that it was not over. And Jean knew it very well since she felt the brown-haired man appear behind her, and since she was in the air because she had to jump to dodge the deadly ray, she had many openings. From the beginning the blonde was afraid, and now she was terrified to see how the gems on the brown-haired boy's wings shone. After shining for a few moments, the blonde could notice other types of cannons coming out from behind the wings, only they were small. But even though they were small, there were many. Die. With that, each of those cannons fired at point-blank range, sending the blonde's body to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cao. The one who will die is you, Sekiryu. He spoke to him, appearing behind him ready to cut him with the spear. Much to the black-haired man's disappointment, Issei's wing claws lengthened like whips and blocked the attack, while also hurting him and pushing him away. Issei. Mode change. Juggernaut Savage Knight. He renamed himself back to his original appearance once he fell to the ground. When Cao was able to stabilize himself after the blow, he saw that his armor was now thinner and almost didn't look like armor at all. Issei. So this is my new power. He said, seeing how he kept the Juggernaut drive form active but controlling it the way he wants. Drake. That's right, in addition to your powers as a Sekiryu being released, you are now able to freely use the promotion of evil pieces without the king's permission. Issei. However, it is quite exhausting. He answered, breathing a little agitated. If I continue like this, I will only be able to maintain this form for a few more minutes if my lifespan does not run out first. Drag. Actually Issei, when you completed the chant I could feel that there was a huge change, and that was that this armor reduces the cost of your lifetime. You can consider it as a stronger armor that you can fight with for a long time. But remember this, although the life cost was reduced quite a bit allowing you to use it for a long time, it could still kill you if you get too confident. He told him seriously. Cow. It seems like you were able to gain a sudden surge of power in the middle of battle. I would have died for sure if I hadn't covered myself with my spear. However, it feels like you made an illegal move. Issei. Illegal move. Cow. It's a chess term, it means it's not fair or possible. Your attacks use the evil P system, and you have manipulated the Juggernaut drive in a way never seen before. Drag. Well, to me it looked like a trident. Issei. A trident. Drag. Trident or Triana is a legendary weapon used by the Greek god Poseidon. The combination of your previous attacks uses 3 different pieces, so it resembles the sharpness of a trident. Issei. I like the sound of it. Then I'll call that attack illegal move Triana. He said a little excitedly when deciding on the name which sounded cool. Cow. But it won't last long. He said from a distance with a small smile. Issei. This has become complicated. Before he underestimated us, but now he is being careful, but even so he will still end up dead. He said, emanating a bit of his aura again. Cow. Do you want to continue? Well, I'm not opposed to continuing this battle, but I think this is about to end. He said, fixing his gaze on the sky. Issei. This is. In the middle of the sky a large golden crack began to open to everyone's surprise. Cow. It seems like it's just started. Georg, we must prepare the stage to summon the Dragon Eater. He stopped when he saw what had come out of the crack. No. That Kai is. Mischievous dragon, Yulong. Issei. Yulong? Isn't he one of the 5 dragon kings? Under the gaze of the two, from the forehead of that giant green eastern dragon, what seemed to be a man jumped out to land next to Issei. Oh, it's been a while, holy spear user, Cow. My, but if it's the great victorious fighter Buddha, I never thought you would come here. That man had long brown hair and an equally long beard. He wore Chinese clothes, sunglasses apparently. In his left hand he held a pipe while in his right a cane. Sun Wukong. There are heroes who ascend to godhood through their perseverance, and others who produce descendants who shatter the world. I believe there is a saying that conquerors live for only 1 generation. Don't you think so, Cow? Wreckers, you say? I suppose it is an honor to receive such condemnation from people like you. Sun Wukong. Now leave everything in the hands of Son Goku of the 1st generation. He said looking at the brown-haired boy and his new armor. Issei. The 1st generation Son Goku. Sun Wukong. Young Sekiryu, you did very well. He praised him and then looked at the Dragon King. Yulong, I entrust the 9 tails to you. Yulong. Understood. He replied, fixing his gaze on the fight behind him. Hey. Vritra is the one fighting the fox. He said, totally surprised. Sun Wukong. That's right, I want you to help him. Once he's done, I'll let you have a feast with all the Kyoto food you want. Yulong. You better keep that promise. He said, and with that he headed towards that fight of titans. Sun Wukong. Let's see, now it's time for your punishment. He said referring to the black-haired man. But then a white-haired man who was a few meters behind Cow next to Heracles who was holding Jean unconscious, injured and with her clothes damaged, jumped into the air with his 6 swords while letting out an insult. Sun Wukong. Extend your staff. With that he pointed the tip of his stick, and with that the stick extended until it hit the white-haired man in the stomach and sent him flying until he fell very hard into the distance. Sun Wukong. You're not strengthening your core enough, come back when you achieve that. He said, watching as a purple mist began to spin around him. I summon the thunder from the sky, infused with the indolence of the dragon's grace. Once he said those words he struck his staff against the ground, and with that the fog completely dispersed. At that moment you hear the 9-tailed fox howl, and when you look in that direction, you can see her throwing blue fire from her mouth, but she is thrown to the ground by Vritra and Yulong. Sun Wukong. I see they're almost done there too. He said with a big smile and without much concern. The 9-tailed fox won't last long without your blessing. He said and immediately noticed something. In a second he moved his left hand to his right and with one finger stopped the advance of the blade of the sacred spear. Sun Wukong. You won't be able to do much if I only need one finger to stop your attacks. Cow. As usual, you exhibit great mastery over your monstrous abilities. Siegfried. Cow, let's finish this for now. He said as soon as he arrived back to them. Cow. How is Jean? He asked, addressing Heracles. Heracles. Completely unconscious, the Sekiryute's previous attack damaged her too much. Cow. So it's time to go, huh? He said to himself, and with that he jumped back, reaching the others. Georg then began to use his sacred gear to retreat with the others. Issei. I won't let you go that easy. Mode change Juggernaut Disintegrator Bishop. He exclaimed, changing into his bishop mode and starting to gather power-ups, although since he charged too many before, he was now charging slowly. I need one, I need to give him a single shot strong enough to kill him. He said to himself while a large cannon came out of his back. Sun Wukong. Are you going to do my job? Well, never mind. He said as if nothing were happening, touching the huge barrel on Issei's back with his cane. And the moment he touched it, the sphere of energy that was gathering became much larger and in that way launched the attack. Siegfried tried to cover the attack with his 6 swords, while Hercules covered the black-haired man with his body. Since that attack was much weaker than the previous one, they knew they could block it, but they didn't expect the attack to start spinning like a spiral, managing to pass through, and although the attack was a good size, it could only hit Cao Cao's right eye. The black-haired man looked very angry as he felt that he had lost his eye due to the blow from that ray of energy, so he was willing to do something quite powerful. Cao Cao. Sekurute, you will pay for my eye. O spear, O true holy spear that pierced God, drain the ambition of the king of domination. He recounted a chant making the blade of the spear shine, but was stopped by his comrade who covered his mouth. Siegfried. Cao Cao, it's too early to release truth idea. Leonardo is also at his limit. He said, managing to make him see reason. Cao Cao. I understand, Sekurute, no, hide you Issei. Become stronger, stronger than volley, and I will show you the true power of this spear. He said as the purple mist surrounded his entire body. When the fog cleared, so had they. Issei. No. They're gone. Damn it. He cursed, hitting the ground as his juggernaut drive armor disappeared. Sun Wukong. What's wrong? They're gone, right? He asked, confused as to why he seemed so angry and sad. Issei. That bastard. Killed the woman I love along with her sister, and to let me know he brought me her Nekomata tails and ears as a gift. He said very hurt when he remembered that. Sun Wukong. So Nekomatas, huh? He said while looking around, and in the distance he could see the brown-haired group. The ape man walked calmly towards them, and seeing that a pigtailed brunette had that box, he took the box from her and looked at the contents. Sun Wukong. To do this, they must not have a heart. He said while grabbing the white tail that was there. Issei. What are you doing? He asked, quite upset like the others, since he didn't want anyone to touch those things. Sun Wukong. I'm just doing this. He commented and then wrapped said tail in a green color. Immediately afterward, the white tail that belonged to Koneko began to break and turn into dust under everyone's gaze. Issei. What did you do? He shouted, trying to pick up that dust, but before he got there, the dust was carried away by the wind. Sun Wukong. I don't know why you care so much about those things. He commented, releasing smoke from his mouth after smoking his pipe a little. Issei. Those things. He yelled, totally angry and with tears about to come out of his eyes. Sun Wukong. Of course, after all they were fake. He said as if nothing happened, seeing everyone's shocked faces, but especially the brown-haired boy who approached and to his surprise placed his hands on his shoulders. Issei. Are you sure they were fake? Are you sure? He asked with hope clear on his face. Sun Wukong. Of course they were fake, I am an expert in Senjutsu, so if I couldn't identify a fake Senjutsu creation, then I wouldn't deserve my title and strength. He said with a small smile when he saw the brown-haired man's huge smile. Issei. They're alive. Hahaha, Koneko's alive. He shouted with excitement. And then he excitedly approached Irina to hug her and lift her up and began to spin with her in his arms out of happiness at knowing that Koneko was actually alive. Irina. Issei-ku. He was going to talk to him about the subject also happily, but was surprised when the brown-haired boy gave him a kiss on the lips in front of everyone, of whom the Gremory group had their mouths open, while the old brown-haired boy was laughing. Sun Wukong. Excuse the interruption, but I think it's time to go to the nine-tailed fox. Issei. It's true, we just have to get together and everything will be over, let's go. He said, taking the brunette's hand and starting to walk towards where Princess Usaka was. Irina. It's obvious that you really love Koneko-chan, Issei-kun. She said, holding the brown-haired boy's arm. Issei. Although I love you too, Irina. He told her, stopping and proceeding to give her another kiss on her lips, which made her happy. Very well, now we just have to help Kunu so that her mother returns to normal. He said, seeing in the distance how the fox had her eyes closed, while the little kitsune spoke to her out loud, but without receiving an answer. After finishing the fight against the members of the hero faction and preventing Great Red from being summoned, Issei along with the rest of his group and Sun Wukong arrived where Kunu was calling her mother, who was still in her fox form and with her eyes closed. Kunu. Please wake up, mother. Wake up. She asked her while holding back the urge to cry. Sun Wukong. Sekiryuite, you have an ability that allows you to communicate with women's breasts, right? Issei. Yeah. I kinda don't want to use it anymore. Sun Wukong. I think it'll be good help now. I'll help you. Would you be so kind as to put that spell on that little lady and her mother? Issei. Okay. I'll try. He replied to what he summoned the gauntlet on his left arm. This time, only this time. Issei, activating the ability, causing the place to be surrounded by a pink space, and then the Monkey King hit the ground with his staff, causing the red color to change to a green color. Sun Wukong. Try to talk to your mother now. He said to the little kitsune. Kunu. Mother. Can you hear me? She asked her a little calmer but with some concern. Please return to normal, if you do I promise not to be selfish again. She told her, ending up shedding the tears she was holding back. Nu. Hearing her mother's voice, she opened her eyes and saw that her mother's body was glowing in a blue hue. The blue hue shrank in a second in front of the blonde, revealing an overly beautiful blonde adult woman with 9 foxtails and a kimono with skulls on its sleeves and a neckline that showed almost all of her breasts. Kunu. Mother. She exclaimed as she ran out and hugged her mother while crying. Yusaka. You're still a crybaby. He said, returning the hug. All of this was seen by the Gremory group and Saji, who was being cared for by his 2 lovers. Yusaka. How long are you going to keep crying? Shouldn't you introduce me to these people? She said, wiping away her daughter's tears. Kunu. Yes. They are devils of the Gremory clan, except for that blonde guy. She said, pointing at the blonde with a bit of hatred, remembering how he violently attacked her mother. Yusaka. And I see that Sun Wukong also came to help. He spoke, looking at the Monkey King. Sun Wukong. It was nothing, I came because an old friend asked me a favor. He said while continuing to smoke his pipe. Kunu. Mother, but there is still one person you must get to know well. He told her, taking her hand and dragging her until she was in front of the brown-haired boy. He is Issei, and although we had certain accidents when we met, he is a great person, he did everything possible to help you. He told her, praising and exaggerating things a little. Yusaka. Oh, I see, if my daughter holds you in such high regard, then it means that you have been helping her in every way you could, and in that case I give you my thanks. He said, bowing slightly. But even though she leaned over a little, her breasts, which were gigantic, moved and Issei's eyes followed every millisecond of that movement, managing to appreciate it in all its glory. Issei just smiled. Issei. It's okay, Yusaka-san. He said. Yusaka. How about we go home first? He asked, looking at his daughter and stroking her head, making her smile. Once they were able to leave the dimension they were in, they returned to Alter Kyoto, rejoicing and relieving all the yokai to see that their leader had returned safe and sound. Already inside the building, they were in the same room where they had had the meeting with Kunu, only now next to the kitsune was her mother, and apart from the Gremory group was the Citri, as a Lanceraful group. Yusaka. Thank you for all your cooperation in this situation and thank you for saving my life. I know that a few simple words cannot be enough to thank you, so I would like to do you a favor in return. She told them, noticing how the only man in the Citri group put on a perverted smile for a second, while constantly looking at her breasts. She also saw that look on the leader of the fallen angels, but knowing what that man was like, she didn't give it much importance, since he only looked at her body for a few seconds and then stared into her eyes. But when she saw Issei, she found it a little funny how he avoided looking directly at her body while he was deep in his thoughts. Only he didn't know that she knew how to read lips very well, so he understood it was don't look at her or Koneko will kill me, resist looking at her body and her breasts, because if Koneko finds out, she will castrate me. That seemed quite cute to her when she understood that this Koneko seemed to be his girlfriend, and that apparently he was quite faithful. Azazel. For our part, we only ask for an alliance between our factions, as you know the demons, angels and fallen angels, have made an alliance with the Nordics, therefore we also want to make one with the Yokai. He said with his typical tone between bored and serious. Yusaka. If that is your request, I will gladly do it. I cannot refuse the offer once I saw how these young people have sacrificed their lives in order to save Kyoto and my life. She said, relieving everyone to know that the alliance will take place. Do you have anything I can do? She asked the Citri group. Saji was going to ask for something quite daring, and Yusaka immediately deduced that. She knew he was going to ask for something like letting him touch her breasts or something like that, but she couldn't say anything, since all the girls in her group decided not to ask for anything. That, and there was also the death stare he got from a white-haired girl and a brunette with a ponytail that conveyed the message. If you open your mouth, you will never eat again, no matter what. Thanks to that murderous look from the two of them, the blonde didn't say anything and looked away, frustrated at losing his chance to ask to touch her body for an entire night, and that maybe she would give him permission for something more. Yusaka. And you Gremory group. Do you want something? The girls all shook their heads nervously, feeling like they didn't even deserve to receive anything in gratitude since they had done almost nothing. Kiba. I don't need anything, thanks. He replied with his typical smile. Issei. Me neither. He was going to refuse anyway, but was interrupted by a certain kitsune. Kunu. Mother, I have a request to make of you. She said, surprising her mother with her words. Yusaka. Okay, what do you want? Kunu. Can I ask when we're alone? She asked, making her mother even more curious. Yusaka. Okay Kunu. What was I going to say? Issei-san. She said, managing to remember her name thanks to her daughter mentioning it frequently. Issei. I don't need anything either. He replied. Azazel. So since no one is asking for anything, how about we go back to the hotel? After all, you are going home tomorrow. He said, causing everyone to agree. Yusaka. Then I wish you a good trip. He spoke, ending the small meeting they had. Everyone stood up and started to leave the room, not wanting to use a magic circle to go straight to the hotel, since they were very exhausted from magic. Kunu. Issei, wait. She stopped the brunette by the hand just as he was about to leave. I would like to talk to you for a moment. She said, a little blushed, looking at the ground. Issei. Sure. Guys, I'll go next. He told Kiba and the rest that he would take a while to return. When they left, Issei entered the room completely again, and before thinking anything, the door was quickly closed, leaving him alone with Kunu and Yusaka. Issei. Huh? What is going on? He asked, nervous. Control yourself, Issei. He shouted in his mind, trying not to think that way with Kunu. Kunu. Mother, I would like to ask you for my wish now. She said, causing her mother to look at the brown-haired boy with curiosity. Yusaka. If you let him stay, then he has something to do with it, right? She deduced, curious about what the brunette did to make his daughter ask for something related to a stranger. Kunu. I want. She murmured, quite red. Issei. Kunu, it's something difficult to say. Can you say it without words? He asked her while standing next to her, touching her head with his hand. Kunu, still with a red face, slowly and gently grabbed the brunette's hand under the gaze of both of them, wondering what she was going to do. Yusaka. Wait Kunu, what? She said, quite surprised when she understood what her daughter was doing. When she said those words, it was because she saw how her daughter opened her mouth and bit her wrist until she got some blood which she drank. Issei. And why was that? He asked, holding the wrist of his left hand which was bitten by the blonde. Yusaka. Kunu. Is that your wish? She asked, looking seriously at the brown-haired boy, making him nervous. Kunu. Yes. She answered with her head down without showing the small smile she had. Issei. Excuse me. Does the bite mean something? He asked, showing 2 marks as if a vampire had sunk its fangs into his wrist. Yusaka. Kunu. Do you know that he already has someone? Kunu. Yes. I know. Issei, who was more than confused, looked at the mark on his wrist that Kunu left after biting him, and when he saw it, it seemed familiar to him. He tried to remember what until he could remember. Issei. This mark looks like the one Koneko made on me that day. He commented in a low voice, looking at his wrist, drawing the attention of the 2 kitsunes, but more of the younger one. Yusaka. A similar mark. Can you show us? She asked, glancing at her daughter who had her eyes wide open. Issei. Sure. He accepted, a little embarrassed when he remembered how he achieved that mark. He took off his red shirt along with the white part of his academy uniform to better show them the mark on his shoulder. Only he did it without noticing how Kunu looked at his body with a big blush, and how the older blonde looked at him with a smile, and how on impulse he licked her lips, embarrassed to do so. Issei. Look, it's this one. He said, approaching the older blonde, a little nervous. After all, that nervousness only increased when he saw how the leader of the 9 tails almost left her breasts in his face, but letting the brown-haired boy smell her perfume, or at least he thought it was perfume. Yusaka. Who did that to you? She asked, watching her daughter look with hatred at that mark on her shoulder. Issei. Well, how do I say it? He muttered while touching the mark. My girlfriend did it to me, she's a Nekomata, and well, she did it to me when, you know. He said, trying to make her understand when she did it. Yusaka. Oh, I see. She commented with a small laugh, considering the way the brown-haired boy gets nervous when talking about that subject to be cute. But, a Nekomata? I thought they were extinct. Issei. Well, she's one of the last ones. There's her and her older sister who for certain reasons is in the Chaos Brigade, but I don't think she'll stay there for long. He said, suddenly remembering the false tails and ears. Cao knows the Kuroka visited me and confessed to me. I must make sure she doesn't come back to them or something bad will happen to her. He thought, determined not to let her go again. But leaving that aside, what does this mark mean? Yusaka. The mark is half the meaning, the other half is who bit you. He said, causing the brown-haired boy to look at Kunu. That my daughter bit you so hard to leave that mark only means one thing. He spoke with a big smile while the blonde's face turned red. It means that from this moment on you are engaged to Princess Kunu. He said, dropping the bomb into the brown-haired boy's ears. A few seconds passed where Issei did not react, other seconds passed, and finally they saw how he blinked slowly until he blinked several times quickly. Then his expression turned pale. He took 2 steps back to stare at Kunu, who approached without looking at him in the face, only revealing her blushing face and a smile, to then grab his left hand and then feel how she hugged him by the waist. Just to confirm, he looked again at the bite mark on his wrist, looked at Kunu and then at Yusaka, who was still smiling. Issei. I'm a dead man. He said in his mind, remembering the words of his beloved kitten. Please don't make anyone fall for you. Issei. Koneko will kill me for sure. He thought with fear. But when he lowered his head to look at the blonde, he calmed down when he saw the sweet smile she had. And before reacting, he felt another pain and saw how the blonde bit him a little on the side of his abdomen until he drew blood. Issei. Does biting twice mean something else? He asked Yusaka while touching the bitten part, feeling a burning sensation. Yusaka. Not really, why did you bite him a second time? Kunu. To make that cat understand who Issei belongs to. She spoke, leaving her mother surprised to hear her speak like that. Yusaka. What did you do to my daughter to make her fall so in love with you in just one day? She asked a brown-haired boy, noticing how they both turned completely red. Issei. Nothing. We didn't do anything. He said quite nervously, like the little kitsune. Yusaka. Okay, for now I'll believe it. She answered while walking towards the brown-haired boy. Tell me, Issei-san, what was your wish? She asked him, causing him to become confused. Issei. Yeah. I already told you I didn't want anything. Yusaka. That's what your mouth says, but inside I know that's not what you really mean. She spoke, causing me to sweat a little. I don't. Yusaka. I will keep my word to fulfill whatever wish you want. She said, using those words on purpose, knowing that the brown-haired boy's mind would fly with his imagination. So you don't have to hold back with your request. She commented, stretching out her hand and caressing one of his cheeks. Issei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened his mouth slightly to reject the offer again, but stopped, since if she said she would fulfill anything for him, then why reject? So he mentally prepared himself for both the situation of her accepting his request and for the option of her denying his request and coming to consider him a pervert. Saying those words with her eyes closed, that relaxed her body completely, as if they had been a curse that would remain in her body if she didn't say them. She waited for the leader's response. Realizing that she wasn't coming, he slowly opened his eyes, first seeing Kunu with her eyes wide open while she had her hands over her mouth, clearly surprised by what he deduced was because of his request. But there was something strange. Despite being like that, she wasn't looking at him, she was looking towards where her mother would be. So he decided to see Yusaka ready to receive a slap on the cheek for his insolent request. But when he saw her, his mouth dropped open as he witnessed what was before his eyes. Before his eyes were the blonde's giant perfect breasts, completely naked without a shred of clothing covering them. Yusaka. Go ahead, don't hold back, you can touch them. Anything you want, any way you want. Yusaka. Come on, Issei, touch my breasts as much as you want. She told him, leaving her enormous breast centimeters from the brown-haired boy's face. Issei. Yusaka-san. He stuttered, unable to say a single sentence. Kunu. Mother. Yusaka. What? I'm just fulfilling Issei-san's wish, after all I promised, right? She concluded the sentence, hugging Issei's head and putting him between her breasts, causing him to open his eyes wide. At this point the brunette's head was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. His face was pure red, and he didn't know if the blonde was doing this as a test or if she really wanted to reward him in this way. Kunu. Mother, let go of Issei. She said angrily, along with a feeling of helplessness at not being able to do that to the brown-haired boy. Yusaka. What's wrong, Issei-san? Aren't you going to touch me? She asked him while grabbing his left hand. How does it feel? Are they soft? She asked him while placing the brown-haired boy's hand on her chest. Issei. Yusaka-san. He tried to say something, but the desire to massage those breasts was dominating him. Yusaka. I already gave my word to grant whatever wishes you want, no need to ask me, I give you permission to touch my breasts. However you want. He said the last thing in her ear. And that's how Issei's hand that was on the blonde's chest began to move, much to the little kitsune's surprise. After 5 seconds, the brunette's other hand grabbed the blonde's other breast, obviously moving his head away a little to better appreciate those breasts and the woman's blushing face. Issei. My fingers sink into them. He commented, watching as his fingers sank a little as if he was hypnotized. Yusaka seemed to be enjoying the movements of the brunette's hands. It had been a long time since a man had touched her, and now that she allowed one to not only touch her, but allowed him to touch her breasts in any way he wanted and whatever he wanted. Kunu, who saw that, was completely red, and even more so because of how her mother held back her moans at the brown-haired boy's touches and how her legs were shaking. But the two were quite surprised when Issei quickly left Yusaka lying on the floor, and before she could say anything he began to stimulate the blonde's breasts with his mouth. Yusaka. Wait. Wait, Issei-san. She tried to stop him even though it felt really good when the brunette played with one breast. Issei. Wait. Why? He asked her, stopping and looking at her face, but without letting go of her breasts. Yusaka. I think. That would be enough, right? She told him a little nervously since she feels too excited by his touches. I don't know if I'll be able to contain myself after this if he continues. She thought with a red face, feeling a little like he would continue. At his words, instead of seeing the brunette withdraw, she felt him pinch her, causing her to let out a high-pitched moan. Issei. Even if it's disrespectful to you, you said that I could do whatever I wanted until I was satisfied. Or was your promise a lie? He asked with a smirk. Yusaka. No. But, wait. She tried to say but was interrupted by a bite on her, causing her to moan again and have to cover her mouth out of embarrassment for making that sound. Issei. Don't cover your mouth. He told her, removing his hands and staying close to her face. That was a cute sound. The blonde then opened her eyes wide as she felt and saw the brown-haired boy kiss her. She tried to separate herself, but the brunette intertwined his fingers with hers, preventing her from trying to separate him. She also felt the brunette's trying to enter her mouth. She struggled a little, but finally separated her teeth because Issei bit her lower lip. Yusaka. I've never felt something like that. She thought, trying to bear how pleasant it felt since it was a sensation that her former partner never made her feel. While Issei went on to passionately kiss the kitsune and she had nothing but enjoy it, Kunu watched all of this with a blush that already seemed permanent. She saw everything, from the beginning to the present, and seeing how her mother was so submissive to the brown-haired boy, she made her walk towards him without her realizing it. Kunu. Issei. She spoke to him kneeling beside him. Issei. What's hap? He separated from Yusaka, and when he saw her he was interrupted. The reason for the interruption of his words was because of the sudden union of her lips with his, as she wrapped her arms behind his neck to deepen the kiss further. Kunu. Remember that you are my fiancé. She told him. As soon as she separated but brushing her lips against his. And in response, she got him to kiss her and bring her closer to him with one arm on her hip. Drake. Ahem. Issei, sorry for ruining this moment, but I think you should react and realize what you're doing. He said, causing a headache so he would react. Issei. What? He asked out loud after separating from Kunu's lips. When he separated he felt the weight on his shoulder, and when he looked he saw that it was Kunu who was blushing with a big and tender smile. Issei. Wah? He was wondering as the memories of the kiss came to him, and with that his skin turned pale. She then heard someone below her right, so she turned her face very carefully, and when she saw who it was, their skin tone turned much paler as she clearly remembered what she had done. Yusaka. Issei. San. She said, opening her eyes and raising her body a little. Issei. Yusaka-sama. Yusaka. No. She told him seriously and with hard eyes, making him swallow a big mouthful of saliva. Issei saw her slowly raise her right hand and knew he was going to get hit for going too far with it. But to his great confusion, he felt her place her hand on his cheek and suddenly she leaned in and kissed him. Issei's mind was in an absolute mess. Leaning on his left shoulder was Kunu, and the one who was kissing him was Yusaka, his mother, when she should have hit him. Issei. Yusaka-sama. What? Yusaka. Shut up and enjoy. She told him, kissing him again, no longer able to contain herself. I've been without a man for a long time and for some reason I can't contain myself since you touched me. She told him, separating herself from time to time. Once a man who was not Kunu's father tried to overstep with me when I was still somewhat innocent, but his touches on me do not compare to yours at all. She told him while brushing her lips against his. Neither his nor Kunu's father's, your caresses and kisses were full of affection and love with an intensity. Issei, I have a favor to ask you. She told him, looking him straight in the eyes. Issei was surprised by her request like never before when he heard those words. He stood there watching as the blonde was about to kiss him again, but now that she wasn't letting herself be carried away by her impulses, thanks to her dragon arm, he knew what he had to do. Issei. I'm sorry Yusaka-sama, but I can't do that. He said, placing his hands on the kitsune's shoulders and separating her after also separating Kunu. Yusaka. You don't want to? Issei. It's not that I don't want to, after all you are a beautiful woman. He answered. But I have gone too far when from the beginning I should never have asked you that. He said, very ashamed of giving in to his lustful impulses. Yusaka. I think I got carried away too. It's been a long time since I met a man who doesn't look at me lustfully as soon as he sees my body, but instead looks at me shyly and even treats me with genuine affection and respect. She commented, caressing his cheek. Not to mention that you keep your mate in mind all the time. I don't think I've ever met a man like you before. That Nekomata girlfriend of yours really is lucky. Kunu. Wasn't my father like Issei? She asked suddenly while sitting next to him. Yusaka. The fact that he abandoned us says it all, daughter. He told her with some regret, stroking her head when he saw her sad look. Issei. Did he abandon you? He asked, unable to believe what he was hearing. How could someone dare to abandon his wife and daughter? He asked, feeling hatred towards that man. Yusaka. Do you know Issei-san why I only allowed you to touch me, even though that other blonde boy also wanted the same thing? Issei. Another blonde. Saji. The one with the citri. Yusaka. So that's what it's called. Issei. His name is actually Genshiro, and his surname is Saji. Did he also want to touch you? Yusaka. That's right, when I said that I would grant them any wish as long as I can do it, I could see how he looked at me as if I were simple meat, and if it weren't because the other girls in his group refused to ask for something, and from the look that the white-haired girl and the one with pigtails gave him, he would have surely asked for it, well, although I wouldn't have fulfilled it anyway. At first glance it was clear that he was only looking to end up sleeping with me. He's the kind of man that I hate the most. She said with disgust in her tone of voice when talking about him. That kind of man only considers those moments as achievements, unlike you who consider feelings. Kunu. If he gets close to you, mother, I will tear his eyes out myself. She said with venom in her voice, knowing the blonde's intentions causing him to hate him more. Besides, you can't compare him to Issei. She commented, approaching the brown-haired boy and hugging him lovingly but being suddenly separated by him. Issei. Issei. Kunu, I want to know something, do you like me? He asked nervously. Kunu. Of course, although we had a somewhat embarrassing first and second meeting making me hate you, I ended up falling for you. She replied with a tender smile. At her response, another crack in Issei's heart seemed to mend. Issei. How do you know you really like me? You might say that because I saved your mother and mistake that feeling for gratitude or admiration. Kunu. I know it's not that, since I felt strange when I saw that angel girl giving you kisses and holding your hand. She told him, embarrassing him when she found out that they had seen him. Yusaka. Oh. It seems that Nekomata is not your only girlfriend. How many lovers do you have? Issei. I admit that Irina told me her feelings and I accepted them, but we are not official couples. We will be once Koneko gives her permission. Yusaka. So she would be the alpha of your harem? She asked in a mischievous voice. Kunu. I don't need her permission to be with you, you are already committed to me. Yusaka. It seems that what you did in those two encounters made her fall for you, Issei-san. She commented, seeing how both of them turned red. Seeing that you always turn red with embarrassment, I guess makes me want to know what you did. Can you tell me what happened? She asked them while they both looked at each other. It must be said that neither of you will leave until you tell me, and I will know if you are lying to me. Issei. Then. I'll tell you how we met. He said, swallowing a lot of saliva. For the next few minutes Issei told her how he first met Kunu and about his little unexpected grope, making her blush massively and steam a little because of how hot her face was. Kunu then told him about the order she had given to capture him and what had happened next that night. But what Issei didn't expect was for the little kitsune to explain in great detail what he did to her and what she felt with each touch and with the kisses he gave her. When she finished, Yusaka looked at them both in surprise, especially at her daughter, since normally no one would fall with someone who does that kind of thing to them out of the blue. Kunu. Don't look at me like that. I don't even know why I ended up falling for him when he did those perverted things to me without knowing me. She told him while caressing one of her tails. Yusaka. But now that you know what he's really like, you love him of your own free will, right? Kunu. Yes. She commented, looking at the ground and resting her head on the arm of the brunette who was next to her. Yusaka. And you, Issei-san. What do you say about my daughter's feelings? Issei. I really don't know what to say, it was very sudden. He said, scratching the back of his neck, making the blonde nervous and a little sad, deducing that the answer was no. So she was moving her head away from where she was resting on his arm, but suddenly she feels him hug her with that arm and bring her closer to him. Issei. But that doesn't mean I can't come to accept your feelings if we get to know each other a little better. He told her without being able to look at both blondes in the face. After all, if he said that he loved her too, it would be too weird since she would be in elementary school and doesn't want to be labeled a lolicon. Yusaka. That means that if we also know each other better, can I have a chance? She asked him, approaching his face and putting a finger on his chin and making his breasts hang down, attracting the brown-haired boy's gaze. Issei. Maybe. Who knows? He replied without thinking about what he said, but he didn't regret having said it. Yusaka. You're tender, Issei-san, and honest, which I like about you. Those are things that most men don't have. I'm glad to have met you, but I think you should leave now, it's too late. She said, seeing that almost an hour had passed since she had to leave with the others. Issei. Then I'm leaving, it was nice to meet you. He said, standing up. Yusaka. Should we meet or kiss and enjoy our night? She asked him, making him blush. Issei. Both. Both are good. He answered, surprising her that she accepted having done that to them. Then I'm leaving now. Yusaka. How about staying here to sleep? It's already late and it would be bad for you to go out at this time. She said, catching the brown-haired boy's gaze. Issei. Huh? But, Yusaka. We have several rooms, you can use a guest one. She told him, standing up and walking to open the door to direct him to the guest room. Issei. No need, really. Yusaka. But I want you to stay here and sleep. She spoke sweetly as she continued walking. Kunu. Come, Issei, you like the room. She told him happily that he stayed, taking his hand and making him quicken his pace. When we got to the room, it had a bed for 2 people and was well decorated. Issei. What a nice room. Yusaka. Will you need help waking up early to go to the train station? Issei. No, I'll be fine, thanks for letting me stay. Yusaka. It's nothing, I offered it to you because I see you're tired and I didn't want you to walk to your hotel, which is somewhat far away. If you don't wake up, I'll come so you don't arrive late. Good night. She said goodbye with a smile. Kunu. Good night, Issei. She said goodbye with a smile and waving her hand before closing the door. Issei. What a day. He commented, walking and falling on the bed. Tomorrow I will go back and see Koneko. It felt like it was an eternity since the last time I saw her. He said, covering himself as he could, feeling too sleepy. I hope she doesn't kill me for being engaged to an elementary school girl and for having kissed and groped her mother. She's going to kill me, haha. He commented, rubbing his eyes, lying on his side and feeling that he was in the perfect position to fall asleep. As she closed her eyes, she finished falling asleep, but just as he fell asleep, the sliding door opened a little and closed almost immediately. Then something got under the brown-haired boy's sheets and moved until it was in front of his chest. When it got there, it settled down and stuck to his chest, feeling its warmth and filling itself with a relaxing sensation. He made a noise with his mouth but without waking up. He moved his arms and wrapped them around the figure that was lying next to him, believing in his dreams that it was Koneko, since he always sleeps hugging her. And in that way Issei continued sleeping, and that person who snuck into his bed also closed his eyes and fell asleep without thinking that he would surprise the brunette once he wakes up and sees that he had slept next to him. The sun had already risen and the time to return to Kuo was approaching. The second-year students at the hotel were finishing packing their things, while in Alter Kyoto, Issei was sleeping peacefully in a guest room at Princess Yusaka's residence. And the reason he slept so peacefully was because of the comfort he felt when hugging the figure sleeping next to him, since sleeping next to Koneko always became a necessary habit for him. Due to the light entering the room, the brown-haired boy was forced to wake up little by little, and as he did so he frowned as he felt someone in his arms. A drop of sweat appeared on his face as he felt nervous and worried about who it could be, although he already had some idea of who it could be. After all, as he brought the body of the one sleeping in his arms closer together, he knew it was a woman with a small thin body and her hair loose. Issei. No. It can't be her, right? He thought, beginning to open his eyes in fear of whether his suspicions were true. Oh shit. He cursed in his mind as he saw Kunu's sleeping face, who had her face almost pressed against his torso. What the hell is Kunu doing in my bed? Wait a minute, it's my bed, right? He wondered, seeing that he was in the room where they let him stay overnight. Kunu. Good morning, Issei. She said, showing a smile directed at him and proceeding to hug him very affectionately, burying her face in his chest. Issei. Kunu, what are you doing in my bed? He asked, trying not to look at her since she looked very tender without noticing that he was still hugging her, keeping her close to his body. Kunu. Can't I sleep in the same bed as my fiancé? She asked him, raising her head and smiling at him. Issei. But Kunu. Don't you want to be my fiancé? She asked him in a sad voice, lowering her head. Issei. No, you know that's not it. He told her without thinking about what he said, and when he did he mentally cursed himself. Kunu. That means, what if he wants to marry me? She asked him, happy that he had indirectly said yes. Issei. Well, what am I supposed to say to her so she doesn't get sad? At that moment when I was thinking about what to say to her, the door of the room was opened, revealing the beautiful and voluptuous figure of Princess Yusaka. Yusaka. Issei-san, you're getting late. Oh, so you slept here, Kunu. I was wondering what time you got up since I didn't see you in your bed. She said, entering the room and closing the door. Issei. Yusaka-sama, I didn't do anything, I just slept next to Kunu and… No, wait, I know it sounded bad, but… He said quite nervously because the way he said it could be easily misinterpreted. Yusaka. I can deduce that Kunu got into your bed during the night, so calm down, Issei. She commented, arriving at the side of the bed and looking at her daughter, who had a red face from the embarrassment that she had seen her in that place. But leaving that aside, Issei-san, you are running late for the train. She said, reminding him that he still had to prepare his things. Issei. Damn it. He said out loud, suddenly getting up and leaving poor Kunu alone in bed. Yusaka. Don't worry, I already sent for all your things and everything is ready, so you just have to go to the station to board the train. She said reassuringly. Issei. Thank you, Yusaka-sama, I didn't know what to do since it's already late to start putting everything away. He said, grabbing his cell phone and checking the time. There's half an hour left until the train leaves, I should go soon. He said, walking to open the door. Yusaka. But Issei-san, aren't you forgetting something? She asked him, causing him to look at her confused. I deserve more than a thank you, don't you think? She said as she approached him with a look that made him shudder inside. Kunu. Mother. Yusaka. Don't be jealous, Kunu, after all you slept with him, right? I want something too. He said, looking at her and finally seeing the brown-haired boy who was already right in front of him. What do you think of that, Issei-san? He asked her with a beautiful smile as he approached her face and put a finger of his on the brown-haired boy's chin. Issei. What would you like? He asked her, trying to forget the feeling of the blonde's big breasts pressing against his body. This cheeky woman. Kunu. Mother, don't ask for anything perverted. He said, narrowing his eyes. Yusaka. I think. What I want as a thank you is easy for you to do, but why say it when you can do it directly? She said, intriguing him about what he would want and making Kunu alert about what he would do. Issei was going to speak to find out what it would be, but he couldn't say a word because the older kitsune kissed him on the lips, pleasantly surprising him and causing jealousy in his daughter. When they separated due to lack of air, they both joined by a line of saliva, implying that they had used it. Issei. Yeah. Yusaka-sama can't do that. He told her with a red face. Yusaka. I can't. So I can't kiss you whenever I want, but you can kiss me and touch me? She questioned him, making him nervous and uncomfortable, remembering what she had done to him. But you know, if you want to do what happened last night again, I don't plan on stopping you. She whispered the last thing in his ear in a sensual way. Kunu. Mother, it's not fair. She shouted, getting out of bed and advancing towards the brunette. I am his fiancée, so I am the one who has the right to kiss him. She said, separating her from Issei. Issei. Huh? How? At her statement, Issei was embarrassed and was going to tell her that she didn't have to say that, but when she leaned in a little, Kunu took the opportunity to wrap her arms around Issei's neck and kiss him along with his lips like her mother did. Issei. What the hell is going on, bro? He wondered, screaming in his head as he felt the little kitsune kiss him like someone much older than her would. No, wait, for starters I can't kiss Kunu. With that in mind, he tried to separate her, but at that moment the fox features that the blonde was hiding were revealed, causing him to grab two of her tails with some force instead of her shoulders. Kunu. Hi. She moaned, still having her lips joined to his because she felt the grip on her tails. Issei, you're a pervert, taking my tails in. Our kiss. Do you have a fetish for them? She asked him once she stopped kissing him, but still having her arms behind his neck. Issei. No, I didn't want to. He told her, trying to explain himself quickly, causing her to accidentally grab Kunu's tails tighter and moan again, although with her mouth closed. Yusaka. Remember that I'm still here. She said, suddenly waking her daughter up and making her so embarrassed that she let go of the brunette and ran to cover herself completely with the sheets of the bed. Now that we've both had our morning kisses, how about we go to the station? She proposed, watching as her daughter poked her head out from under the sheets. With that said, Issei and Kunu prepared themselves, and when they were ready they left Alter Kyoto and went straight to the station. A little before arriving they met Serafal, so the four of them walked together to the train that Issei had to get on, and when they finally arrived, they saw that the rest of the Grimoire group was there with Azazel. Issei. Sorry for the delay, there was a problem, so I stayed at Yusaka-sama's residence. He was the first to speak when he arrived with them. Azazel. Oh. So you stayed overnight there, but did you really sleep? Didn't you do anything else? He asked him with her hand on her chin, looking at him with a smile. Issei. Of course it didn't happen. Nothing happened. He said with some difficulty as he remembered the kisses that mother and daughter gave him. Azazel. Well, that doesn't matter, the train will leave soon, so you should get on soon. Yusaka. But first I would like to give you my deepest thanks once again for helping us. I plan to continue the discussion about our alliance with Leviathan Dono and Sun Wukong Dono, so that no one like those from last night will invade Kyoto for their evil plans. Azazel. We would also be pleased to ally with you. he said, shaking hands with the older blonde and the black-haired girl. Kunu. Issei. She called him out loud, making everyone look at her. Are you going back to Kyoto again? Issei. Sure, I promise. He said with a smile. Kunu. It's a promise. After all, you still have to. Issei. Oi oi, don't say that in front of everyone. He said, covering her mouth and speaking in her ear. Train number 14, heading to Tokyo, is about to depart. The doors are about to close, please avoid jumping when the doors close. Issei. Next time we'll all come, I promise. Kunu. It's okay. She told him with a smile. Although I would really like it if you were the only one who comes. She thought to herself as she watched the doors close. Have a good trip, Issei, I hope we'll see each other soon. She said, waving at him as the train was leaving. He's gone. She said to herself, feeling sad for not being able to be with him anymore. Yusaka. Don't be sad, it's not like you're never going to see him again. She said, standing next to him and stroking his head. Things were calm on the train. Issei sat in the same spot at the back with his two perverted friends in front of him while he himself looked out the window. Issei. Hearing someone call his name, he turned his head to the left, only to find a brunette with pigtails looking at him with a sweet smile. Issei. Irina. Irina. Hello, can I sit down? She asked, wanting to sit in the empty seat next to him. Issei. Of course, you shouldn't ask me that. He commented, making her sit next to him. And as soon as she sat down next to him, he hugged her left arm with a big smile and rested his head on her shoulder. Comfortable. Irina. A lot. She replied, looking at him and smiling, showing her teeth. Issei. You know, you look really pretty smiling like that. He mentioned, and before she could react to what he said, he stole a kiss on her lips. Irina. Ah. Oh, Issei, don't do that to me out of nowhere. She said, embarrassed and blushing because of the sudden kiss that others could see. Issei. I can't. Then I'm not going to kiss you again. He said and then looked out the window again. Irina. Huh? Issei, I didn't mean that, I just said it because you took me for MMHH. She was explaining to him since she didn't want him to stop kissing her again. But she was interrupted because the brunette turned around and kissed her again, only now for several seconds, where the brunette closed her eyes and stayed enjoying the kiss with the boy she loves. Once they separated, Irina didn't say anything, she just kept her gaze down and rested her head on the chest of the brunette who had turned around enough to do that. Irina. Glad to be with my childhood friend, I'm so happy that you accept me. She told him without separating but intertwining her fingers with the brown-haired boy's. Issei. It may not be very believable after all, it's only been a little more than a day since you confessed, but I really like you. He told her, resting his right hand on her left cheek, lifting her face and kissing her again with much affection. But are you okay with me also being with Koneko? Irina. Of course, if she loves you then I have no problem, although I still want to know what happened. She told him, reminding him that he had to tell her everything. Issei. And I'll tell you, just wait a little longer. He said, giving her a smile and kissing her again for a few seconds. Irina stayed hugging her left arm while enjoying the comfort and joy of being able to be with and kiss the person she loved at last, and without risking falling, although she had to investigate why she didn't fall. Issei. Issei, wake up, we've arrived. A girl spoke to him using a calm tone. The brown-haired boy's consciousness had returned, but he kept his eyes closed due to tiredness. Wake up. A second voice shouted, hitting him on the head. Issei. My head. He exclaimed out loud as he felt instant pain. Who hit me? He asked, annoyed, looking up only to see a brunette next to a pink-haired girl. Murayama. Irina has been trying to wake you up, and since you wouldn't, I hit you. Is there a problem? She asked him, looking at him in a hostile manner. Issei. Come on women, really now. He sighed. And with his answer, the two members of the kendo club left. When Issei stood up, he saw that the others were already starting to go down, so as quickly as he could, he grabbed his things and got in line to leave with Irina, who stayed next to him. Issei. Irina was the only one who stayed with me, the others already left. He thought, no longer surprised by the actions of the others. It's becoming increasingly clear how they stopped loving me, thank goodness I found out in time. He thought, feeling relieved that he no longer blindly loved the other girls. Irina. Issei. Is something wrong? She asked him outside the train, seeing him still inside and lost in his thoughts. Issei. Oh yeah, sorry, I was just thinking something. He answered, trying not to worry her. Where are Kiba and the others? He asked a brunette when he couldn't find them in the crowd of students. Irina. Let's see. Ah, over there. She said out loud, pointing to the right of Issei. Looking in that direction, he could see how all the girls and Kiba were together, somewhat separated from the rest of the students. But Issei's attention was not towards Ria's, nor Akeno who he had not seen for days. His vision was only towards the little white-haired girl with black cat clips in her hair, who was looking with her eyes for someone in particular among the crowd of students. Showing a small smile and feeling a huge relief that those tails and ears really had been fake, she approached stealthily, using the students as a shield to get behind Koneko, who was still looking for someone with her gaze, even though the other girls were already talking to each other. Issei, under Irina's amused gaze, arrived behind Koneko, who seemed not to have noticed his presence. Then just when he was going to take her by surprise, he heard her say some words that surprised him. "Koneko. Where could Shiro be?" "Issei. Shiro?" He screamed mentally, feeling that what he hated the most to happen had actually happened. "Irina. Koneko, is this your familiar?" she asked, approaching Koneko with a white cat in her arms. "Koneko. Yes, I was looking for it, thanks Irina," she said with a smile, taking the cat in her arms. "Issei. Ah, it was the damn cat," he said with a sigh. "Koneko. Issei-senpai. Why are you behind me?" she asked him, somewhat surprised that he appeared there and didn't arrive with the brunette. "Issei. Oh. That. Well, it's because," he stammered, trying to come up with an excuse. "Koneko. Did you want to scare me?" she asked with a stoic look. "But if you were going to scare me, why did you stop?" she asked curiously, since if it had been there for a while, there was no reason why it hadn't scared her already. "Issei. I got scared when you mentioned someone named Shiro. I thought that," he said, massaging the back of his neck, trying not to look at her. "Koneko. Do you still think that way?" she asked him with a sad look, knowing that the damage to the brown-haired boy's heart could return so easily. "Issei. Hahaha, but it turned out to be your familiar, so I was worried for nothing," he was saying, but suddenly he felt Koneko hug him. "Koneko. Will I not be able to heal your wound?" she asked him in a low voice, but was heard by him. "Issei. I think it will take a little longer for her to stop reacting like that, but you don't have to worry, seriously Koneko-chan," he commented while caressing one of her cheeks. "Irina. What wound are they talking about? And why did Issei look so terrified when he thought Koneko was calling a boy?" She wondered worriedly about what the brown-haired boy had to tell her. "Rias. Oh Issei, you're here, then we can go now," she said, noticing the brown-haired boy next to Koneko. "Issei. TCH. Gremory." As the teachers told them that as soon as they arrived they would make a list to see if everyone was there, and once they did they could leave, they walked towards Roswis, who was one of the 3 teachers who were there. Once they were noted, the Gremory group minus Roswis headed towards home on foot. On the way home, Issei walked behind everyone with Koneko holding her hand, although apart from holding her hand, he also looked at her face the whole time, and the more he looked, the firmer the grip between their hands became, and he brought her closer to him. "Koneko. Is something wrong, senpai?" she asked him, knowing that something was wrong. But the brown-haired boy didn't answer him, he just continued walking in silence until they got home. Once they arrived, Issei walked to the white-haired girl's room with her in silence, causing her much more interest and doubt about what was happening. "Koneko. Can you tell me what's wrong now?" she asked him, moving away a little, knowing that it was something bad when she saw how the brown-haired boy didn't take his eyes off her face. She had to keep quiet because Issei knelt in front of her and hugged her without saying anything. It was a strong hug, but it wouldn't hurt her. It was a hug as if he wanted to make her understand that he didn't want to leave her, and that he didn't want anything to happen to her. Thanks to that hug, Koneko's curiosity and concern had increased, making her want to know what had happened to see the brown-haired boy like that. "Koneko. Issei-senpai, what's wrong?" "It's weird. Issei. Sorry, just let me stay like this for a moment," he told her without separating from her. "Koneko. It's okay," she replied, obviously returning the hug. They were silent for a few seconds until Issei released her and sat on the edge of Koneko's bed. "Issei. Sorry for acting like that, it's just that our time apart affected me apparently," he said, laughing nervously while scratching the back of his head. "Koneko. Issei-senpai, I can tell that you're lying and I don't like it when you laugh when it's wrong." Seeing that he couldn't fool her even a little, he stopped laughing and stared at the ground. "Issei. Koneko, although you don't know much about Senjutsu, is it possible to make fakes of anything?" "Koneko. I don't know, I think it would be possible if they are fakes," she answered, sitting next to him on the bed. "Issei. What would happen if your Nekomata ears and tail were cut off?" he asked, causing her to open her eyes in surprise at such a question. "Koneko. I have no idea, since I never used my Nekomata powers I don't know much about my race," she answered calmly, knowing that those questions had something to do with her current state. "Issei. Have you been in contact with Kuroka?" "Koneko. With Kuroka-ni-sama? No. Why are you asking about her?" "Issei. Is it possible that you can contact her and have her come as soon as possible?" he told her in a somewhat desperate tone, managing to make her somewhat nervous. "Koneko. Can you tell me first why you want me to contact you? Issei. I want to know, make sure she's okay. He said without noticing that her hands were shaking. Koneko. Senpai. What happened in Kyoto? Issei. If you want I can tell you what happened but first, please call Kuroka. He said looking at her, turning his head slightly and looking at her with pleading eyes. Koneko immediately made a magic circle appear on her right ear to try to contact her sister. She didn't hesitate to do so when she saw that look. First it was the abandonment of the other girls, and now something made her start to fall apart again, and she didn't want that to happen. She wanted to fix whatever was happening to her. Who's it, Naya? Came the voice of her circle sister after 5 seconds. Koneko. Ni-sama, it's me, Koneko. Kuroka. Shirin, I'm so glad you called me. She exclaimed, noticeably happy. But you wouldn't call me just because you wanted to talk to me, would you? Did something happen? Koneko. Can you come over to me? It would be easier and faster for you to come over and see me so I can explain it to you. He said, although she didn't know what to say to him. Kuroka. Okay, we had just finished a mission so we were taking a break. Once she finished saying that the communication was cut off and after 5 seconds a green magic circle appeared in front of Kaneko's bed, from which came out a brunette with cat ears and 2 tails wearing a kimono that showed her breasts. Kuroka. Hello, Naya. She greeted as soon as she left the circle, and it was then that she noticed the brown-haired boy. Issei. She exclaimed happy to see him, but immediately noticed something strange about him. Issei. Kuroka, answer me this, is it possible to fake objects or body parts using senjutsu? Kuroka. Naya. Yes, that's possible. How do you know that? Issei. What if their cat ears and tails were cut off? Will they only feel pain? He asked her the same questions he asked Koneko before, causing the brunette's gaze to become serious. Kuroka. Issei, why are you asking me that? Issei. Just answer me please. Kuroka. If they cut off our ears and tail we would lose our Nekomata powers, that is, the ability to use senjutsu and dojutsu, and if I lose them, I would be totally defenseless, since I only use that so it would be very easy for someone to kill me, but in Shirin's case, I think it will be fine, since she has practice with her rook power. As soon as she finished speaking, both sisters saw how Issei stood up and quickly approached to hug Kuroka. Koneko. Issei senpai is acting strange, tell me what is happening to you and why you asks those questions. She said standing up more than worried. Issei. I thought they were dead. He revealed to them without letting go of Kuroka who, although she was embarrassed and somewhat happy to be hugged by the brown-haired boy, had to suppress that and take seriously what the brown-haired boy was saying. Koneko. What happened in Kyoto? She asked, causing Kuroka's eyes to suddenly open. Kuroka. Kyoto. Did you go to Kyoto? She asked the brunette, separating herself and looking at her very carefully in case she found a wound, clearly worried. Did you fight with him? Did you fight against Cao Cao? She questioned him, wanting to know if they had met. Issei. Yes, and it almost made me enter the Juggernaut Drive. He said with a sad smile. Koneko. Senpai, get on the bed right away, I'll give you the treatment. She said in panic, thinking that she might only have a few seconds left to live. Kuroka. I'll help, go to bed right away. Issei. Calm down, I almost said, well actually I entered the Juggernaut Drive and at the same time no. He said, confusing the two. At the decisive point of the transformation I was able to master the Juggernaut Drive and modify it, so now every time I use it, I will have the new armor, and the life reduction effect was significantly reduced. He told them, relieving them quite a bit, especially Koneko who already had tears running down her face. Sorry for scaring you like that, Koneko. He said, wiping her tears. Koneko. Don't scare me like that, I don't want to lose you, senpai. She said, hugging him lovingly. Kuroka. What did he do to force you into that mode? And what did you mean when you said you thought we were dead? At her 2 questions Issei remained silent, only maintaining a smile as he looked at Koneko. Issei. You remember that I asked you if it was possible to fake objects or body parts with senjutsu, right? He asked him, making him slightly understand what he meant. Kuroka. What did Cao Cao do? She asked him, only receiving his silence, but that ended when he looked at her. Issei. Why do you think I asked you about his Nekomata ears and tails? At his question, both of them understood perfectly what he meant. Koneko was more than surprised to understand what he meant and where he wanted to go with those questions. But Kuroka was horrified at Cao Cao's cruelty when she understood that he must have seen her show her fake ears and tails along with Koneko's, forcing him to enter the Juggernaut Drive out. Of anger. Kuroka. Wait a minute, if Cao Cao made fakes of my ears and tails that means. Issei. He already knows about your visits. He revealed, terrifying her even more. Kuroka. Thank goodness I decided to come here instead of going with him when he called me. She said, alarming the brown-haired boy. Issei. Did he call you? Kuroka. Yes, after we arrived from a mission a low-ranking member came telling me that Cao requested my presence in his office, and that was when Shirin called me. She said, starting to tremble thinking about what could have happened if she had gone, and if her little sister hadn't called her. She would have killed me. Issei. That's right, and I think he would have done it out of anger since I took his eye away. He said, surprising both sisters. Kuroka. Oh, by Lucifer, he really would have killed me if I had gone. She said, trembling a little but receiving a hug from her little sister. Issei. Don't worry, Kuroka, I won't let him touch you, not him or anyone else, I promise. He said, getting close enough to hug her while telling her that. Kuroka. Was that some kind of proposition? Issei. Well. Maybe. He said, making her quite happy so much that she hugged him and stayed there with a smile. Kuroka. She erased her smile when she smelled a particular aroma on Issei. Issei. What are you doing, Kuroka? He asked her, watching as she seemed to sniff his torso until she was face to face with his face quite close. Kuroka. Issei. Why do you smell like bitches? She said, a little annoyed having already identified the aroma. Issei. I don't understand your question. He said, getting nervous. Kuroka. Koneko, pay attention. She said to Koneko, narrowing her eyes at Issei. Issei has been with other women and clothes enough for his lips to have 3 different smells, although 2 of them are from Fox Yaokai. She declared, making the brown-haired girl tremble at the incredible investigation the brunette did in seconds. Koneko. Issei senpai. Are you cheating on me? She asked him with a blank look. Issei. No, not at all. Koneko. Then whose are those 3 smells that Nisama smells? Issei. I was going to tell you anyway. He said with a sigh. First, I'm surprised you can identify something like that, Kuroka, you really are amazing. Kuroka. Flattering me won't do you any good, Issei. She said, crossing her arms making her breasts more noticeable, causing the brown-haired boy's gaze to focus on them. Issei. Fuck, it didn't work. Kuroka. Well. She said, waiting for her little sister's answers. Issei. One of them is Irina. He revealed, pleasantly surprising them both. Koneko. Irina. Did she? Fell. Issei. No, although we don't know why she didn't fall even though we kissed. He told her, relieved that he hadn't made her fall. Kuroka. So it was the angel, now tell us who the other 2 are. Issei. About them. Well. It's a bit difficult to explain. He said, not knowing how to explain that he almost raped an elementary school girl. But seeing how the brunette's look only worsened, he decided to tell everything even if it would result in his death. But by saying things without thinking he couldn't help but say something stupid. Issei. The others are Yasaka and Kunu. At his statement, the 3 of them remained silent. Issei. Wait a minute. Did I really just say that? Can't I be any more stupid? He cursed and insulted himself internally. Koneko. Issei. She called him in a dead voice causing his heart to almost stop. Ice. Koneko. You groped an elementary school girl and kissed her. Kuroka. And not only her but also her mother. Koneko. Kuroka. I think it's time to teach you, don't you think? They told him at the same time with a dead voice and dead eyes, causing the brunette to fall to the ground due to the immense fear, and it was impossible for him to ask for help since he couldn't voice out of fear. He had to stay in that place alone, forced to his sad end, his now faithful companion. Kuroka. Well, Issei. Would you explain to us why you kissed 3 women, especially a mother and her daughter? She asked him with an emotionless voice. Issei was terrified by the death glare they were giving them, but both he and the black-haired girl looked to Koneko for what she said. Koneko. Issei senpai. Are you cheating on me? She asked looking down with a sad face. Issei. What? No, of course not. He said desperately grabbing her by the shoulders and trying to get her head to lift him up. I would never cheat on you like they did with me. I will never be like them. He told her, getting her to look at him. Koneko. Really? She asked with a few small tears that wanted to come out. Issei. I'm serious, I love you and after what you did for me I could never cheat on you, believe me. He told her while wiping away a tear that had escaped. Koneko then kissed him affectionately, to which Issei reciprocated without a second's hesitation. All this while Kuroka watched her little sister with jealousy as she also wanted to kiss the brunette but remained silent because it was an important situation for both of them. Kuroka. You know I'm still here and you've already been kissing for more than 10 seconds. She told them causing both of them to stop kissing while blushing quite a bit. Koneko. Now can you tell me how you kissed Irina and what were their names? Issei. Princess Usaka is the leader of the Yaokai and her daughter Kunu. Koneko. Did you really kiss a 7-year-old girl? She asked, looking at him with a dirty look. Issei. I think she's 7, but I'm sure she would go to elementary school. He said embarrassed of having to reveal that he had kissed a girl. Kuroka. I knew you were perverted, but I didn't think you had the fantasy of having a mother and daughter. She said with a mischievous smile. Koneko. Perverted senpai. Issei. It wasn't like that. It just happened, I wasn't planning on doing anything. He told them, trying to make Koneko not see him as a cockroach. Kuroka. Tell us what happened. She said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Issei. Should I do it? He asked nervously, not knowing how they would react when they found out what he had done to Kunu when they met. Kuroka. That's right, now speak. Koneko. How you ended up kissing Irina can wait. I want to know how you ended up doing that to the leader of the Yokai and her daughter. She said, sitting next to her sister. Issei. Okay. Resigned, he began to tell them how he met Kunu and what he did to him both in the forest and in his house before they locked him up. Hearing the brunette say that he habitually touched the blonde's kitsune tails and ears, Kuroka looked at Koneko and saw that she was quite embarrassed. Kuroka. So thanks to Shirin you have a fetish for our Nekomata features. She said, embarrassing her sister even more, making her cover her face with her hands. Haha, continue Issei. With that said, he continued telling everything that happened next, and when he got to the part where Cao told him that he had killed them both and about his change in the Juggernaut drive, they were quite surprised. After that came the time when Yusaka told them the words of a reward. Kuroka. Issei. Don't tell me that you. She spoke, thinking about what she could have said. Koneko. Issei senpai is the worst. She said, thinking that she could have asked for Issei in that place. Issei. I didn't ask for anything. Let me finish first before you criticize me. Even though he said that, he couldn't erase the fact that he actually asked for exactly what they were thinking. He continued telling until he got to the part where he was left alone with mother and daughter, and when he said that he ended up giving in and asking to touch Yusaka's breasts, Koneko touched her breasts with disappointment of not being able to have big breasts like the brunette liked. Kuroka. Are they bigger than mine? They may be, but they are not better. She spoke, grabbing the brunette's hand as he was standing close in front of her and put his face between her breasts. How does the feeling be, Issei? If you want you can also do whatever you want with them, you could say that they belong to you. She told him, grabbing one of his hands and having it grab one of her breasts. How do they feel? Koneko. Ni-sama, don't do that. She said out loud, removing the brown-haired boy from between her breasts and hugging his head with her arms. Kuroka. Naya, but I just want to give the greatest comfort possible to the man I love. She said as she approached the brown-haired boy. The next thing that happened was that Kuroka threw herself on top of Koneko in order to hug Issei, which caused the three of them to lie on the bed with Issei in the middle of both sisters, who hugged him and brought their bodies closer to him as much as they could. Kuroka. Do you like this feeling, Ice Naya? She asked him, blowing a little on his ear and biting his ear a little. Aside from the fact that she was inciting him to touch her by biting him and speaking seductively into his ear, she pressed her voluptuous body against his body, causing the brown-haired man's right arm to become completely hot due to the brunette's contact. Koneko. Don't forget that I'm here too. She told the brown-haired boy, a little jealous that her sister was getting all her attention. Koneko then opened Issei's shirt and proceeded to kiss, lick and bite his neck. Kuroka. Naya, I never expected you to be like this, Shirin, but I'll take something better as a snack. She said, getting closer to the brunette's face. And before he could know what he was doing, Kuroka kissed him, but it wasn't just the union of their lips. Without giving him any options, she introduced her into the brunette's mouth. He exclaimed without saying a coherent word when he felt the brunette's sensual and lustful kiss. Koneko. Come on, senpai, what are you waiting for? She asked him, being looked at out of the corner of her eye. I already gave you permission to be with Ni-sama. She replied, showing him a tender and beautiful smile. And with those words, the brown-haired boy's right hand moved and surrounded the brunette's hip to bring her body closer to his, and with his left arm, he brought Koneko closer and began to touch her breasts. Koneko. Issei, I missed you so much. She said as soon as she felt the brown-haired boy stimulating her with his hand too well. Kuroka. I hope you're paying attention to me. She said, separating her lips an inch. And in response, the brown-haired boy stopped surrounding her body with his right arm, and before she could say anything she felt something pull down her kimono, revealing her large breasts. Issei. Of course I pay attention to you. Night had fallen a long time ago in the city of Kuo. It was currently around 4 in the morning, and although it shouldn't have been, all the girls from the Gremory group, except Koneko, were in the living room of Issei's house, talking about what happened in Kyoto, although of course they never said anything about Kunu and Yusaka, since they didn't know anything about it. Another reason why they were still awake and talking was because they were shamelessly talking about the two blondes, well, without even knowing, Issei was having sex with Kuroka like there was no tomorrow. And the only reason they didn't notice is that before the action started, Kuroka put up a sound barrier without the brunette or his sister noticing. And thanks to that, Kuroka was now completely lost in pleasure as she bounced over and over again on Issei. At their night, she only received a protective hug from the brown-haired boy, and when she turned to look at him, she received a kiss on her lips from him, and she immediately reciprocated the kiss, and said kiss lasted quite a while. Issei. Sorry for rejecting you before Kuroka. He told her once he stopped kissing her while still hugging her. Kuroka. That doesn't matter anymore. She told him, showing a beautiful smile of happiness. Knowing that you love me too and that I'm your woman now is all I need. She finished saying to kiss him again, but for less time. Naya. She made noise with her mouth and then gave a big yawn. Issei. How about you sleep? Today was your first time and the truth is that you lasted quite a while. He said, lifting her up a little and placing her under the sheets. It's incredible that Koneko hasn't woken up since then. He said, also taking the small and soft body of Koneko in his arms to place her under the sheets as well. Kuroka. Where are you going, Issei? Come and sleep with us. She said, sitting down as she watched the brunette put on some pants, shoes, and walk towards the door. When he turned around and saw the brunette, he saw how her face revealed her desire to sleep next to him and that she didn't want him to leave. At that, he could only give her a smile, completely understanding the look and feeling he gets when a woman truly loves him. Issei. I'm just going down to get something to drink. He commented as he started to open the door. If you want, please wait until I come back. After saying that, he saw how she accepted that, and with that he left the room, which when he went out to the hallway, he realized that Koneko's room was filled with the smell of sweat and fluids. Before going downstairs, he went to the bathroom and wet his face a little and wiped some of the sweat off his body. Once he finished, he went downstairs and went to the kitchen for a glass of water, unaware that he had passed through the living room, which was still lit and with some girls staring at him. The brown-haired boy took out a bottle of water and, to the girl's surprise, drank it completely. Issei. Ah, I really needed to drink water. He said to himself, knowing that he had ejaculated too many times. If she were in her mating season, she would surely be pregnant already. He thought, deducing how easy it could be to get pregnant in that state. As he had finished drinking the water, he threw the bottle into the trash and decided to go back to his room and sleep with his two cute cat girls. But it was then that a voice stopped him. Riaz. Issei. She called him with a small blush when she saw the brown-haired boy's body with few muscles and a little sweaty. Issei. Huh? What are you still doing awake? He asked them, not wanting to talk to them just because he wants to go back to bed. Riaz. We were talking about the Kyoto attack. She said, but remained silent, staring at the brown-haired boy's body. Akeno. Ara Issei-kun, what were you doing upstairs to not be wearing a shirt and be all sweaty? She asked him with a smile and a hand over her mouth. Issei. Something personal. He answered without any intention of telling them what he did with Kuroka for hours. Riaz. Issei, please answer Akeno's question properly. She told him, somewhat annoyed by the way he answered her. Issei. And why should I do that? Even though I'm still in your peerage for the moment, it doesn't mean that I'm going to treat them kindly and with respect, not after what they did. He said, turning his back on them as he walked towards the stairs. Riaz. Issei. She yelled angrily and somewhat scared by his words. Issei. I'm tired, so I won't stay to listen to anything you say, and what I do with Koneko during the nights is none of your business, goodbye. He told them while waving his hand as he went up the stairs. Issei continued up the stairs, leaving the girls in complete and utter shock, as they understood very well what he meant, causing them to blush furiously as they came out of shock. The brunette continued walking and in a short time entered the room where two of his loved ones were resting in bed, leaving a space between them. Issei. It seems that she was very tired. He commented, looking at the sleeping brunette. Well, I think this is my place. He commented, placing himself in the middle of the bed with each sister on one side. The moment he stood there, he felt both of them hug his arms, pressing their bodies against his and wrapping their legs around his as well. Issei. Good night, Kuroka. Good night, my dear Koneko. He told them, kissing them both. Even if they were asleep, they reciprocated the short kisses. I think I'll sleep very well from now on. He said, feeling Kuroka's breasts press against him. I think being perverted only with them wouldn't be bad at all. And with that, he closed his eyes as he felt tiredness overtake him, and in a matter of seconds he had also fallen asleep. That same day, but hours later, with the sun already in the sky, Issei was waking up, and when he saw the time, he realized that there was an hour left until classes. His expression turned pale, but when he was about to get up, he noticed two things. The first is that Kuroka and Koneko were no longer lying next to him. And the second is that he noticed a large bulge under the sheets while feeling a sensation that he liked. Issei. These two. He said in his head, already knowing what was happening. He grabbed the sheet with one hand and pulled it forcefully to the side, revealing Kuroka and Koneko tending to mini Issei with their mouths. Issei. Good morning, both of you. He told them, resisting growling as he felt Koneko make his entire little friend disappear in her mouth. Kuroka. Good morning, Issei Naya. She greeted him, crawling a little towards him, moving her hips seductively and letting her breasts hang. "Did you sleep well?" she asked him, and before he could answer she kissed him. "Issei. I'd say quite a bit." "Ugh, Koneko, I'm already about to," he told her, but before finishing the sentence he shot his entire morning climax into Koneko. "Koneko. Nah, it tastes delicious as always, senpai." She spoke while taking the remains of his from the climax that overflowed from her mouth with her fingers. "Kuroka. You really made Shirin Issei daring." She spoke to him and then sat on him, letting her butt collide with his little friend. "Does that mean you're going to do something similar to me?" she asked him in a seductive tone. "Issei. You're a pretty bad cat, Kuroka," he told her with a smirk. But the action he was about to start was stopped by a certain white-haired girl. "Koneko. Kuroka ni sama, even though I want to continue doing it with senpai. Just like me, we have classes," he said, taking her off of the brunette. "Kuroka. Naya Issei, don't you want to skip school today and have fun with me?" she asked him while running her hand over the brunette's torso. "Koneko. Ni-sama, don't insist, and you senpai, don't fall for her seduction," she said, watching with a frown as the brown-haired boy seemed to almost fall. "Issei. Haha, sorry Koneko, it's just that Kuroka's body is too tempting," he said while taking the brunette's breast with one hand. "Kuroka. Naya. Thank you very much for those words, Issei." "Koneko. Well, sorry for not having a body like that," she said, frowning again and turning her back. "Issei. Ah, sorry Shirin, I didn't mean for it to be understood like that," he said, trying to get her to stop being upset and turn to look at him. "Koneko. I guess I can't be bothered by that since I already know what it's like," she said, turning around to see him in the face. "But even though Ni-sama can beat me in her body, I beat her in something much more important," she said, making both of them curious. "Issei. And what would it be?" "Koneko. I'll be the first to have your children," she declared, leaving the brunette with his mouth open. "Or don't you want to?" she asked him with a depressed tone, making her Nekomata ears, which she never hid, droop. "Issei. Of course I want to have children with you," he declared out loud. "I want to have children with you, with Kuroka and with Irina, although I still have to figure out how to do it without her falling," he told her, revealing his great desires. "Kuroka. If you want, when I enter my mating season you can have those children you so desire." She spoke to him, hugging his back and pressing her breasts against him. "Issei. Well, I guess I'm gonna have a lot of work," he thought with a sweat drop. "Koneko. I will have his children first, I was his first wife, so I have the right to be the first to give birth," she said, hugging the brown-haired boy from the front, causing Issei to want to claim both of them, since they were completely naked between the two of them. "Koneko. Issei senpai. He's a pervert," she said, blushing as she felt the brown-haired boy's hard little friend collide against her stomach. "Issei. You can't expect that not to happen with both naked beauties hugging me," he said, making both of them happy with his words. "Koneko, I think we should take a shower before changing and going to class," he told her, managing to get out of that dangerous place. "Koneko. Okay," she said, standing up and going to get some towels so they could dry themselves later. "Oh, I almost forgot, the bathroom with the tub is broken, so we have to go take a shower. Senpai can go in first if you want." "Issei. What are you saying, Koneko?" he asked her as if what she said was ridiculous. "We'll bathe together, so we'll save water and time," he said, coming up with a good excuse. "Koneko. It's okay, I have no problem bathing with you since we've already had sex." Once she finished talking she walked covering her body with the towel towards the door and headed to the bathroom. "Issei. Hey Kuroka." He spoke to her, whispering. "You said that you had stopped her mating season, right?" he asked her, receiving a nod. "Does that mean that she will no longer get pregnant if you know?" he told her, still whispering. "Kuroka. There's no danger of me getting pregnant anymore, Naya," he told her, understanding where she was going with this. "Koneko. What's all the gossip? We have to go take a shower, senpai, hurry up," she said, leaving the room and going to the bathroom. Once he got out, Issei covered his lower half with a towel and walked towards the door. "Issei. If you get tired of being here you can turn into a cat and come visit us," he told him, and then opened the door and left. Issei walked down the hall without meeting any of the other girls, and when he reached the bathroom door, he heard the water from the shower already falling, so he smiled and quickly closed the door upon entering. "Koneko. Senpai is finally here, hurry up or we'll be late," she told him, already underwater. She said, enjoying the sensation of the hot water falling on her. "Issei. In that case I'll hurry up and finish," he spoke, leaving the towel hanging on a hook and standing behind Koneko. "Koneko. What are you?" "Nai." She moaned loudly at the sudden action of the brunette, forcing her to hold herself on the wall with her hands. "See. Senpai, now is not the time. Wait. We will be late if She tried to speak, but it was impossible as she felt Issei. Issei. As long as we don't arrive after the bell, there's no problem. He told her. Koneko. Senpai, I won't be able to walk properly afterwards. She told him, feeling how the brown-haired boy lifted her a little, preventing her from touching the ground, and in that way he continued to do her. Issei. I'll take responsibility for that. He told her, approaching her neck and kissing her. Koneko. Senpai is a pervert. Nai. She moaned, letting herself go, causing the brunette to turn her around without leaving her and continue his work by kissing her from the front. And in this way the minutes passed where they continued doing it until they left and had to go in a magic circle because there were less than 5 minutes left until classes started. Koneko. Seducer senpai. Issei. That's right, but you still love me and I love you. He said, seeing that they were already outside the occult club and kissing Koneko. Koneko. And also a perv idiot. She said, moving towards him and kissing him. He's a fool for thinking that a kiss would be enough. She said with a red face, since she was not used to saying that kind of things. Issei. Then during breaks I will give you the amount you want. He said, kissing her again and then starting to walk towards his classroom holding Koneko's hand. All of this was seen by her king, who saw them arrive through the magic circle and who, upon hearing the interaction and the kisses, felt somewhat jealous since her current partner was not that affectionate. Issei and Koneko had already arrived at their classrooms and the brunette's class was about to start. Roswas. Okay guys, before we start I want you to form groups of 3 to do a job. The Valkyrie told them as soon as she entered. Oh, and you 3 will be in different groups so you can't get together. She said, pointing to the 3 boys in the back. Issei. He didn't even want to be in a group with them, they would spend their time looking at porn magazines instead of working. He thought, remembering how he always ended up doing 90% of the work. But sensei, we can accept Haidu, but I don't want to have one of those 2 in my group. Said a girl while pointing at the bald man and the black-haired man. Roswas. No buts. Now form the groups quickly. She said with authority, watching as the girls quickly formed the groups so as not to be with those 2. At that an orange-haired girl got up from her seat and approached Issei. Irina. Issei-kun, can I join a group with you? She asked him, giving him an angelic smile. Issei. Of course, I would love to. He replied immediately. With that, Irina moved her desk and chair next to the brunette's, and once she was positioned next to him, she threw herself at him to hug him under the surprised gaze of all the girls, although when they thought about it better, it was something not very unexpected, knowing that she is the brunette's childhood friend and that they all realized that he likes her. So when they found out that she likes the brown-haired boy, they got nervous since Issei is supposed to be dating Koneko, so they thought there would be problems if they fought over the brown-haired boy. Motohama. Damn Issei, not just Koneko-chan. Mitsuda. Irina-chan too. He said, completing the black-haired boy's sentence. Issei. Irina is my childhood friend, so it's obvious that we are close. He told them, taking the brunette by the hand so that no one would notice, making her happy with the action. The minutes passed and most of the groups were already there, although there were 2 that only had 2 members. Roswas. I'm seeing that there are 2 groups with 2 people, get together and work all 4 together. She spoke, making the other 2 girls from the other group move their desks towards where the brown-haired boy was next to their chairs. Issei. I never expected to form a group with you, Murayama, Caddis. He told them once they finished locating themselves. Murayama. Me neither, but now your presence doesn't bother me anymore. He replied with a slight smile. Caddis. You may have been worse than trash before and we couldn't stand breathing the same filthy air as you, but now since you became Koneko-chan's boyfriend you have changed for the better. She said, cruelly attacking the brown-haired boy. Issei. Really now, women? He told him with a depressive aura surrounding him. Murayama. Hey, there's no need to say that now. He scolded her for the harsh words, although she thought the same way before. Caddis. Ahaha. Sorry. He said, apologizing to the brown-haired boy, to which he said it wasn't important. Seeing how the 2 who previously hated him now spoke to him with smiles made Irina smile, and with that, without them seeing, she took Issei's hand and intertwined their fingers. Issei looked at her from the corner of his eye, smiling as he saw the sweet smile the brunette had, and since he had already accepted it, he let her hold his hand while they did the work. Classes continued, and to Irina's delight, the other girls also began to talk to Issei without grimaces of displeasure or hatred. Once recess arrived, Issei and Irina walked together through the hallways towards Koneko's classroom. When they arrived, Issei greeted her with a kiss on the cheek, and with that the 3 of them headed to the terrace. When they arrived, luckily there was no one there, so they sat down, of course with the brown-haired girl between them. Koneko. So you also kissed senpai on the Kyoto trip? She asked as soon as they sat down. Irina. WH. What are you talking about, Koneko? She asked, stuttering quite a bit with her face completely red. Koneko. Issei-senpai told me that on the Kyoto trip, he also kissed you. Issei. Koneko, wait, don't say it like that. Irina. Why do you say also? She asked curiously. Koneko. Does that mean he didn't tell you that he kissed the Yokai leader and her daughter? She asked him tactlessly, causing a pale expression on the brunette. Irina. With Yusaka-sama and Kunu-chan. Issei. She shouted with a look of pain. Kunu-chan is a little girl. Issei. Is that all you care about? He asked to himself with a bit of grace. First of all, in my defense, I ended up kissing Kunu due to an accident where I tripped and fell on top of her. Koneko. Senpai, you really don't waste time. She commented, taking some candy out of her pocket. Issei. It's not my fault that something like this happens to me, sorry Irina for not telling you before. Irina. If you want me to forgive you then do two things. She said looking away blushing as she sat back down next to him. Issei. I'm all ears. Irina. The first is. I want you to kiss me. She said causing the brown-haired boy to smile. Roger. He then put both arms around her waist to draw her closer to him and with that he kissed her very lovingly. They spent about 30 seconds kissing when they separated but were mere centimeters away from reuniting their lips. Issei. Irina, your lips are really sweet and soft, just like an angel should be. He spoke, blushing her even more than she was. Koneko. Senpai was right, Irina's wings didn't come out even though they kissed. She commented causing both of them to notice that as well. Issei. I'll have to ask Michael. He commented while attracting Koneko with one arm without releasing the brunette against his body and letting out a sigh. I feel very lucky that you two love me. He spoke feeling quite relaxed, as if he had no worries. Irina. Now. Could you grant me the second request? Issei. Sure. He answered, drawing her closer to him and giving her a kiss on the cheek. Irina. Tell me what happened between you, Riaz and the others. She said ending the relaxation that the brown-haired boy felt. You told me that once we got back you would tell me, please tell me. Koneko. Irina, please don't ask that. She told her the instant she felt the brown-haired boy's grip tighten. Even if she wants to pretend or if she really believes, it still affects her. She thought with pain in her eyes. Irina. Why not? I know you're suffering because of what happened, that's why I want you to tell me so I can help you. Koneko. But. Issei. It's okay Koneko. He suddenly answered with a smile while resting his forehead against hers. I promised her and that's what I will do, besides, since she's one of my partners she deserves to know. He finished telling her giving her a quick kiss on the lips in order to calm her down and try to understand. Okay Irina, this will surely be difficult to process, but once you finish hearing it, I don't want you to do anything bad. He asked her causing the orange-haired girl to realize that it is something extremely serious, therefore she accepted the conditions. Okay. What happened was. They all are so annoying, they're too insistent just for someone new, and on top of that I don't know how to deal with them. He said as he walked down the academy hallway until he saw some stairs. These stairs lead to the terrace, right? There's not much time left of the break, I could take a look and that way I could lose those annoying kids better. He said to himself. As she climbed the stairs and opened the door to the terrace, she was amazed by the beautiful view of the city. Then he hears something to his left, so he turns his head and finds a brown-haired boy he knows very well, a white-haired girl and an orange-haired girl who was crying while hugging the brown-haired boy while he caressed her back with a small smile. Before he knew it, the brown-haired boy noticed her, and when he saw her he seemed quite surprised. Huh. Ravel. At that word, Koneko and Irina set their sights on the blonde who was wearing the same uniform as them. Ravel. H. Hello, Issei-sama. What's wrong? He asked looking at the orange-haired girl. Issei. It's nothing, it's not important so don't worry. He spoke calmly feeling how Irina stared at him at his words. What are you doing here Ravel? Ravel. I was transferred and since they bothered me a lot for being new, plus the fact that I don't know how to deal with humans, I ran away and ended up here. Koneko. It's a shame that fried chicken can't talk to humans, I really underestimated you. She said while eating a chocolate bar. Ravel. Fried chicken? She asked, quite bewildered by the nickname. I think this Nekomata needs to learn good manners. I'm a member of the Phoenix clan and you can't talk to me like that. Well, even if I told you that, I don't think you can learn manners anyway. Koneko. What did you say? She asked, standing up at the blonde's provocation. Issei. Wait. He said to the white-haired girl, stopping her by grabbing her hand. Koneko. Senpai please let me go, I must teach you to respect others. Ravel. In that case I must teach you good manners. Faced with this confrontation that arose out of nowhere, Issei was somewhat confused as to how it could have originated and reached this point where they could actually start fighting. At that moment the bell rang, indicating that the recess was over. Ravel. The bell saved you. Koneko. the one actually saved is you. He said, still facing her. Issei. Stop fighting, we have to go to class. He spoke as he stood up, as did Irina, who wiped away her tears. Koneko walked and passed by Ravel, of course not without first looking at her sharply and then opening the door and entering the building, but waiting for the brunette. Irina also passed by and waited for Issei. Issei. I hope you can get used to this place, Ravel. He spoke to her as he arrived at her side. Ravel. I don't understand many things, so I'll give it my all. Koneko. You'll only cause trouble for Senpai. She replied, provoking Ravel again. Everyone had already passed through the door and Issei did too. Issei. Please stop already. He was saying until he tripped on the edge of the door that separates the terrace from the interior. Kai Koneko. Senpai, your perverted side can't be satisfied, right? Irina. Ice-kun, even if doing that is wrong, I'm sure the Lord will forgive you. She spoke while putting her hands together to pray. Her words were nothing more than that, because when she fell on Ravel. And when she fell, she tried to hold on to something, causing 2 buttons on the blonde's uniform to come off, revealing her bra and ending up with her face between those perfect breasts, much to Ravel's embarrassment. Kaya. She shouted after a few seconds of the brunette having his face between her breasts. Issei-sama, you pervert. Not here. Wait until after school. She replied before hitting his cheek. With a magic circle he fixed the buttons on his clothes and left. Issei. That hurt. He said, rubbing his cheek. At that he noticed a rather strong cold gaze, and seeing the source he knew he was in big trouble. Issei. Koneko that was. He spoke to the source of such a look. Koneko. Issei-senpai, as long as they're pretty and have big breasts, you'll go for them? She asked him before turning around and also going down the stairs to go to class. Issei. She's angry. Come on Irina, we'll be late for class. He said, speaking to the orange-haired girl who didn't abandon him. Irina. Issei-kun, things really happen to you that wouldn't happen to anyone else with girls. She said, referring to those falls. Issei. Don't even remind me, thanks to that I ended up kissing Kunu and Yasaka-sama. After that they walked until they reached their living room. They were obviously scolded by the teacher who arrived before them, but he still let them pass. The rest of the day was like any other, apart from organizing a bit of things for the school festival. At the end of the day, Issei left with Koneko, Ravel who couldn't see the brunette because she remembered what happened before, and of course Irina was also there. The boys, seeing how the brown-haired boy was surrounded by those beauties, felt jealous and had thoughts about killing him because of the injustice. Along the way Issei noticed that Irina was very quiet. Seeing her gaze lost in space let him know that she was remembering what he told her on the rooftop. Issei. With how kind she is, what will she do? After they arrived, they introduced Ravel to the room she will now occupy because she asked a brown-haired boy to stay in her house, which was actually a mansion. Ravel stayed in his room, Irina went to hers to think things through clearly, and the remaining 2 walked towards the same destination. Upon entering they were met with the sight of a certain brunette sleeping peacefully in bed. Issei. And I was wondering if she was bored. He said, sitting next to the brunette gently so as not to wake her up and moving a lock of hair that fell almost into her mouth. In that he feels himself being hugged by Koneko, to which he could only smile. Issei. Do you need help with your homework? Koneko. No, they didn't give us any so I have the day off. Issei. I see, in that case would you like to go out? He asked her, seeing a bit of excitement in her. Koneko. I would love to. With that said, they changed into their going out clothes, and just as the other girls were arriving at the house, that's when they see Issei and Koneko come out holding hands and going in the opposite direction. Akeno, Asia and Zenobia stared at them for a few seconds until they entered the house, but Ria stared at them as she remembered what she had seen and heard when they appeared this morning at the entrance of the occult club building. Akeno. Ria's. I'm coming Akeno. She told her before she could say anything, and with that she entered the house. Hours passed and the 2 boyfriends had returned just in time for dinner. And the moment they entered, all the girls who were in the house, except for Issei's mother and Kuroka, saw how Koneko seemed to be very happy, although she tried to hide it. Ravel. It's about time you arrived, you're lucky that I've just finished making dinner so you can eat it while it's hot. He said as Irina helped put the plates with food while having a certain thought. Irina. Will he get angry if I tell Issei-kun that he wouldn't let us eat until he arrives? Issei. Ravel, is there food for one more? He asked, looking at his plate but without sitting down. Ravel. One more. Of course, I made a lot so you can repeat the dish if you like it so much. He said, starting to laugh, making everyone sweat. Issei. Then I'll be right back. Koneko. Senpai, who? Issei. Calm down. He replied, trying to calm her down, since he knew she realized what he was trying to do. They all watched as Issei went up the stairs until after a few minutes they felt someone start to come down, and that someone was the brown-haired boy. Issei. Come on, don't just stand there, come. He spoke to someone apparently on the first floor to the surprise of everyone except Koneko. Ravel. Is there anyone else living here? He asked curiously as there was supposed to be no one else. Irina. No, there's no one else. Who is Issei-kun talking to? At that moment they saw Koneko get up and walk towards the stairs and stare at the one the brown-haired boy wanted to come down. At that moment, when they heard the words Koneko said, they were more than surprised. Koneko. Kuroka-ni-sama, please come down to eat with us. A few seconds later they heard someone else coming down the stairs and soon they saw Kuroka's figure, who was somewhat nervous as she felt the intense sharp gaze of Rias and the others. Rias. Issei, what does this mean? Issei. She's not a criminal anymore, so I let her stay, and now I want to have dinner with her. Come Kuroka, sit next to me. He indicated, making her sit to his right while she had Koneko also next to her. Rias. You let her stay. How long has that criminal been here? Besides, I don't care if she's not a criminal anymore, she committed so many evil acts that she can't be forgiven. Issei. This is my house in case you forget, so if I wanted to stay it's my decision. He said, cutting off what he was saying with a serious and angry tone. After saying that, the atmosphere became quite tense. Nobody expected the brunette to answer the redeed that way, and that was noticeable by the look Rias gave the brunette. Issei. If you want to argue about Kuroka's presence, let it be after dinner. I don't want Ravel's food to get cold and for her to not have tried anything. He spoke as he started eating. Ravel, this is incredible, you really know how to cook. He praised her, completely ignoring the redeed's gaze. Ravel. Thanks, Issei-sama. She replied, blushing a little. Issei. What's wrong Kuroka? Why aren't you eating? He asked her, noticing that she hadn't touched any of the food. Kuroka. I don't think I should be here. She said, noticing the sharp glances of a certain redeed and black-haired girl. Issei. So you're not going to eat? He asked her, to which she slightly shook her head. In that case I won't eat either. He said, surprising her. Koneko. If Ni-sama doesn't eat, neither will I. She said the same thing, surprising the others, but making a blonde smile slightly. Ravel. Kuroka-sama, please eat. I am not a great cook, but I have confidence in my abilities. She said, surprising the brunette with her smile and the kind words she gave her. Since Kuroka always had her Nekomata features in plain sight, everyone saw how her cat ears were drooping, but then they saw how they stood up. Kuroka. If you do that, you'll put me in a difficult situation. She said while looking at the plate. She then took the cutlery with her hands, and with that she began to eat, making Issei, Koneko and Ravel smile, who, seeing how they treated the brunette, knew that she was someone precious to them. Issei, Irina, Koneko and Ravel spent their time talking to Kuroka, as if she was part of their group from the beginning. Seeing Irina's interaction with Kuroka made Issei quite happy that she doesn't hold any grudges or distrust towards him for being a former criminal. The others were just silent watching the interaction they had with the brunette. After finishing dinner, Rias stood up and stood next to the brunette. Rias. Issei, I think it's time for you to tell me why she is in this house, since she is a criminal. Issei. I already said that she is no longer a criminal. He said, looking at her but without getting up from his chair. Rias. Even though she isn't a criminal, she still has to pay for what she did in the past. She spoke, creating a magic circle in her ear, causing Kuroka to get nervous seeing that. Issei. What are you doing? Rias. I'm about to call on Ni-sama. Issei. Are you going to expose Kuroka? He asked, standing up quite annoyed. If she's no longer a criminal and being Koneko's sister, are you really going to expose her? If they catch her, they could torture her just to get them to tell them secrets that not even she can know. Rias. You must pay for your crimes, Issei. You committed several acts and helped others from the Chaos Brigade that harmed us greatly and continue to do so. Issei. I've been holding back too much after what they did to me, and now you demand that I hand over Kuroka. Go ahead and have Surzich's-sama come, that way I'll tell him once and for all that you were cheating on me with Riser and that you were sleeping with him to cancel our marriage once and for all. He said out loud, significantly upsetting Ravel, who knew nothing about that. Kuroka. If Shirin hadn't told me what happened to her while Issei was on his trip to Kyoto, I would have surely taken my eyes off those damn things, but I'm surprised they're still engaged. He thought, looking with hatred at the Redeet in particular. Issei. I already did you a big favor by not telling your parents what you did when we went to their home. What will you do now? Will you call Surzich's-sama or not? I dare Gremory. He asked her without backing down in his attack towards her. But he only received a look of concern and fear from Rias. After all, he didn't want his family to find out yet until he could think of a way to explain it without it sounding bad. Issei. If you're not going to do it, then don't insist anymore. Well, since we've finished eating, I think I'll leave. Shall we go, girls? He asked them with a warm smile towards the girls he loves. With that, the girls stood up from their chairs and left with the brunette on top, leaving the other four in the same place, very depressed by the brunette's treatment. That was when Riaz realized that at no time had Issei even called her Butchu. Irina, Ravel, Koneko, and Kuroka walked alongside Issei and followed him until they all entered the sisters' room. Ravel. Issei-sama, what you said downstairs, was it true? Did Riaz-sama do that to you? She asked as soon as the door closed. Koneko. Not just her. She said with hatred in her tone, surprising the phoenix. Ravel. Who else was it? She asked, feeling that it was impossible for them to have done that. Issei. I found Asia and Zenobia having sex with Saji, Sona Kaichu's pawn, in the middle of the night. He said, watching the blonde's mouth open. Then, as I walked a little further, I heard a sound. He complained as his left arm was pinched too hard by Koneko. Koneko. That's what you get for wanting to say something you can't say. She said with a slight blush on her face. Issei. Sorry, well following what I was saying, then I found Akeno-san and Butchu doing it with Riser. Ravel. This can't be. Are they insane? After asking that question he suddenly sees Irina approach Issei and hug him lovingly. Irina. I would never change you for another. She told him while feeling the hug being returned to her. Issei. And I have no doubt about that, Irina. He told her, raising her face and joining his lips with hers. But as you see, Ravel, even though they deceived me, there is still someone who loves me. He spoke to her while also being hugged by the two Nekomatas as well. Ravel stood tense and blushed massively as she watched the three of them kiss the brunette and give him a radiant smile, causing a strange feeling in her chest. Ravel. But Issei-sama, if Riaz-sama did that to him, why is he still engaged to her? Issei. That's it. Well, it's because of something that happened when we went to visit his parents. Kuroka. I want to know about that too. I won't allow you to continue being engaged to that damn thing. Issei. Don't worry, rest assured that I won't marry her, but if you want to know what happened then I'll tell you. He told them, proceeding to walk to the bed to sit down, as did the girls, although Irina and Ravel sat in some chairs that were already there and paid close attention to find out what happened during that visit. It was a completely normal day in the Gremory territory. And on this normal day was when Riaz Gremory, the heiress of the Gremory house, was arriving, heading to the castle where her family resides. Of course they had to use the train that takes them to the underworld, and on the way everyone talked normally or played chess. But as expected, Issei and Koneko were a little apart from the rest, which made Kiba curious, who was playing chess with Akeno, while Roswas watched, Gasper who was in his box with a video game, and Irina who was talking to Asia and Zenobia, although they didn't even notice that the orange-haired brown-haired girl wasn't paying attention to what they were saying at times. With a little more than 10 minutes left to reach their destination, Riaz gets up from her seat and walks towards Issei and Koneko, causing both of them, who were talking with each other with smiles, to stop talking and look at her. Riaz. Issei, could I talk to you for a moment? Issei. What do you want? Riaz. I'd prefer it to be in private. She said, making it clear that she wanted to go to another car. Issei. Okay. Koneko, I'll be right back. He told her but felt his left hand being held tightly by her. I'll be right back, okay? He said convincingly, and with that he followed the redeed to the next car. After they both entered the second car from where they were, which was empty, they both remained in a long silence. Issei. But if you don't tell me what you want then I'm going back to Koneko-chan. He said, making Riaz turn around and see that he had an expression that was difficult to describe. Riaz. Issei. I know you're upset. Issei. Aha. Did you bring me here just to talk about this? If so, I'll be back, but first let me tell you something, of course I'm upset, after everything what you did is not something that can be forgiven overnight. You just proved yourself as a cheater slut. He said with a frown and about to turn around and leave. Riaz. Wait. That's not what I meant. She said nervously, causing the brunette to stop. You see, I want you to do me a favor. Issei. A favor? After what you did, you expect me to do you a favor? Riaz. I know I don't deserve to ask you for a favor, but I really need you to do it. She said with pleading in her eyes. And even though he didn't like it, he at least wanted to know what kind of favor it was. Issei. First I want to know what favor it is. Riaz. You see, only you and the girls, except for Irina, know about my relationship with Razor. She said, seeing the grimace of disgust on the brunette's face and how he clenched his fists. The favor I want to ask you is something that only you can do. Issei. Tell me what kind of favor it is. He said, somewhat annoyed because he had to listen to her say about the simple relationship she seemed to have with a blonde because of how she said it. Riaz. Could you please not say anything related to that night? At the moment of hearing those words, the brunette's mind became chaos, and with what little he could he controlled himself so as not to yell in her face about the small favor. Issei. After what you did. You expect me to ignore you and lie to your family about what you did to me? Just so they won't get angry at you? Rias. Please don't say it like that. Issei. And how do you expect me to say it? He shouted at her, exalting her since he didn't expect that shout. Rias. I know I don't deserve to ask you this, but please. I don't want to tell them yet. She said with her face looking at the ground a little and with her eyes closed. Issei. You're selfish. Slut. He commented too quietly but was heard by Rias thanks to her demon ears. Do what you want, anyway I'm not one of those who go around telling what happened as if I didn't care. After saying that, he turned around and left the car, slamming the door shut. Koneko was waiting for the brown-haired boy sitting in the same place as before. It was then that the door opened and the brown-haired boy appeared. Issei. Hello Koneko, sorry for the wait. He said normally, relieving Koneko that nothing bad had happened. Koneko. It doesn't matter, you're just in time anyway senpai, we'll arrive in about 2 minutes. She said smiling a little. After a few seconds Rias appeared and she also seemed normal, so Koneko really thought nothing strange happened, and since she knew the brunette, she knew he wouldn't forgive her so easily and quickly. A few minutes later they arrived at Gremory territory, and when they got off the train they found Gremory Castle and several maids waiting for them. The maids led them to the dining room where they will eat with Ria's parents. Upon arriving, they saw Diodocus and Venelana, Ria's parents, entering through another door. Venelana. Ria's dear, it's nice to see you. He commented while hugging her as soon as he reached her side. Ria's. I'm glad to see you too. She replied with a smile. Diodocus. Let's not just stand here, let's sit down. He said after hugging her too. With that said, everyone sat down, but Issei was about to sit next to Koneko, who was on the other side of where Ria's was. Ria's. I sit next to me, don't be shy. She spoke to him with a sweet smile which made him tense. Koneko. Did she? Called him Ice. She wondered, feeling that something was strange. Issei. It's okay. He replied with a smile as well, and with a somewhat embarrassed expression to proceed to sit next to her. Koneko. Issei, what are you doing? She wondered without knowing why she accepted. The food had arrived and the chatter was not long in coming. The chatter continued until the maids brought a cup of tea to each one. Venelana. By the way, Issei-kun, I'd like to ask you something. She spoke to him with a warm smile. Since after defeating Razor you ended up getting engaged to Rias, when would you plan to marry her? Rias. Mother, don't ask something like that. Venelana. I just want to know how much she wants to marry you, after all I think you both know that you like each other. She replied laughing a little at her daughter's embarrassed expression. Hearing those words. Koneko almost forcibly broke the cup she was holding, even though she had barely exerted any force. Issei. Well, the truth is that I would at least like to finish university before getting married, although Venelana-sama is right. He said earning the curious look of 4 girls who did not know why he said all that. Rias and I really love each other therefore there is no need to doubt marriage. He said looking at the redeed with affection making the brown-haired girl happy. But as soon as she finished saying that, the sound of something breaking was heard, and when they saw what it was, they found Koneko's cup shattered, and with a shocked expression, and pale skin. Venelana. Are you okay Koneko-san? He asked her without knowing what was wrong. At Diodocus's command, maids cleaned up the spilled tea and took the pieces of the cup and Koneko away to a room to rest. Venelana. What happened to him? Rias. I don't know, it's the first time I've seen her like this. She said feigning ignorance, something that was driving the brunette crazy. Issei. Because of this fucking sicko bitch favor I've already hurt Shirin, I must go quickly to explain to her. Diodocus. I almost forgot, Surziches will be coming from his residence. Rias. Will Ani-sama come? Diodocus. I even think he must be here already, how about you take Issei and Milikas to see him? I think he wants to talk to Issei. He commented causing the brown-haired boy to be curious about what Surziches would want with him. Since Rias agreed to do that, they went to look for Milikas, and after hearing where Surziches would be, they arrived at his location, and he was with a black-haired man whom they already knew. Rias. Welcome Ani-sama. Surziches. There was no need for you to come and greet me, but thank you. He commented as he watched his daughter approach and stay by his side. Rias. I'm surprised you came too, Sarerg. Surziches. He brought some fruits and other things from the Bale region, and he also wants to discuss some matters regarding the raiding game they will have. Issei. About the raiding game? Surziches. That's right, he plans to remove all unnecessary rules from the combat guidelines. Rias. Does that mean we'll use all of our abilities? Sarerg. That's right, if I want to carry the title of the great royal family, I must face them without those annoying rules that restrict us. Surziches. Issei-kun, I wanted to meet you since Sarerg wanted to face you before the raiding game. He said surprising both. Would you be interested in a little training session then? Issei. Huh. Well, this is very unexpected, but I would also like to have an exchange of fists with Sarerg-san. Since the meeting of young devils, I have wanted to measure our strength. He spoke with determination. But first, could you wait a few minutes before the fight? He asked them, receiving a yes from the black-haired man. In that case, wait for me where we will fight. After finishing saying that, he turned around and ran away. After asking some maids for the location of Koneko's room, he arrived a few minutes later. On the way, he received a call from Rias telling him where the fight would be and that if he got lost, he could ask someone so they could guide him. Without answering a single word, he forced Rias to cut the call. When he was in front of Koneko's door, he felt quite nervous, but without delay he opened it and entered. When he entered, he saw her lying in bed but completely covered by the sheets. Issei. Koneko, can we talk? He asked, sitting on the bed next to her. Koneko. No. Get out. She said without getting out from between the sheets. Issei. I understand that you're upset about what happened before. But this time she did come out and confronted him, noticeably upset. Koneko. Of course I'm upset. You said you didn't love her anymore, but you just said you love her and want to marry her. You're a liar. She told him with a few small tears. Issei. Why are you crying? Koneko. Because I will no longer be the first in your heart. You forgave her, and from what happened before it is obvious that you still love her. She told him, feeling frustrated. Issei. Of course you are the first in my heart. He told her, surrounding her waist with one arm. Koneko. No. Let go. She tried to push him away, but received a kiss on the lips, causing her to not be able to gather strength in her arms. Issei. All that was a lie, Koneko. He told her, having her under him and just a few centimeters from his lips. Koneko. A lie. Issei. Do you know what she wanted to talk about on the train? She asked me not to say anything about her relationship with Razor. She asked me not to say anything related to that night. He told her, witnessing the surprise and anger in her eyes. Issei. Yes. She's too selfish, bitch. He finished the sentence to kiss her again, only now she reciprocated it from the beginning by surrounding his neck with her arms, so as not to let him go. By the way, I'm going to have a confrontation with Sarerg. Do you want to go see? Koneko. What did you do to have to face him? Issei. He asked for it, and I wanted it too, so I agreed, but I didn't want to fight if I didn't fix this problem first, since I wanted you to see. What do you say? Shall we go? Koneko. Okay. She replied with a slight smile. But if you do that again without telling me, I won't forgive you so easily. She said, pulling hard on one of her cheeks. Issei. I know a method that will do it. Koneko. Which one? Issei. The one about not letting you sleep for a whole day. He said, giving her a kiss and separating from her, leaving her blushing because of the method. Koneko. Seducer senpai. She told him with her face still blushing. Issei. It may be, but it would only be that way with you. Or with Kuroka. He said, remembering the brunette's confession, and that he should think about it. Koneko. And it can't be with both of them together? She asked, standing next to him and walking towards the door without knowing that what she said could be interpreted in two ways. Issei. Wow, I didn't expect that sweet Koneko would want to have a threesome with me and her sister, although I wouldn't refuse that at all. He said, making her tense and hyper red. Koneko. I didn't mean that. She said, stuttering more and more when she saw the brown-haired boy's smile. Issei. I know, I just wanted to tease you, although I would really like that to happen if Kuroka really did it with us. He thought without knowing if he would have that moment. But well, I think it's time to go to that fight. He said, opening the door next to Koneko, who kept her gaze on the floor so that no one could see her blush. Issei stood in front of Sarerg at the place where they will fight a little. The place where they are allowed to fight was in a circular area, while the girls, Kiba and Surziches, will be watching outside the circular boundary. Rias, Akeno, Kiba and Surziches were on the ground floor, while the other girls were on the first floor for a better view. Seeing that only the Redeed's confirmation for the fight was missing, Sarerg took off his upper clothing, showing a t-shirt tight to his muscles, and as soon as Surziches started the fight, the first to act was the brown-haired boy. Welsh dragon. Balance break. With those words, a red glow covered the brown-haired boy's body along with a bit of fire, and then revealed the Sekiryute's armor, along with a pair of wings. With his thrusters activated, Issei moved to the right around the black-haired man, trying to figure out how to attack him. However, when he saw that the black-haired man was turning his body at high speed and without taking his eyes off him, he realized that he couldn't attack him with a surprise attack, so he only had to go straight to him. Making the energy of his thrusters come out with more force, he launched himself towards the black-haired man, ready to give him a good punch in the face if he could. And to his relief and confusion, he was able to hit him in the face too easily, even though it was clearly noticeable that he has great speed and good reflexes. Once Sarerg received the blow, he was sent back several meters, but without taking his feet off the ground. Saraerg. That was a good hit. If I were an ordinary demon I would have already lost, and since I'm not an ordinary one. Saying that he disappeared from sight and appeared behind the brown-haired boy. The fight won't end so easily. After saying that, with quite a bit of force, he crashed his right fist against one of Issei's arms, while having both arms in an X position to protect himself and better cushion the blow. Upon receiving the blow, the wind blew violently, and due to the enormous force contained in that blow, Issei could not hold on and flew a few meters in the air, but managed to touch the ground with his feet by using his thrusters. Issei. He has great speed and strength, he left my arms a little numb, although he cracked the armor it didn't reach the bone. I must be more careful with his blows. Drake, I will leave you in charge of recovering my arms. Understood. Saraerg. I see you haven't fallen yet. Well, it would be a shame if it ended with just that greeting. He commented watching as the cracks in the armor disappeared. Issei. Just a greeting. The way he broke the armor with just his bare fist is no joke. He said in a low voice quite seriously. Saraerg. Here I come. Was the last thing he said before disappearing again. He then appeared to Issei's left and with a quick movement, launched a punch that he barely managed to dodge, but causing a shockwave to emerge in a straight line and then curved to the right, destroying the ground a little in its path. Issei. Damn, even though it only grazed me, it damaged the armor. I'll have to be more serious then. He thought after checking the damage and being about to attack. Letting out more power from his thrusters, he headed at high speed, directly at the black-haired man, and taking advantage of that speed he gave him another blow to the face. But unfortunately this time the black-haired man just stood still without moving an inch with his arms crossed, as if he hadn't received any damage. Faced with that surprise, Saraerg took advantage and tried to give him an upward blow that Issei almost dodged by jumping back, while he saw how once again, the air pressure shot upward until it collided with the ceiling of the place that looked like it was the sky, causing it to crack and dust and small debris to fall. Issei, is he really someone on the same level as Diodora and the president? He's in a different league. He thought after touching the ground, totally surprised by the black-haired man's power and speed. Despite not having the power of destruction of his family, he was able to obtain this strength. He really is someone to admire. Saraerg. Don't get distracted. He mentioned appearing in front of him in a second. Although it caught him a little off guard, the brown-haired boy was able to dodge the blow by lowering his head a little, but just like before, a large current of air was created, but this time sending him rolling on the ground. Issei. I have no choice. He mentioned, ready to say a few words out loud. Promotion. Rook. Once the promotion was completed it began loading various boosts. At that moment Saraerg once again launched himself at the brunette. And this time, once he got in front of him, he was able to connect a blow with his right fist to one side of the gem in the center of the armor, cracking it enough to the point of directly hurting the brunette and causing some small parts of the armor to fall along with a little blood to fall to the ground and also causing him to cough up a little blood. Issei. You too. Don't get distracted. He exclaimed, hitting him back but towards the right cheek, drawing a few drops of blood from his mouth and nose. After they both hit each other and managed to hurt each other, they stopped attacking each other, while they just stared at each other without moving from their spots. Saraerg. You didn't let me down in the end, even though I put all my strength into that blow. Your rook defense is magnificent. He spoke to him while wiping the drop of blood from his nose. Issei. Thank you for those words. It's quite rare for a high-class devil not to look down on me. Saraerg. If I were like the rest of the high class, then I would look down on most demons. Besides, I can't look down on you after you defeated the leader of the ancient demon king's faction and fought against the god Loki. Your strength is above many high-class demons who pride themselves on their strength when they wouldn't withstand a single blow from you. Issei. Wow, he really thinks highly of me. He said, surprised to hear the black-haired boy's praise. Saraerg. I enjoy fighting you since you are someone just like me who strives to be much stronger, so don't hold back and try to hit me with all your might. He commented, getting into a fighting stance again. With those words spoken, the brown-haired boy once again launched himself at the black-haired boy, thus causing the fight to begin again. They both fought for several minutes, and the longer they exchanged blows, the more the place where they were was destroyed. Some of the pillars on the edge were destroyed, others had countless cracks, as well as various parts of the ground. The Gremory group and Surziches only saw the destruction and the sound of Issei's increases. At that moment Issei pushed himself off a pillar to get higher over the black-haired man and then proceeded to throw dragon energy spheres at him. Unfortunately, they were deflected with just the black-haired man's fists. Issei. Damn, nothing works against him. What do I do to become stronger? Saraerg. Hey hi to Issei. He called him, suddenly getting his attention. When you said that you want to become stronger made me remember something. Issei. Remember? Saraerg. I heard a rumor that you get stronger by touching Ria's breasts. Is that true? Hearing that question caused a sensitive spot to touch the brunette, causing him to turn his head slightly to see the aforementioned, who clearly looked nervous and a little blushed. Issei. You could say so. He spoke, trying not to emit hostility, and spit on her. So that no one would notice that something bad happened. Sarerg. How about you do it? If you do it and show me more power, I will do the same. That way we will continue knowing the same amount of information about each other for the rating game. He said, surprising everyone. Surziches was surprised but with a smile, seeing how smart and honest Sarerg was to be in the same conditions. Kiba and Roswas thought that the proposal was good, since that way they would see the black-haired man's strength better, but if they do, Issei's strength would also be discovered. Akeno. Asia and Zenobia were speechless, knowing that it would be extremely impossible for the brunette to gain power by touching Ria's breasts after what they did to her. While Ria's was much more nervous than the three of them, not knowing if the brunette would accept the proposal or not. And she also didn't know if she herself would let the brunette grow her breasts despite being with Razor. She was in an internal conflict about whether to speak up and tell him to touch her or not. There were also Gasper, Irina and Koneko. Irina, not knowing about Issei's situation with the girls, shouted, saying that it was a good idea to be accompanied by Gasper, while Koneko, although she was surprised by this proposal, knew that the brown-haired boy would never agree to do it, even if he was pretending to be in a good relationship with Rias. Issei. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline the offer. He spoke, surprising Surziches and the others except two people. Sarerg. I knew you would say that. He spoke, looking at the brown-haired boy with a smile. It would be a waste to use your best attack in this place. Use it better in the rating game, and that way I will also show you my best attack. He commented, approaching Issei and stretching out his hand once he arrived in front of him. Let's finish here, we can both continue, so it would be useless to exchange more blows, since it would be the same amount of power. Issei. I agree with you. He said, undoing the armor along with the boosted gear to take the black-haired man's hand and get up. Sarerg. Now that the fight is over, could we talk alone for a moment? He asked, drawing the brown-haired boy's curiosity about what he wanted to talk about. Issei. Sure. He accepted without problems. With that, Sarerg said goodbye to the rest and left through a door, followed by Issei under everyone's curious gazes. Once they got far enough away from where they fought, Sarerg stopped and turned around, showing a slightly serious face. Sarerg. Before I tell you the reason for wanting to talk to you alone, I want to ask you something. Can I call you Issei? Issei. Sure, I think it's annoying to say my first and last name all the time, plus I prefer to be called by my first name. Sarerg. Well, then Issei, please answer me honestly. He said, leaving a long silence, managing to make him nervous. Did something happen between you and Rias? Issei. What? He asked, totally surprised by that kind of question. Why do you ask that? Sarerg. Ever since I saw you with Rias, I noticed that you kept a certain distance from her, as if you were establishing a wall, in addition to the fact that when I suggested the fact that you touch her breasts, in addition to the silence that you left, I saw Rias quite nervous, and I don't think it was because of the embarrassment of you touching her. I also noticed the small tone of anger when you rejected the proposal, and the small detail that you were clenching your left fist quite a bit. Left him. With his mouth open as soon as he said all that. Issei. That is. Sarerg. Did they fight? He asked, already establishing a yes to his previous question. Issei. Something like that. He said with a sigh and a slight frown. Sarerg. Was it that bad? Issei. You have no idea. He commented, shaking his head. Sarerg. If he's too serious, will you still be his pawn? The moment he asked that, Issei fell silent, seriously thinking about the question. Sarerg. I honestly wouldn't want you to stop being his pawn because of that fight, but if you feel that you no longer want to be his pawn, you can try to get another king to make an exchange. Issei. An exchange? Sarerg. That's right, you would pass into another demon's peerage, and the demon you replace will become Ria's peerage. That's literally what the word exchange means. Issei. I see. He murmured, knowing that there was a way to leave the Redeed's peerage without dying. Sarerg. But if you do it, I hope it's after the rating game. I still want to face you. He said with a smile and patting the brown-haired boy's shoulder. Issei. Of course, I also want to fight you. He replied, leaving his serious face and replacing it with a smile. Sarerg. Well, you should go back. I hope you don't stop training because it won't be so easy to hurt me. At those words, Issei just laughed before turning around and walking a few meters until he saw Koneko appear in his vision. Issei. What are you doing here, Koneko? Koneko. I wanted to know where you were because you were taking a long time to come back, but I see that you were still talking to Sarerg-sama. She spoke, seeing the black-haired man several meters behind the brown-haired man. Issei. Yes, we just finished talking and I was about to return. Are we going back together? He asked with a warm smile, to which Koneko accepted. Sarerg, watching as they both said goodbye to him and walked very closely and talking to each other with smiles, realized something. Sarerg. There is no wall between the two of them, unlike the one I noticed when Issei was with Rias. I guess I'll know the reason in due time. He commented to himself before turning around and walking away from that place as well, since he has things to do. Once Issei finished telling Kuroka, Irina and Ravel what happened when he visited Ria's parents. To say that Kuroka and Ravel weren't angry would be a blatant lie. Remembering how the brown-haired boy told them about the favor the Redite asked of him, made Kuroka want to tear out her arms, eyes, and torture her in the worst way, while trying to make sure what she did to the man she loves never happened. Ravel rarely got as angry as she was right now, when she heard the favor the Redite asked of her. She never thought there would come a time when she would hate her so much that she would start to tremble. And while those two were filled with the feeling of hatred, Irina just looked at the brown-haired boy with a face of sadness and pain, knowing that while he was going through such a bad moment, she didn't notice anything strange at all, and believed that the brown-haired boy's relationship with the others was going just as well. Issei. Irina, please don't blame yourself for not knowing. He told her, noticing her expression and how she held the edge of her skirt tightly. Irina. But, she said, lowering her head. Issei. But nothing. He interrupted her by standing up and approaching where she was sitting. You're too kind, so I knew that if you found out about everything, you would feel bad for not realizing how bad things were going. As I told her all this calmly, I lovingly caressed one of her cheeks and wiped away the small tears that were forming. Issei. You may not have been able to help me before, but how about now? Have you forgotten what you are to me? He asked, causing the orange-haired girl to look him in the eyes. Irina. No. I didn't forget. She commented, showing a small smile. Issei. And you should never do it or doubt it. You are one of the women I love, and I know that they will never leave me. He told her before giving her a tender kiss on the lips for a few seconds. By the time they parted, Irina's face was flushed from being kissed in such a sweet way by the man she loves, and also from the embarrassment of other people seeing them. Kuroka. I'd like to ask how you ended up together, but I don't think it's very important right now, Naya. She commented with a smile. Ravel. And now what will Issei-sama do? She asked him with her cheeks a little red due to the kiss scene. Issei. About what? Ravel. After Ria-sama's deception, will you stay in your peerage? Because a conflict like that between you two is what causes you to exchange pieces. What Sarerg-sama told you that time is true. She told him, going straight to the point. Issei. I plan to stop being his pawn after the battle against Sarerg. Since I want to fight him, I must stay a little longer in his peerage. Koneko. Issei-senpai. What would you do once you stop being Butchu's servant? Issei, who saw a worried look on Kaneko's face, only limited himself to smiling and approaching to sit on the bed next to her again and proceed to hug her and the brunette with one arm each. Issei. I have no idea, but don't think you'll free yourself from this perverted fool, and neither will you, Kuroka. He commented, bringing them closer to him so that they both feel comfortable being hugged by him. Ravel. You guys really have no shame in doing all that in front of other people. She suddenly commented, blushing even more. Issei. Do you also want me to kiss you? He asked, clearly joking. But even though she joked, it raised the alert sensors of both sisters and caused the blonde to blush massively. Ravel. Wah, what are you saying? Of course I don't want your kiss. She said out loud, a little upset at such a question while using her typical attitude, making a certain brunette smile. Mischievously. Kuroka. That's good, then I'll have Issei more for myself than Naya. She spoke, hugging the brown-haired boy by the neck while looking at the blonde out of the corner of her eye, who looked very nervous, seeing how little close they were. It seems that a long time ago you fell for him. She thought, feeling happy inside that there was someone else who loves the brown-haired boy. Irina. And what peerage will you go to when you stop being their pawn? She asked, returning to the previous topic. Issei. I honestly don't know. I know that to leave Grimmery's peerage, I must be exchanged for another piece, although in my case it is somewhat difficult since I occupy 8 pawns. At this, the place fell silent as the 5 of them were thinking about who they could do the exchange with. At that point an idea crossed Ravel's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed it was the best option. Ravel. What if he goes to Sona-sama's peerage? The moment she said that, the girls beside the brunette looked straight at her. Ravel. Issei-sama, you told me that Asia and Zenobia had relations with Saji, so since I know your attitude a little, I think you are seriously considering removing Saji from his peerage. She explained, supported by Kuroka. Kuroka. You're right, Naya, from what we've investigated about her, she's someone who always considers her clan's reputation first and foremost, Naya. And if the rest of the demons find out that her pawn messed with 2 of the Sekiryute's women, everyone would believe that she doesn't mind reincarnating womanizers like him who mess with other people's lovers. Ravel. And because of that, the reputation of the Citri house would fall apart, all because of the lustful actions of a pawn. He finished explaining, making the brown-haired boy understand the seriousness of the situation. Issei. But if I go to the Kaichu peerage, that would mean the Gremory would have their reputation ruined. Kuroka. Anyway, the moment what they did becomes known, especially because of that bitch, their family's reputation will be affected, but I don't know how much. She said with pure hatred when talking about the redeed. I don't think that having that blonde exchanged for you will make a difference. Ravel. I think the same. He said, agreeing with the black-haired girl. Issei. I understand. By the way, it's not that I dislike it, but will you continue hugging me in this position? He asked looking at the Nekomata who continued hugging him from the neck while she had her body pressed against his, letting him feel the softness of her breasts. Kuroka. That's right. She answered looking at him with a charming smile. Are you tired of my body yet? She asked in a mischievous tone as she brought her body closer to his, making him blush. Koneko. Senpai is a pervert. Irina. I think any man would react like that to being hugged by a woman with big breasts. As soon as he said that, it caused both Koneko and Ravel to look straight at Irina and Kuroka's breasts, then look at their own and feel sick. Ravel. I almost forgot that Issei-sama loves breasts, especially big ones. Koneko. Issei-senpai is a hopeless pervert. Issei. Huh? The fuck? But why are you saying that all of a sudden? But instead of being answered, he saw how Koneko just turned her head to look elsewhere. Issei. Back to what I said before, if I decide to go to the Kaichu peerage and she accepts, will I be able to enter? Remember that I spent 8 pawns, and Kaichu used 4 pawns on Saji and 1 on Haruko. Even if Saji stops being her servant, there will still be 7 pawns. Kuroka. I don't think you should worry about that. She spoke, separating from the brown-haired boy. Since you are the Sekiryuite and that idiot has a Dragon King, surely 1 or 2 pieces must have already mutated. Issei. Mutated? You mean mutated pieces? What are they? Ravel. Depending on the amount of power one can have, 1 or more pieces can mutate. This gives that piece the ability to grant an increase in power greater than that of a normal one, in addition to being counted as if they were 2 in 1. So if there is someone who cannot be resurrected with a piece, only 1 mutated piece can be used, and that would be enough, that way the king saves the pieces. In your case Issei-sama, since you occupy 8 pawns, it is possible that due to your great power for being the Sekiryuite 2 or 3 pieces have mutated. She informed him with many details, so that he understands well the concept of mutated pieces. Issei. That means that if I become a Kaichu pawn, I might end up occupying less than 8 pawns, thanks to some of Saji's pieces having mutated. That's a pretty interesting fact. Kuroka. Are you really going to wait until after the raiding game to leave that bitch's peerage? She asked him, already declaring that nickname fixedly, because of the hatred she felt for him when she heard about the favor she asked a brown-haired boy a few days ago. Issei. If possible I would like to go now, that way they would leave this house, and I wouldn't have to see them all the time and eat their breakfasts. He said to immediately notice something that made him smile. Don't worry Koneko-chan, when the time comes for them to leave here, I won't allow you to do it too. He commented, caressing Koneko's head who was showing a tender smile. Ravel. Since we're talking about the raiding game, are you confident of winning, Issei-sama? Remember that it's very possible that you'll face Saraerg-sama. Issei. Saraerg certainly is very strong, I was even thinking of training my new armor in the room under the floor that we have. He commented as if it were nothing but causing 3 of them to open their eyes wide and say the same word with a scream. Irina, Koneko, Kuroka. No. They shouted at the same time standing up and looking at the brunette. At that sudden scream, the blonde phoenix ended up getting scared and confused as to why she was reacting. Kuroka. Issei, you are not allowed to use that. Koneko. You promised me you wouldn't use it. Irina. Please don't activate it Issei-kun. She asked him with tears about to come out of her eyes, surprising the brunette quite a bit with her reaction. Ravel. Activate what? She asked very confused wanting to know the reason for his exalted attitude. Issei. Irina, calm down, there's no problem with activating it anymore. He told her, remembering that he never told her that the life reduction of the new Juggernaut drive was significantly reduced. Irina. No. Please don't activate the Juggernaut drive again, I don't want you to be consumed by the curse and end up dying. Not when I could finally tell you that I love you. She said, releasing some of those tears at once while managing to exalt Ravel as well. Ravel. Activating the Juggernaut drive just to win a raiding game? Issei-sama, are you crazy? She asked, also standing up, unaware of what happened in Kyoto. Issei. Irina, please believe me that there is no problem using the Juggernaut drive anymore. He told her, approaching her, hugging her and feeling her shoulder begin to get wet with tears. Irina. What do you mean there's no problem anymore? That form takes years of your life, and if you use it for too long you could die. She claimed without showing any signs of anger. The only thing the brown-haired boy could see on the orange-haired girl's face was fear and worry. Issei. Irina, I swore to you. I will no longer risk dying like that. He told her, wiping away some of her tears while caressing her cheeks. After the fight ended, Drake told me that by achieving that change in the Juggernaut drive, the life reduction was reduced quite a bit, to the point where I could activate it and use it for several minutes or hours, that being the life expenditure. As long as Koneko or Kuroka treat me with Senjutsu, I don't think there will be a problem. Irina. Really? She asked, wanting what she had just said to be true. Issei. It's all true. I wouldn't be able to lie to you with something like that, not to you, not to Koneko or Kuroka. If I were capable of doing that, I don't think I deserve their love. Upon hearing those words, Irina just hugged the brunette, burying her face in his chest. Kuroka. But Issei. Issei. I know you're afraid that something bad will happen to me when I use it, but instead of harming me, I'm benefiting. According to Drake, I was able to almost completely master the Juggernaut drive. According to him, none of its previous wielders were able to do anything, both his and Albion's. Drake. That's correct. He spoke, suddenly appearing to speak to them through a gem on the back of Brown's hand. I can confirm that everything is true after all, almost mastering the Juggernaut drive, the curse was greatly reduced. He said, surprising the five. Issei. The curse that drove your former bearers insane was reduced. How is that possible? Drake. The curse is linked in some way with the Juggernaut drive, therefore, by controlling it to the point of modifying it in that way, you changed several things, and some examples are the reduction of life and the curse. If you manage to master it completely, I'm sure that the curse will cease to exist and the reduction of life as well, so you could use that armor whenever you want for as long as you want. He informed him, surprising the brown-haired man and cheering up the four girls. But although the four of them were quite happy to hear that in the future, the brunette might no longer get hurt in that way, and that Kuroka, Koneko and Irina hugged him out of excitement, Ravel remained where she was standing without knowing what to do. Kuroka, seeing her nervous at the sudden news, grabbed the blonde's left wrist in a quick movement and caused her to end up stuck to the brunette, unable to get out since Kuroka prevented her. At this, she could only limit herself to having a very red face, as she was practically hugging the brunette who only found it funny and tender, how she acted shyly when sometimes she acted like a young lady from a great family. Issei. So now that that's clear, how about we go to the training room and I show you the new Juggernaut drive? After all, of you only Irina has seen it. He commented, causing the others to nod at that idea, since they really wanted to see how different it was from the original. With that said, the five of them went straight to the training room where, after preparing, the brunette showed them the armor, which surprised those who hadn't seen it. And since he had already activated it, he showed them the new abilities he developed, while he asked them to train with them to get better accustomed to said abilities and the armor. Although he will clearly have to receive Senjutsu treatment in order to recover the lifetime he is losing, even if it is very little. There were only 2 days left until the raiding game that Riaz would have against Saraerg, and with each passing day she felt more nervous. In addition to being aware of the fight, they were also finishing preparations for the cultural festival that would be held in 3 days. Right now Issei had just finished hammering some nails into some joined wooden boards. Once he was done doing this, he turned his head to his right where there were 2 more sets of boards already nailed together in the same way. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and as he stood up he stretched to relax his body after cutting the wood and hammering nails into it. At that moment a hand rested on his shoulder from behind, so when he turned his head he found a smiling blonde. Kiba. Have you finished yet, Issei-kun? Issei. Yeah, now I can finally take a break. Hey Kiba, has Irina arrived yet? He asked, remembering that he hadn't seen her all morning. Kiba. No, I haven't seen her and neither have the others, which is strange considering she's never missing. Issei. I. See, and Koneko. Kiba. Koneko. I think she went to help her classmates, I think they were a bit late. Are you going to see her? Issei. Of course, I can finally rest so I want to spend a few more minutes with her, I'll be back later. He told her, almost running away. Watching the brunette go after Koneko, Kiba let out a sigh and began to shake his head. Kiba. I still don't understand why Butchu decided to be with Riser instead of Issei-kun. He thought, wondering the same thing about the others after finding out recently what they did. I think it's better that Gasper doesn't know yet, it could affect him in the raiding game. He murmured, remembering how much Gasper loves Riaz and how much he admires Issei. Issei walked through the halls of the school, watching as boys and girls worked on different things in a hurry to finish the positions they had already planned before the cultural festival began. Since Issei was in no hurry, it took him a few minutes to reach Koneko's living room. When he arrived, he saw how all the girls were decorating the place and setting up tables and chairs. The brown-haired boy noticed that they hadn't noticed his presence at the door, so he decided to wander around the place until he found his beloved Koneko. But unfortunately she wasn't there, so he had no other option but to ask his companions. Issei. Excuse me, where's Koneko? He asked, causing the girls to finally notice him. Girl 1. She left a few minutes ago, why are you asking about her? Girl 2. It's Haidu Issei, Taoju-san's boyfriend. Another girl told her when she recognized the brown-haired boy. Girl 1. He's not handsome. Why did Taoju-san fall in love with him? The girl from before asked doubtfully as she noticed how the brunette was very average in terms of attractiveness. Issei. Can you leave that talk for later? I'd like to know where Koneko is. Do you know where she went? He asked, interrupting the possibly long talk they would have in reference to his appearance. Girl 2. She left a few minutes ago with a blonde sophomore, I think his name was. Does anyone remember his name? Issei. Blonde. He wondered, already having an idea of who it could be, and he didn't like the possibility of it being him. Girl 3. I think he's the one who belongs to the student council, I don't remember his name either. She said, trying to remember his name, but causing the brown-haired boy's heart to shudder. Issei. Saji Genshiro? He asked, beginning to fear the girl's answers. Girl 2. Yes. That's his name. He came and asked to talk to her for a few minutes. Taoju-san considered it for a few seconds, but ended up going with him. Issei. Which direction did they go? After asking her that question, the girl told him that it was where he had gone, so he thanked her and went back the same way, trying to find one of the two with his eyes. But while he was looking for them he thought it was strange that he hadn't seen them, considering that they had only been gone a few minutes somewhere. On the way, luckily, he met Murayama and Caddis who were chatting while walking calmly. Issei. Thanks to Dai. Ah. He commented relieved, but before finishing the sentence he suffered a headache. Due to the moan of pain, he was heard by both girls who looked at him with doubt. Murayama. What's wrong with you, Haidu? Issei. Nothing, it's just a headache, but that doesn't matter, tell me, have you seen Koneko or Saji anywhere? Caddis. So they left you for someone else. She commented jokingly, but she didn't expect to see the brunette make a face of annoyance, along with a complex look. Hey, it was a joke, don't take it seriously. She immediately retracted after the brunette lightly hit her with her elbow. Murayama. We saw them a few minutes ago near the stairs leading to the roof. Issei. The rooftop. Of course. He wants to talk to her alone, and since everyone is preparing for the festival, the rooftop is empty. Thank you, Murayama. He thanked him and then ran away. After thanking Issei and leaving quickly, he arrived in a few seconds at the stairs leading to the roof. Upon arrival he felt extremely nervous and had a tightness in his chest. Trying to ignore it, he began to climb, and the higher he climbed, the more uncomfortable he felt. Arriving at the door that leads to the roof, he reached out very slowly to the door handle. But what I didn't expect was that just by touching the door handle, it would open a little. At the slight opening that was shown, the brunette was about to push the door to open it completely, but before doing so he could see Saji almost from behind through that opening. But what he also saw caused a slight green tint to appear in Issei's eyes, as he was feeling an enormous amount of emotions. Right in front of Saji was Koneko, but she wasn't just a few meters away from him, she was stuck to him, with her hands intertwined with the blonde's, and the reason they were so close was because they were kissing. Issei. You too? He asked himself, feeling great sadness and anger. But what he felt most was sadness at seeing how the woman who had helped him get ahead after the betrayal of the other girls who had feelings for them did the same thing as them, and with one of the two for which they abandoned him. Issei. Will they always take the girls I love away from me in the end? He wondered, feeling a huge emptiness forming in his chest. If that's your decision then I'll let you be with Sa. He was thinking, about to immediately withdraw. But he stopped all that thought of retreating when he noticed something that made him replace all that feeling of sadness and disappointment with pure anger. Koneko opened her eyes slightly, and as she did so she tried to pull away from Saji. But he pulled her back, and in that time frame in which Koneko tried to pull away, Issei saw a sort of whip around Koneko's right arm, which was glowing with a small purple hue. Seeing that thing, Issei immediately knew what was happening, and seeing how Koneko opened her eyes showing disgust and panic, made the brunette fill with pure anger and rage. Suddenly, while Saji was enjoying kissing Koneko, the roof door flies a few meters due to a huge blow to it. Hearing the door fly away, he separated from Koneko's lips to look with great surprise at who was appearing. While Koneko, the moment her lips stopped touching Saji's, rubbed the sleeve of her uniform with her mouth and proceeded to spit a little in order to get rid of the sensation of the blonde's lips. As she tried to get rid of the feeling of those disgusting lips, she looked towards where the door was before, only to see the brunette appear relieving her for a moment before she started to worry about seeing how angry he was and the slight green tint in his eyes which she had already seen before for a moment and she didn't like seeing it again at all. Saji. "Oh hello Hio." He spoke totally nervous and panicked. "Issei. I'm gonna fucking burn your soul," he said quietly, clearly referring to his flames of domination. Immediately the blonde deactivated his sacred gear, finally freeing Koneko and causing her to quickly reach the brown-haired boy and then glare deadly at the blonde. "Issei. What do you think you were doing, motherfucker?" he asked him without showing any signs of his anger having diminished. "Saji. I don't," he stuttered, not knowing how to respond to what he did a few moments ago. "Issei. Answer me at once." He demanded an answer again while taking steps towards him, releasing a bit of his aura as he went. "What the hell were you doing kissing Koneko?" he shouted once and for all, releasing a large part of his anger. Once he screamed he ran the few meters that remained until he arrived in front of Saji. And with a swift movement, without Saji being able to do anything, Issei hit him quite hard on the right cheek, causing him to fall to the ground due to the force he used. As soon as he fell to the ground, Saji spat out some blood. But as soon as he turned his gaze up towards Issei, all he could see was another fist which collided head-on with his face, causing his head to bounce against the ground. "Issei. Never come near Koneko again. Never." He yelled at him, hitting him over and over again with great force, causing a disaster on the blonde's face and his fists to fill with blood. "Saji. Hio." He didn't have time to say more as he received a couple of blows to his face, breaking his nose. Wait. He was interrupted by another couple of blows that didn't seem to show any signs of stopping. Saji tried to stop some of the brunette's fists, but being filled with anger for seeing how he had kissed one of the women he loves and possibly trying to take her away from him like the others caused him to collide with his hands, grab his hands and twist his fingers, causing him to scream in pain and then silence him with another punch to the face. All of this happened so fast that as soon as Koneko reacted to what was happening, she could only see Saji's bloody face, while Issei, who was on top of him, kept hitting him with a face full of anger and rage. Seeing Issei in that state caused a lot of pain to Koneko, so she was about to go stop him. But at that moment she heard someone else arrive at the terrace, so when she turned her head, she saw that it was Sona, Tsubaki, Raruko and Momo, who upon seeing the situation were pleasantly surprised, but immediately advanced in order to stop Issei, or else she could end up killing Saji. "Sona. Haidu, stop right now," she demanded, holding the brunette's right arm which he was about to use to hit the blonde again. It was then that he noticed all the blood running down Saji's face and on the brunette's fists. It was because of the shock that he stopped exerting force to stop the brunette that he took advantage of to crash his fist into the blonde's face for the 100th time and cause it to bounce off the ground again. "Sona. Girls, help me stop him. Koneko, you two come help," she said, making each one with great effort manage to separate the brown-haired boy from the dying Saji. Once they managed to separate him, Sona along with the three of her peerage could clearly see the great hatred and anger that Issei radiated towards Saji. Seeing that and witnessing how he almost killed the blonde made Sona try to think what Saji did now. "Issei. Don't you dare come near Koneko, do you understand?" he shouted, watching as the blonde turned face down to cough up large mouthfuls of blood along with some teeth. "I won't forgive you for kissing her against her will, Saji. If you come near her again, I'll fucking burn you," he roared in anger which seemed to only increase along with the emerald glow of his eyes. Hearing his words, both Sona and her peerage were in deep shock and looked at Saji with enormous contempt, but those who looked at him worse were Raruko and Momo upon learning that he was the one who snatched Asia and Zenovia's love from Issei. But now finding out that he possibly tried to do the same to Koneko infuriated them enormously, almost causing them to let the brunette loose so that he could beat him up again. "Issei. You know," he said, a little calm, apparently relieving the girls. "I better finish you now," he exclaimed, releasing a great dragon aura, causing the girls to let go and Saji to be filled with terror. The brown-haired boy began to take steps again towards the blonde who, still on the ground, was retreating even though he knew he couldn't escape. "Balance breaker." Drake's voice was heard as the boosted gear appeared in front of everyone. "Saji. W. Wait is." He tried to speak well, but because of the blood, his weak mouth and the loss of teeth he couldn't do it. Boosted gear. At that point the armor was already forming on the brown-haired boy's body, while his intention to kill Saji was already a fact. At that moment someone else appeared on the roof. He jumped quite high, calculating very well so that when he landed, he would do so in front of Issei. By the time that person fell in front of the brown-haired boy, the Sekiryute's armor was almost completely gone, only the head missing. Scale Ma. But before he finished saying the last two letters, the person who had appeared in front of the brunette joined her lips with his, leaving the others in shock for doing that at such an intense and dangerous moment. But to his great surprise the Sekiryute's armor disappeared in red particles while Issei began to react and realized who was kissing him. After a few seconds they separated and when he saw that it was really her, he was confused as to why she appeared at this moment. "Issei. Irina. Why did you? He left the sentence incomplete, although making clear what he wanted to say. The person who had suddenly appeared in front of him was Shido Irina, who had not appeared all morning. Irina. Sorry for the delay, but I was talking to Michael-sama. She commented, embarrassed to have kissed him at such an awkward moment and in front of others. Issei. Wait. What did you do? He said, feeling much more relaxed and calm. Irina. Michael-sama told me why I hadn't fallen despite having kissed you. She said, beginning to blush with embarrassment, completely ignoring that a bloody blonde was behind her. Issei. Had you gone to heaven to ask him about that? You would have told someone. He was worried about why you didn't appear. Well. What's the reason? She asked him, also ignoring the blonde. After all, she cared more about the girl in front of her. Irina. Well. The reason is that. She muttered, lowering her head in great shame for having to tell him, since Sona and 3 girls of her peerage had come closer to hear better with Koneko. Issei. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. He said, making her very nervous and causing her to suddenly say it out loud. Irina. Because I like you, because when I kiss you, I only enjoy the affection and love that you show me. Just by doing that, I don't think about anything else, but how much I love you. She said out loud, leaving the brown-haired boy in great shock, while Koneko and Sona were somewhat surprised by that enormous declaration that anyone inside the building could hear if they were near the stairs. And while Haruko and Momo had their hands on their mouths because of the beautiful words the orange-haired girl used to declare herself once again. Issei. Do you really think about that all the time? He asked her, joining his forehead with hers, making her blush even more as she felt the others' gazes on her. Irina. Yes. Issei. In that case, we feel the same because I also think the same when I'm with you. He told her, but not joking since that really happened to him. Irina. I know, Michael-sama also told me that since my love is too pure, I can calm you down and share with you a little of how much I love you. Issei. Oh, so that's why all the anger I felt disappeared as soon as you kissed me. He exclaimed upon knowing the reason for that. Sona. Well, now that you know that you can continue talking later. She said, drawing attention since when she saw that it seemed like they were going to continue talking, she had to stop them to take care of a matter as soon as possible. After saying those words, he took a few steps until he was in front of the bloody Saji with a face of enormous contempt. Sona. Saji, I have endured too much of what you did to Haidu Issei before, snatching away Asia and Zenovia's love from him, although I still don't know how you did it. It made me feel disgust and contempt towards you. But now when you kissed Koneko against her, well, it made me realize that you were actually scum. Did you do the same to Asia and Zenovia until they could not bear the desire any longer and gave themselves to you? Someone who is capable of committing such an atrocity does not deserve to be in my peerage, so you better prepare to leave my peerage at any moment. She declared, looking coldly at the blonde who was in complete shock at what he heard. I don't care how strong you become in the future, I don't want to have someone like you in my peerage. As soon as I find someone, I don't care if they are strong or weak, I will remove you from my peerage for him or her. She declared, turning around to leave. But she had barely taken 3 steps when she was stopped by some words that surprised her quite a bit. Issei. Since you want to remove him from your peerage, how about you exchange him with me? Sona. Do you want to take Saji's place in my peerage? She asked, believing she had misheard. And she wasn't the only one who thought she had heard wrong. All the girls had their mouths open, since they weren't expecting it at all. Issei. That's right, I'm planning to leave Butchu's peerage after the raiding game against Saraerg, but until now I didn't know which peerage I could go to, and now that you want to remove Saji from yours, it occurred to me that maybe I could replace him. He explained what he thought calmly. Sona. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure if you could even be in my peerage. Issei. Why not? Sona. Remember that you occupied Ria's 8 pawns, while Saji only occupied 4. Even if I exchange you, I would have 7 pawns since Haruko is my pawn too. She commented, making her remember that detail. Issei. Don't worry, Kaichu, from what I know, some parts of my body must have already mutated due to my power of being the Sekiryuite. Tsubaki. That makes sense, and if it's true, you really could become a Kaichu servant. He replied, agreeing with that thought. Sona. But if you want to continue talking about this, we will do it after the raiding game together with Ria's. Now everyone go down and continue with your tasks, while you Saji go clean the blood. She told him without caring about the pathetic appearance he had to proceed to withdraw with his peerage. With that, Sona and the girls of her peerage withdrew. Issei. We must go too. He spoke to Irina and Koneko, but before leaving the rooftop he turned to look at the blonde. Saji, I advise you not to try again what you did to Koneko, because if you try it again you will pay dearly. He told him before leaving the rooftop with Irina and Koneko. Once they went down the stairs they met the gaze of several students. Issei. Why are you looking at us? He asked in a low voice. Irina. It might be because Sona Kaichu went up to the roof along with the noise you made by kicking the roof door. She whispered to him, making him realize that small detail he had forgotten. Issei. Damn, Kaichu will make me pay for sure, we better get out of here before they come up and see Saji. With that, the three of them retreated, still under the gaze of those who were there, just in time as some were beginning to climb up. First they went to Kaneko's classroom so she could continue helping her classmates. But Kaneko's classmates just told her to go with the brown-haired boy to help him while smiling. At that persuasion, Koneko followed the brown-haired boy to the occult club to see how she could help. By the end of the day they were almost done with the preparations. On the return trip, Kiba noticed that Issei did not separate from Koneko after returning from his break, which made him wonder what had happened. He also noticed how Irina also remained by Issei's side at all times with a big smile as always, although he knows that on that day, she was overflowing with joy, although she does not know the reason for everything that was happening. When they got home, everyone went to their rooms to change, of course Issei was no exception. The moment he entered he stared at his empty room, which no longer had any remains of furniture, clothes, or porn magazines, which he hid because of Koneko. Issei. Where do I get money to buy furniture? I don't want to ask but you are my parents, I don't have any lies to explain why everything broke. He said scratching the back of his head. At that moment the door opens and Irina appears. Irina. What are you doing here Issei-kun? Issei. Well, I was thinking about what to do to buy furniture, I don't want to be in Koneko's room all the time, everyone would like some alone time, right? Irina. I think so, but I think Koneko wouldn't mind if you were in her room all the time. She commented, laughing lightly. Issei. Maybe but. Irina. By the way. Why is your room so big? She asked him when she saw how huge the room was and remembered how the other rooms aren't that big. Issei. But you made it like that so she could put a bed where everyone could fit to sleep with me. He commented causing the brunette to blush. They both remained silent, which was broken by Issei after a few seconds. Issei. Irina, tell me. What you told me before. Is it true? Irina. What did I say before? Issei. Yes, you know. The reason why you didn't fall. He said causing the brunette to understand and blush massively. Irina. Yes. It's all true, Michael-sama told me. Issei. Does that mean you love me forever? Irina. Of course Issei-kun. She told him, grabbing one of his hands with hers. And I think the only way to make you understand is by doing this. She commented blushing as she approached the brown-haired boy's face to end up kissing him. At that action, the brown-haired boy moved his free hand to gently touch the brown-haired boy's cheek. They stayed like that for a few seconds until they separated due to lack of air. And the moment they separated, Issei noticed the blush on the brunette's cheeks, which made her look too beautiful and tender. Issei. It's impossible for you to fall Irina, not when you show me so much love. He commented while caressing the cheek he held in his hand. Irina just let herself be carried away by the caress of the brown-haired boy's hand so much that she rested her head on it. Issei-senpai, I finally found it. Those were the words of Koneko who had just opened the door, only to see the brunette hugging the brunette with one arm, while with the other hand, he caressed her cheek and sometimes her hair for her enjoyment with a warm smile, and with her eyes closed. Issei. Hello Koneko-chan. Koneko. Are you taking advantage of Irina-senpai's kindness to do something perverted to her? You've fallen under senpai. Issei. Wait Koneko, I don't do that. He commented nervously about what he said. Koneko. It doesn't matter if you take advantage or not, dinner will be ready in a while, so please don't take long to come down. She told him and then left and closed the door. The brown-haired boy then heard Irina laugh in a low tone and then look at his face and steal a kiss on his lips. Irina. You know, I wouldn't mind if you took advantage of me to kiss me. She commented with a slight blush on her cheeks. And I wouldn't complain if you tried to do something else either. She said, almost causing the brunette to have a nosebleed because he clearly understood what she meant. But that almost nosebleed was not only due to understanding what she was referring to, but it was also due to Issei imagining Irina next to him in a bed while she gave him permission to do everything with her. Imagining all of that, he didn't realize that he was showing a smirk. Irina. Don't forget that Koneko-chan asked me to do that for you when you make that expression. She said smiling sweetly. Now let's go to dinner. She said kissing her cheek before turning around and leaving. Issei. Koneko is serious about making me less perverted. He commented while passing his left hand over his right arm where it was pinched. After that he also left the room and when he went down the stairs and went to the dining room, he found that dinner was already ready and they were just about to start eating. Issei ate sitting next to Koneko and Kuroka, while next to them were Irina and Ravel, the five of them chatting without problems while Kiba continued eating and under the gaze of the other girls except for Raswas. Once they finished eating, Issei along with the two Nekomatas went to Koneko's room. Kuroka continued walking until she fell into bed, which had been expanded so that the three of them could fit comfortably, since, although before the three of them could fit, there was still little space, but now they had plenty of space, in case they didn't want to sleep completely stuck together. Issei was next to the bed, about to sit down, but suddenly Koneko grabbed his hand to turn him over. The moment he turns around to see her, she throws herself at him, causing them to fall onto the bed, and she kisses him, greatly surprising Issei and Kuroka. As soon as they separated, Koneko was still on top of him. Issei. Koneko. Koneko. Sorry, but I've been holding back. She said, kissing him again, although this kiss lasted only a few seconds. Kuroka. What a surprise, Naya, it's rare to see Shirin being so aggressive. Issei. You can't hold back from what? He asked her as he was confused as to why she wasn't lost in lust like before. Koneko. I wanted to kiss him again to get the feeling of that asshole lips out of my mouth. Kuroka. Huh? Did you kiss anyone else, Shirin? She asked, quite surprised. Koneko. I didn't do it. She exclaimed, sitting on the bed next to the brunette. Issei. That's true, could you tell us what happened? Koneko. He just asked to talk to me alone about his two lovers. She commented, referring to Asia and Zenobia, so as not to name them. And since the rooftop was the only place where there wouldn't be people these days, it was the perfect place so no one would hear. Although I didn't want to be with him alone, I wanted to know what he wanted to talk about, so I followed him. I never expected him to suddenly use Vritra to absorb my strength, so I can't hit him. She said, feeling great hatred for the blonde. Kuroka. It's that blonde servant of Sona Citri, right? She asked with a will-o'-the-wisp in her right hand along with a cute smile. Issei. Kuroka, even though I would like you to, don't do it. He told her, feeling a lot of danger coming from her, especially from that smile. Koneko continue. He told her, having already calmed the brunette a little. Koneko. Okay, after he used Vritra to suck my strength, he tried to convince me to leave you, senpai. She said, causing one of the brown-haired boy's eyebrows to start shaking abruptly. He told me that if I gave him a chance he would make me see that he is a better man than you. It was then that when I continued to refuse and demand that he let me go, he ended up kissing me either to make me stop talking or because he was already trying to brainwash me like he did with the others. Issei. Better than me? Huh? He asked with a smile while the same eyebrow continued to tremble. I doubt he can surpass me in anything. He said while stretching his arms and hugging the hips of both girls to stick them to his body. Kuroka. And what do you plan to do to prove it, Naya? She asked with a seductive voice. Issei. Let's see, I could tell you but I prefer to show you and you will understand right away. He commented before crashing his lips against the brunette's, causing her to accept without hesitation. Koneko. Senpai, don't forget about me, I still want to forget what happened today on the rooftop. She said, starting to undress to get the brown-haired boy's attention. Something she achieved since the brunette immediately began to kiss her and touch her body, eliciting moans from her in the process. And thanks to that, some very soft masses were crushed against Issei's back, while some arms hugged him by the neck. Kuroka. This is going to be an amazing night, Naya, and I hope it's not the last one like this, she commented before screaming because the brunette grabbed one of her cattails. Issei then began to take charge of both of them, with the intention of not stopping all night. And what neither of them noticed was the fact that they had not put up a sound barrier, and neither of them will notice, since they were very, very busy. It was the last day before the raiding game between Ria's Grimory's Peerage and Serraert Bale began. The sun rose slowly over the horizon along with the singing of birds, and with it the adults prepared for their jobs, and the young people prepared for school. But in Haidu Issei's house that didn't happen. Certainly everyone was awake, but only Kiba, Ravel, Irina and Roswis were in the dining room eating breakfast, while the rest were upstairs. Although despite eating breakfast, the four of them were completely silent as Kiba had a light blush on his face, while the other girls had big blushes. And all of this is due to what they saw before going down to breakfast. And just from what they saw was that Rias, Akeno, Asia and Zenobia were still upstairs, being that they were outside Koneko's room watching through a small opening in the door what was happening inside. Seeing and hearing what was going on inside caused all four of their faces to turn bright red. Exactly what the four of them saw was how Issei had sex with Koneko and Kuroka. Since they never put up a sound barrier and didn't lock the door either, the sisters' moans could be heard outside the room. And since they've both been moaning for several hours, preventing the four of them from getting much sleep, they approach the door to Koneko's room and then proceed to open the door a little. As they did so, the smell of sex flooded them, along with the scene of the brown-haired boy doing Kuroka against the wall, as if there was no tomorrow, while Kuroka had her eyes rolled up, plus they saw how Koneko was on the bed face up breathing heavily while she was covered in sweat. The four of them will be in shock when they see all this, so much so that they will watch how the session progressed for several minutes, until Kiba, Ravel, Irina and Roswis appeared. However, Ross was after blushing left there immediately with Kiba since what those three did was none of their business, not counting the fact that Kiba left with a small smile due to how much fun his bro Issei was having, even though the other girls changed him. And in the case of Ravel and Irina, these two blushed enormously, so much so that they almost fainted due to the shock of seeing the brown-haired boy having wild sex. Although of course they noticed that the black-haired girl and the white-haired girl, although they were tired, did not want to stop, just like the brown-haired boy. Since the two of them were too shy and pure, they couldn't stand to watch, so they quickly retreated, leaving the other four there. That caused them to forget how long they had been watching, and now they only saw how the brunette was sitting leaning against the headboard of the bed, while both sisters attended to mini Issei with their mouths. Issei. Girls, I think we should stop, in a few minutes we must go to continue preparing things for the cultural festival. Comment while stroking the sisters' heads. Kuroka. You start when you want and you finish when you want, you really became dominant Issei Naya. She mentioned with a mocking smile. Koneko. But what Senpai said is true. They answered without stopping to pay attention to the mini brown-haired boy. Kuroka. I just hope this isn't the only time you drive us crazy all night long Naya. Issei. You can count on it Kuroka, by the way I'm gonna. He said causing Koneko to steal his little friend in her mouth just in time for the discharge. Kuroka. Naya Shirin has become very selfish. She said mockingly upon seeing her sister's action. Koneko. I couldn't help it. She said embarrassed. Issei. Don't worry Koneko-chan, it's not like it was the last time. Blushing her a little more. Well, how about we take a shower first? He gave the brunette a mischievous look which she didn't notice. Koneko. The shower in my bathroom is already fixed so we can use that one. She said remembering the last time it broke. Kuroka. Let's go all three, that way we'll save time. She commented naturally, making the brunette smile when she understood her intentions. Issei. I agree. He said standing up just like the black-haired girl. Koneko. Why do I feel like I've already heard those words? She thought, standing up and walking to the bathroom behind her sister and the brunette. While the three of them interact, the other four continue watching until they entered the bathroom and disappeared from their sight, causing them to wake up and blush profusely when they realize that they have been watching everything for many minutes. The four of them looked at each other and were quite embarrassed to be about to go to breakfast, but they stopped when they heard some very familiar sounds coming from the bathroom in Koneko's room, so before it got late in the afternoon, they quickly escaped. After several minutes the three of them went down to have breakfast while being watched by the rest, although they did not know why they were being watched so much. It was the last day before the rating game, and Issei was a little worried if his current strength could stand up to Seraerg. And just because of that worry he didn't pay attention to class, successfully receiving scoldings from his teachers. Hours passed and now Issei was on the rooftop lying down looking at the sky while thinking about his strength and his new Juggernaut drive armor. Issei. Now that I think about it, I didn't use the queen in that way. He commented to himself as he thought so much about the armor. It must be almost the same, right? It's just the union of the other three pieces. I must try it today to see if it only improves my stats or if something else happens. Haidu at the moment he was so lost in his thoughts he heard a voice to his right that made him tense up and start sweating. Turning his head towards the voice he could see the presence of Tsubaki, who was next to Sona as always. Needless to say, the reason for the brown-haired boy's fear was because Sona seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood as well as having her arms crossed. Issei. Hello Kaichu, what are you doing here? He asked a little nervously. Sona. Didn't you realize you had to go back to class a few minutes ago? She replied with another question. Issei. Was I so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice the bell? He asked himself much more nervously. Well you see the reason for that is. Sona. Follow me. She interrupted him, starting to walk towards the interior of the building. Issei. Yes. He answered quickly out of fear when he saw that she seemed to be not only in a bad mood, but also irritated. The brown-haired boy followed her to the student council room. The moment he entered he noticed that Momo and Raruko were the only ones of the rest of the black-haired peerage who were still with their assigned work. Sona walked to her seat followed by Tsubaki who stayed by her side once she sat down. The brown-haired boy, without saying anything, stood still in front of the brunette's desk, a little nervous about what she might say to him. At that point Momo and Raruko were curious as to why the brunette brought the brown-haired boy, so they stopped what they were doing for a moment to pay attention to what was happening. Sona noticed that but didn't care. After noticing that both of them were paying attention in his direction, he decided to stare at the brunette who was very nervous. Sona. Haidu. Do you know why I made you come? Issei. Isn't it because I accidentally skipped class? Sona. Besides that, it's because of all the warnings you received before the break. Do you know how many there were in total? She asked with a sharp look. Issei. 3. He answered, not remembering how many times it was. Sona. There were 7, how do you manage to have that many before the break in just one morning? Issei. Sorry, I was thinking about tomorrow's rating game. He said sincerely. Sona. If you're going to worry, at least do it when you're not in class, you make me have more work because of the teacher's complaints. She commented, massaging her temple. Anyway, since you mentioned the rating game, I would like to ask you first. She said, leaving a silence of a few seconds while thinking about what words to use. Once the rating game is over, whether you win or lose against Seraerg, do you really want to enter my peerage replacing Saji? Issei. If I'm honest, I can't think of any other peerage that I trust to enter, since I know all of you, I asked if I could replace Saji. Sona. You must remember the fact that you may not be able to enter my peerage, even if some of your pieces have mutated. You are the Sekiryuite, so your power is quite a bit, so I don't know if you can have less than 8 pieces. She told him after thinking about it for a bit. Issei. So if I can't enter your peerage, what do I do? Create my own peerage. He said, clearly joking, but immediately opened his eyes wide. MMHH, that's not a bad idea. He commented, surprising the 4 with his words. Sona. Create your own peerage. I'm sorry, but you won't be able to for now. She said without hesitating to burst a brown-haired boy's bubble. Issei. Why not? Sona. Because you are a low-class devil, and to have your own peerage you must be a high-class one. To be a high-class one you must first pass an exam that will turn you into a middle-class one. After that you will have to take another exam to finally be high-class. But for that to happen a lot of time will have to pass. It is not very common for reincarnated devils to become high-class, because purebloods do not want you to be like them. She confessed, feeling that such a thought was foolish. Issei. So what should I do? I don't want to continue in Butchu's peerage. He said, a bit nervous at the possibility of not being able to leave whenever he wants and having to wait who knows how long to be a high-class devil. Sona. After the rating game I will tell Rias about the exchange. I have some mutated pawns due to an exchange with my sister, which might help make it enough to contain your power with 7 pawns, but I will repeat it to you again. I don't know if it will be possible, since I don't know how great your current power is after mastering the Juggernaut drive. Although she told him that she didn't think he could make the exchange, at least she made it clear that she would try, and that made him happy. Issei. Thank you, Kaichu. Haruko. Does that mean Haidu-senpai could become our partner? Sona. It's a possibility. Do you like the idea of him being in the peerage? At the question, the white-haired girl and the brunette looked at each other, as if they were thinking very deeply about something that made the brunette nervous after feeling relieved, since if he ends up being part of their peerage and they don't like his presence, it would be very difficult to talk comfortably. Momo. It seems like a good idea to me. I'll feel better with Haidu than with Saji. She said after several seconds of silence. Haruko. I think the same too. I might have been against it before, but now it's nice to be with Haidu-senpai. She said with a smile as she agreed with the brunette's intrusion. Sona. I see. What do you think about Tsubaki? Tsubaki. I have no problem as long as you don't try to do anything perverted to me. She commented, causing the brunette to laugh, not knowing how to respond to that. Sona. Now that we're done with this topic, I'd like to ask you a few more things if you don't mind. Issei. Shouldn't I go to class? He asked, confused that she wanted to continue talking instead of sending him to class. Sona. It's too late for you to go. If you go, they'll scold you, and then they'll come to warn me, and I'll have to give you a punishment, which I don't want to suffer all that just because you got lost in your thoughts. Instead of all that happening, I'll say that I asked for your help with something, and that's why you didn't go to class. Issei. I see, then what do you want to talk about? Sona. Since there is a possibility that you will enter my peerage, I would like to know what you can and cannot do. Anyway, even if you do not enter, you will not harm Rias. Specifically, I want to know about the armor you obtained by mastering the Juggernaut drive. I can even think of something that can help you improve. She said, which made the brunette happy knowing how intelligent she was. With that said, Issei and Sona talked for a while, being listened to by the other 3, while they returned to their tasks and were surprised at what they heard. And the more she heard about his new armor, Sona wanted Issei to be in his peerage more and more, since having the Sekiryuite would be something incredible in itself, but with his new armor, he could become extremely powerful and be able to compare himself with the best Sekiryuite there were. Huge cheers resounded throughout the enormous stadium on a floating island that formed part of the Ager's territory. There were hundreds and hundreds of devils in the stadium, whether they were children, adults or the elderly. In addition to the VIP areas, there were 4 Mas, Surziches, Serafal, Asmodeus and Ajuka, along with several important elders and adults from the Bale clan and the Gremory clan. All those important figures and all the other people were there because of the rating game between Rias Gremory's peerage and Seraerg Bale. Welcome all devils. A man's voice rang out before a screen above the center lit up, showing the entire audience who was speaking, causing the crowd to cheer even louder. It is an honor for me to be here. I am the commentator of this match, Non-Gamijin, the commentator of the meeting. Non-Gamijin wore purple clothes with pink and yellow details. His shirt had 2 buttons loose, which showed a bit of his chest. His hair was light blue and was combed to the right, while the left side was shaved, and he wore a goatee. Non. The referee who will be observing the match is none other than Rudiger Rosenkreutz. He introduced him, and the moment he appeared as a hologram, the women screamed in applause because of how handsome he is. One of the special guests who will be with us is the famous ruler general of the fallen angels, Azazel Sama. He introduced while the blonde-haired boy appeared on the screen waving with one hand. Besides him, there is also the NUMBER one of the rating game's ranking, the Supreme King, Daihauser Belial-san. He finished presenting while everyone was screaming when they saw the number 1 in the rating game. Non. Now that we have introduced ourselves, let's allow the teams that will face each other in this rating game. On the left is the peerage of the powerful Saraerd Bale. He commented with great enthusiasm seeing how the brown-haired boy appeared next to his peerage. And on the right is the famous peerage of Ria's Gremory. He said seeing the Reed advance in front of her peerage. When both teams reached their designated positions, applause filled the venue, giving Non no chance to say anything. Non. Regarding the rules for tonight's rating game, we will be playing a dice game, a popular variant of the rating game. First, I would like the 2 kings of the participating teams to approach the platform. At his request, both kings walked a few steps forward to see a large, semi-deep bowl emerge from the ground with a 6-sided dice inside. With the appearance of dice, Non-Gamijin began to describe the rules of the game. Both kings will roll the dice at the same time, and the sum of the numbers on both dice will be the number of pieces they consent to fight. Each piece has an established value. Pawns are worth 1, knights and bishops are worth 3, the rook is worth 5, and the queen is worth 9. However, since there are reincarnated demons with more than 1 piece, they will have a value depending on how many pieces they have. In Issei's case, since he occupies 8 pawns which have a value of 1, he has a value of 8. A rule that also applies to Saraerd's pawn who has 7 pawn pieces on him. Non. I must clarify that each piece cannot participate in 2 consecutive fights, so keep that in mind. Now, regarding the king's value, there is a slight difference. Saraerd Bale's value is 12, while Ria's Gremory's value is 8. He said, immediately hearing the audience's complaints and astonishment at that difference. After all, it was like officially announcing that Ria's was much weaker than Saraerd. Non. Please don't get so excited, although Saraerd Bale has a value of 12, that means that unless both kings roll 2 6s, he won't be able to fight. He explained, convincing the audience and making them see that it was true. It was an indisputable truth that Saraerd was extremely strong, and unless they were demons with extensive experience and enormous strength, no one else could defeat him. Non. Finally, the Zlan Phoenix has given each team a tier, so they must use it wisely. With the rules already stated, let the rating game start. He exclaimed, causing the audience to shout, which he achieved. Rudiger. Let both kings take the dice in their hands. He spoke, ignoring the huge cheers. And throw. Following his shout, the dice in the hands of both kings fell and stopped within a few seconds. Non. Ria's Gremory rolled a 2, while Saraerd Bale rolled a 1, resulting in a 3. Knights and bishops, get ready, you will have 5 minutes to decide who will fight. At the end of their words, each team was surrounded by a golden sphere, while the screen showed everyone's faces, but covered their mouths. Ria's. Then Kiba, you will be the first to fight. Kiba. Yes. He said firmly and concentrated as he turned around and stood in front of the rest. Issei. Good luck, Kiba, give them what they deserve. He commented with a thumbs up. Rudiger. The 5 minutes are up, both participants will be transferred to the combat zone. The moment he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared at the feet of both chosen ones and rose at high speed, taking them to the area set for their fight. Koneko. Who is Senpai's opponent? She asked as the sphere began to disappear, so she focused her gaze on both the screen and the members of the other peerage. Non. The Gremory family has chosen their knight, Kiba Udo. While the Bale family's chosen piece is also a knight, Baruka Furkas. Baruka. Kiba Dono, I would like to have an open battle with you, together with my partner Altabrow, who possesses heavenly speed. I will defeat you. Kiba. I can say the same, it will be a pleasure to fight you. He replied with a smile and a relaxed attitude. At that point, Rudiger appears a few meters away using a magic circle. Rudiger. So, the first confrontation. Let's start. Once his words left his mouth, the fight between the 2 knights began. The fight was one of pure sword and spear techniques, plus the use of speed. Baruka, Saraerd's knight, used a technique that allowed him to create copies of himself along with his knight, managing to put some pressure on Kiba. In the face of their attacks, Kiba decided not to hide anything out of respect. At that, Kiba activates his balance break in a different way. With its activation, several swords appeared that took the form of metallic dragon human soldiers, each one carrying a sword, and the blonde named that sub-balance break as Glory Drag Trooper. Both of them launched a frontal attack together with the copies and the soldiers, resulting in Kiba's victory. Riaz and Saraerg then rolled the dice for the second time to decide who would participate. The result was that Riaz got a 4 and Saraerg got a 6, resulting in a 10. Riaz chose Roswis and Koneko, well as soon as they entered the fighting area, their opponents introduced themselves as the second knight Liban Cressel, who has the appearance of a handsome man with long blonde hair, and the other was one of the rooks called Gandoma Balam, which is quite large and has the appearance of a rock man. As soon as the fight started, Roswis and Koneko were the first to attack. Roswis used a variety of magic from different elements, while Koneko revealed her Nekomata traits in order to increase her speed and strength a little. Both began attacking Gandoma together, who, although he received a powerful blow from Koneko, plus Roswis's magical attacks, does not seem to have received considerable damage. After receiving these attacks, Gandoma lunged towards both of them with a huge pillar in his arms. The pillar was destroyed by a blow from Koneko. After seeing the pillar crumble quickly, Koneko continued with a rain of blows while dodging the slow attacks she received. With Koneko keeping Gandoma busy, Roswis faces off against Liban, who at one point activated his sacred gear. With the activation of his sacred eye gear, the gravity at Roswis's location became heavy, enough to sink it a few centimeters, fracture the ground and prevent her from moving. And if that were not enough, Liban used ice magic on Koneko's legs as a second countermeasure. Liban was an experienced warrior, having understood and learned to fight by using the weakness of his sacred gear, such as attacks to his eyes by physical attacks, or by an incandescent light to his advantage. As Roswis created a magic circle and made a light come out of it in her direction, Liban created a mirror right in front of her, thus avoiding the light. What he didn't consider was that with his mirror, the light was directed towards his partner. Seeing the light approaching, Gandoma thought it was some kind of attack, so he covered himself with his arms. But the next moment he felt a little strange. Looking up, he saw a confused and surprised Liban standing nearby. "Roswis, could you do any harm to him?" she asked her companion when she reached her side. Koneko. "Yes, I was able to destroy his magic defense successfully." Roswis. "In that case. Receive this." Along with his shout, dozens of magic circles surrounded Liban and Gandoma, and in the next second multiple elemental attacks fell like rain, without giving them a chance to escape. A huge cloud of dust rose as a result of the attacks. At that moment the entire audience exclaimed in applause, believing that both Koneko and Roswis had won. But as soon as the cloud of dust cleared, they saw only Liban lying on the ground, wounded. Roswis. "Just one? Where's the other one?" Just as she finished speaking, both she and Koneko heard the ground behind them emitting sounds and then saw Gandoma emerge from the ground. They both noticed that he was hurt, and even though he was trying his best to hurt them, they knew they could dodge his attack. But suddenly the gravity became so heavy that it prevented both of them from moving, causing Roswis to curse in her mind. Unable to move, Gandoma clasped his two hands together and brought them down with all his might on Koneko. Roswis activated a magic circle under Gandoma's body, and upon activating it a huge amount of air lifted him off the ground in order to get him away from Koneko. "Liban. Don't underestimate me," he said, noticing how his body began to shine. His eyes began to shine again, implying that he was using his sacred gear again. Gandoma's body that flew upwards and was about to fall far away, ended up stopping for a second in the air, before falling with extreme speed and force on Koneko, this time with his entire body. "Roswis. Koneko-san," he exclaimed, running towards her after seeing Gandoma disappear with Liban in the light. When he came to Koneko and spoke to her, he could not get any response. The only thing Koneko did at that moment was open her eyes very slightly and close them almost instantly before beginning to disappear in the same particle light as Liban and Gandoma. Saraerg Bale's knight and rook are out of the game, likewise, one of Riaz Gremory's rooks is out of the game. Rudiger announced as soon as the three of them finished disappearing. As the audience screamed in excitement, Issei was clenching his fists and teeth tightly. "Kiba. Stay calm, don't get carried away just because Koneko-chan was taken away. Issei. You're right, it's better if I let it all out when the time comes," he declared with his gaze fixed on Saraerg Bale, who was showing a smile. "Non. Team Gremory may have the advantage now, but the game has just begun and anything could happen. Both kings please roll dice to decide the next match." Saraerg and Riaz rolled the dice, rolling a total of 8, allowing for a variety of options on who to send. However, Saraerg immediately decided that he will send his bishop, Coriana Andrealphus. Upon being asked a reason for the choice, Saraerg stated that Coriana is capable of countering Issei's lewd techniques, thus at that moment he challenged Issei to fight her. A challenge which he accepted, with Ria's permission first. Although when Issei stood where he would be teleported, the audience had started chanting the word breasts in unison, with the music from his show playing in the background, which embarrassed him a little. As soon as he was teleported to the fighting area, the first thing he saw was that he was standing on extremely tall earth pillars, the surface covered with pink flowers. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. Issei immediately activated the balance breaker, ready to receive any attack coming from the blonde. He was ready for any kind of attack. Except he didn't consider that the way Koreana would attack would be by undressing sensually and displaying as much of her abundant breasts and round butt as possible. Issei. Huh? Instantly Issei went completely blank due to the confusion as well as the excitement that the blonde was causing him. Issei. Is she really undressing? The fuck dude? He asked himself as he witnessed her taking off her skirt, revealing her panties. Drake. Excuse me, partner, but are you just going to stare at her? He asked in the most neutral way he could speak at some point. Issei. Ah. Sorry Drake, I didn't know how to react. He replied sadly. Stretching her left hand forward, she manifested a sphere of red power, then hit it and produced a wave of power which crashed against Koreana, who, when she was distracted while undressing, was eliminated. With Issei back with a rest, Sarah Genrias rolled the dice again, getting another 8. After a little talk, Zenobia and Gasper were chosen for the next fight, and as their opponents, they were given the second rook, Ladora Bune, who is an extremely thin man, looking malnourished, and the second bishop, Mistita Savnok, who had the appearance of a magician. The fight this time was quite difficult for Gasper and Zenobia, considering that they sealed Durandal's power, and Gasper had to fight alone to buy time for the seal to dissipate. Ladora, who had turned into a dragon, burned, punched, threw rocks and even crushed Gasper with her feet. In the end, just moments before Gasper was eliminated, the Durandal seal landed and stopping Ladora and Mistita's movements, Zenobia channeled all the holy energy she could and then threw it at the two of them, eliminating them with that single blow. The next fight took place between Akeno and Kusha Abaddon, the queen of Sararog. In this fight of queens, everyone saw the control that both have in elemental magic. However, the moment Akeno used her sacred lightning, all around Kusha, black holes absorbed all the lightning. At that point, the blonde informs Akeno that once she absorbs the attack, she is able to return it in any way she wants. Several holes appeared around Akeno, and her sacred rays came out from them, seriously damaging her and eliminating her instantly. The next number on the dice added up to 12, so Sarayar did not hesitate to be the next to participate. Well, from Ria's peerage, those who would fight against Sarayar would be Kiba, Zenobia and Roswis. The only way to describe the development of this fight in one word would be overwhelming. All the demons knew that Sarayar was the most powerful young demon. And the moment his fight began, everyone witnessed how Sarayar removed some seals that he had never revealed in any of his previous fights, proving that until now, he has won all his fights with his strength restricted. Upon releasing his seals, everyone was impressed by the incredible aura he gave off, being so strong that even Azazel and Diehauser admitted how powerful he is. Kiba and Zenobia attacked together carrying their swords, having Roswis attack with multiple magic attacks of different elements which were quite powerful. The three of them coordinated spectacularly in order to overwhelm Sarayarg and not give him a chance to counterattack. However, suddenly one of his hands grabs Kiba's sword and Zenobia's, preventing them from retreating or advancing an inch. With his strength he lifted them both up just by holding their swords and placing them both in the path of Roswis's spells, causing Kiba to drop the sword. Luckily, the spells hit a shield of swords made by Kiba. But as soon as he blocked that wave of magic attacks, Sarayar kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying and bouncing several times before attacking Zenobia with Kiba's sword, which is still in his hand. Zenobia, who was still trying to recover her sword, seeing the sword descend, releases one of her hands from the hilt to dodge it by putting her body in profile. Sarayar. You should have followed your partner's example. He tells her before releasing both swords and grabbing Zenobia's head and then kneeing her in the face, followed by a spinning kick that sent her crashing into several trees on the island they are on. After that, he picks up Durandal and throws it close to him with no intention of stopping him from wielding it. Several magic circles appear above him, where a shower of magical attacks overwhelms him, creating a large cloud of dust. In the air several meters above, watching the magical rain intently, was Roswis, completely attentive to anything that came out of the cloud of dust. Just a few seconds later something comes out at high speed, so he summons another 5 magic circles behind him, starting another wave of attacks. Suddenly she cancels all the magic circles, turns around creating other magic circles totally in shock, seeing Sarayarg in front of her, with his right arm retracted and a smile on his face. During the broadcast, all viewers saw Roswis shoot into the water at high speed, raising a large amount of water. When the water calmed down, particles of light appeared for a few seconds before disappearing. As he falls, Sarayarg stands with his arms crossed, waiting for both knights to stand up and draw their swords. Moments later he sees Kiba's dragon soldiers appear and head towards him. Despite being a sub-balance breaker, the soldiers were destroyed with great ease with just one hit each. Kiba created a few more soldiers and coordinated with them in a chain attack from different directions, but was unable to even cut through Seraerg's clothes. Just as Kiba was about to push himself to create more dragon soldiers, a golden light radiates across the place, gaining the attention of Kiba and Seraerg. Seeing the source of the light, they both watch as Zenovia held Durandal with the blade up, which was surrounded by holy energy. Swinging the sword downward, he releases all the energy accumulated in the sword in a straight line towards both of them. Kiba is forced to retreat, managing to dodge the wave of sacred attacks, while his dragon soldiers, not being as fast as him, were consumed by the attack and destroyed. On Seraerg's side, he received the attack head-on, being forced to retreat a few meters, but only dragging his feet on the ground, leaving a mark on it. Seraerg. Just as expected from a holy sword, a magnificent concentration of holy power. However, he exclaimed before disappearing from Zenovia's sight. It's not enough. He declared behind her and kicking her twice with such force that he sent her flying near Kiba and causing him to cough up blood. If you wish to hurt me, you must attack with the intention of killing me. You let your guard down. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice from behind caused the smile plastered on Seraerg's face to disappear, and he turned his body as quickly as possible and blocked something with his arms, effectively unleashing a wave of magical attacks with much more intensity than before. As soon as the attack stopped, Roswis could be seen in the air with a pair of magic circles around her and a sword with a shining blade in one hand. Seraerg. Ha ha ha. I have no idea how you weren't eliminated before, but this makes it more interesting. He said, covering his body with aura. He gathered all of that aura into his right hand and then launched a punch with that hand, launching the aura at high speed towards the three of them. Kiba and Zenovia, being knights, were able to dodge it by jumping to the sides, while Roswis used wind magic to rise a few meters and become invisible with the Excalibur transparency in her hand. Without wasting another second, Kiba and Zenovia charged at Seraerg. 3 dragon soldiers emerge and are the first to attack him, being destroyed with a single blow from either his punches or kicks. As soon as he finished with the 3rd dragon soldier, Kiba catches up to him and tries to cut off his right arm, only managing to have his sword break in half to his surprise. At that point Zenovia falls behind Kiba with Durandal and tries to do the same as him. There was a conflict between Durandal's attack and the aura surrounding Seraerg, preventing the sword from cutting him. Seraerg. It's not enough. He said with a smile, preparing to hit her with his left fist. It was then that he could no longer move, while feeling completely restricted. As he lowered his head, he saw chains of light coming out of magic circles, surrounding his body, arms and legs. At the same time as he saw the chains, he could see Roswis out of the corner of his eye to his left with his sword still in one hand and a magic circle in the other. Kiba, Zenovia. Ah. They both screamed as they exerted force into Durandal, while Seraerg relied on his aura to resist it. However, soon the sword descended to the ground, thus cutting off his arm. Seraerg. Magnificent, I have been forced to consume our phoenix tear. With that said, his aura grew even stronger, so he first broke the chains on his missing arm before breaking the rest. Once released, he channeled his aura into his left fist to throw it with great force against Zenovia's stomach, causing her to cough up blood and gasp for air at that moment. But without wanting to finish, Seraerg gives her 3 spinning kicks, until in the 4th he throws her into the air and lets her fall when the particles of light begin to appear around her feet. Seraerg flexes his legs and makes a powerful leap, arriving next to Zenovia, who was still dazed and in pain. Seraerg quickly channels his aura again, but this time in his leg and with great force, gives him a spinning kick in midair, causing Zenovia to be thrown to the ground, creating a small crater and preventing her from moving in any way. Immediately afterward, his body began to glow completely until it disappeared. As soon as Seraerg barely fell, he shot towards where Roswis was, who was beginning to disappear, while launching magical attacks. Showing a smile, his speed suddenly increased, being able to almost instantly reach her side, surprising and terrifying her. He swung the sword along with several magic circles that surrounded his body, leaving him with no room to dodge. Instead of feeling imprisoned, Seraerg only snorted in response before disappearing from where he was, making her eyes widen in shock. Next, a huge sphere of aura, very similar to the previous one, is created by her back where that sphere of aura consumes her, and while she was moving through the place in a straight line, she is being hurt until she explodes when colliding with a huge rock, eliminating her instantly. Finally, with Kiba alone, he gained his full attention. Despite trying to block or dodge Seraerg's blows, Kiba couldn't even follow him with his gaze, as he received a variety of blows all over his body, causing blood to come out of his mouth after a few hits. Completely stunned, his body was staggering and his vision was in total chaos, barely able to see the figure of Seraerg walking towards him. Seraerg. Despite trying so hard even though they were just trying to wear me down, it really makes me admire Ria's peerage. However, with just their effort they won't be able to defeat me. He said, taking a new sword from Kiba in his hand to destroy it with a simple squeeze. Don't feel bad, you lasted longer than others of the upper class. With that, he channeled his aura into one of his fists, and with it he hit Kiba in the thorax, sending him flying against the little ground there was until he fell into the water, so as he sank, he disappeared. Rudiger. 2 of Ria's Gremory's knights and 1 rook have been removed. Please have both kings roll the dice again. He instructed without waiting. Non. Ria's Gremory has gotten a 4 and Seraerg a 5, making a total of 9. And it looks like the ones who will be fighting in this round will be Haidu Issei against Kusha Abaddon. As he announced who would fight, both were taken to the designated area, which was a kind of small Coliseum arena with a roof. Rudiger. At this moment I declare that the 9th match begins. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. Without saying a single word, the boosted gear armor manifests. Issei's body then began to tremble before his armor began to change and emit a powerful aura, surprising everyone. But said change pleasantly surprised certain individuals who clearly recognized that form, so seeing it in the size of a normal person left them bewildered. Kusha, feeling the powerful aura that the brown-haired boy was giving off with every second that his armor changed, was filled with fear, and the only word that passed through her mind was, Kusha. It's a monster. Realizing that he couldn't allow him to finish his transformation, he created a couple of magic circles with all the power possible, along with some black holes for a surprise attack just in case. Juggernaut Savage Knight. The Knight piece's property spread throughout his body, making his body extra light and enhancing all of his reflexes. Thrusters appeared on his back and the back of his legs, where they released enough energy for Issei to suddenly appear in front of Kusha, causing her to have her eyes wide open. Juggernaut Destroyer Rook. Immediately his armor increased in thickness by a few centimeters, except for his right arm which increased in size. Instantly Issei's right hand was holding Kusha's face, who looked at him in fear. Swinging his arm back and up a little, he easily lifted it up, taking advantage of the rook piece's property. Issei's emerald eyes shone and with a roar he slammed his hand, which was holding Kusha, with explosive force against the ground, creating a large crater covered in various particles of light. Rudiger. Seraerg Bale's queen was defeated. The audience cheers in applause at Issei's sudden display of strength. Non. Unfortunately, Seraerg's queen was unable to keep up with Haidu Issei's speed and use her special ability before being defeated. Azazel. You're wrong, she was removed from the game by Seraerg, which was a brilliant and quick judgment of the situation. Non. What exactly do you mean by that? Diehauser. If Seraerg had not recalled his queen, Kusha Abaddon would have died under Haidu Issei. Non. But aren't they supposed to be removed from the fight if they get seriously injured? However, Kusha Abaddon didn't even get hit enough to be in a serious situation. Diehauser. That's because Haidu Issei's mere impact would have caused his head to explode and the system would not have been able to save his life. Azazel. Looks like the brat is pretty upset. Diehauser. That's right, it's possible that it's due to the beating Seraerg gave his companions. From what we were informed they were quite injured, especially the rook Koneko Taoju and the knight Zenobia Quarta, who had to drink phoenix tears due to their wounds once they were removed. This is a waste of time. Suddenly Seraerg declared, causing all the screens to show it. Seraerg. Right now either of us can fight Riaz or her bishop, which have expected results until my fight against Haidu Issei. Diehauser. You have a valid point, the following fights have an expected outcome, so there is no point in doing them. Seraerg. That is why I propose a direct confrontation between the remaining members of both nobilities. Non. An unexpected and interesting proposal was made by Seraerg Bale. While commenting, he received a message that brought a radiant smile to his face over the communicator. Non. We have received confirmation for Seraerg Bale's proposal. The next and final match will be an all-out fight between the remaining members of both peerage. With that decided, Seraerg and his pawn will face Issei and Riaz, leaving Asia with no combat skills. The four were taken to an area where the ground was covered by a kind of bright mist under the night sky and a kind of sun or black hole from which light radiated from the edges. Rudiger. So let the final showdown begin. Seraerg. Before we start I want to tell you something, Riaz. He said, taking her by surprise. I admire the trust that your peerage has placed in you, however, I have no idea what is happening, but you should fix the problems as soon as possible before they get worse. He said, turning his gaze to the brown-haired boy. Now. Haidu Issei, we can finally fight without reservation, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Issei. I say the same thing, but. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. Issei. I'm not so kind as to let you go quietly after eliminating my dear friends. Seraerg. Such thinking and resolution is worthy of a decisive battle. He said with a big smile and getting into a fighting stance. come and show me your strength. Using the armor's thrusters, Issei rushed at Saraerg as he did. Coming face to face, they both exchanged a powerful blow to the other's face. Saraerg had a trail of blood coming out of his mouth, while Issei's armor was cracking little by little with each second as the black-haired man continued to exert force. However, with a few boosts Issei won the first round, managing to push Saraerg back a few meters and leaving him with blood at the corner of his mouth and a trail of blood from his nose, traces which he wiped away and then smiled. Saraerg. That was a very good punch, it's like your whole soul and will had been in that punch. In that Issei sees how Saraerg's pawn suddenly begins to twist his arms and place them on the ground. Long golden hair appears, his arms and legs take the form of clawed paws with an animal body, and finally his face transformed into a snout, resulting in an enormous golden lion that gives off incredible energy. Issei. What the hell is that? Saraerg. Regulus Nemia, one of the 13 Longinus. He answered, not having any problems in revealing it. A few years ago I recruited him into my peerage after he lost his bear, but because he doesn't have a bear, his power tends to get out of control, that's why if he fights he must do it alongside me, so I can control him in case that happens. Riaz. That explains how little information there was about him and why you never made him fight. She says, understanding the orange-haired man's identity at once. Issei, I'll take care of him, you take care of Saraerg. She instructed him before launching her power of destruction at the lion. With the fight between Riaz and Regulus Nemia started, Saraerg also resumed his fight against Issei by exchanging blows without using any special abilities. In this second round Saraerg began to have advantages, being able to successfully hit the brown-haired boy several times in his face with great force and making him retreat. Fortunately, after a few hits, Issei was able to perceive that the strength and speed of Saraerg's right arm was less than that of his left arm. Issei. Looks like they really managed to wear him down, thanks Kiba. He thought as he remembered the goal Kiba proposed before fighting and being eliminated. With that in mind and focusing his strength on his right arm, he hit Saraerg's right arm with everything he could, causing him to grimace in pain as he wasn't expecting that blow. His armor then changed rapidly with his gems and eyes shining brightly in an emerald color. Issei. Juggernaut Drive Change Mode. Juggernaut Destroyer Rook. With his left arm being covered by his armor in large quantities and feeling his strength grow exponentially, he hit Saraerg so hard that he sent him flying several meters. Issei. Juggernaut Savage Knight. He said, making the large armor on his arm disappear. As his body became light as a feather, he placed a hand on the ground, and as the power of the night piece ran through every fiber of his body, he rushed out at high speed, along with his thrusters next to Saraerg almost instantly. Boost boost boost. Taking advantage of that speed and Drake's multiple augmentations, he repeatedly hit him with his fists, claws and tail, preventing his body from touching the ground. After 10 seconds where Saraerg felt that the barrage of attack stopped, he noticed that he was several meters from the ground and that Issei was above him. At the same time he heard Drake's voice. Boost 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 boost. Issei. Juggernaut Disintegrator Bishop. Boost 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 boost. His armor returned to normal thickness, and while Drake recharged many increases, Issei's chest opened revealing a large gem, the concentrated energy being directed to that place with the naked eye, seeing how bright it became with each increase. Longinus Smash. A powerful beam of energy comes out of the gem, hitting it directly and sending it with powerful force and great speed against the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust, causing it to sink into the ground, while creating a large crater. After using his 3 forms of the Triana and falling to the ground, he was a little exhausted, especially by the bishop form, not having much magic reserved to use. Issei stood there motionless waiting for the cloud of dust to disperse. A few more seconds passed until the cloud of dust dispersed, at which point Saraerg was seen getting up with blood running down his temple and the corner of his mouth. Saraerg. Compared to our previous fight, your strength has increased much more than I thought in such a short time. He praised him, ignoring his state. I also didn't think I could face the famous Juggernaut Drive. Issei. However, I recently managed to control and modify it, but the bad thing is that I am not able to maintain it for a long period of time compared to my normal armor. Saraerg. Hahaha. A skill learned only recently, but you are able to use it so efficiently, just as I expected of you. Ai. At that, a scream was heard, so when they turned their heads, they both saw how under one of Regulus Nemia's front paws, Riaz was lying on the ground covered in wounds in a pool of her own blood. Regulus. Use your Phoenix Tear. Use it if you don't want Riaz Gremory to be eliminated. He demands, applying pressure, eliciting more screams from Riaz. Issei. Damn it. He exclaims in his mind before proceeding to run towards her as the lion retreats. Riaz. I'm sorry Issei, I underestimated her strength too much, she's a Longinus for a reason. She apologized for receiving the Phoenix Tear. Saraerg. Normally I wouldn't have allowed that, but right now my pride can't get in the way, so I'll allow what you did. Regulus. I'm sorry I did this without your permission. Saraerg. That being said, how about we continue our Regulus. Saraerg-sama. He called, interrupting him. Please use me in your fight against the Sekiryuite. Saraerg. No, I refuse to do so. Regulus. But. Saraerg. The only way I'll use you is if the underworld is in grave danger. He declared, crossing his arms. Issei. Please use it. She said, surprising him. Even though we both used our phoenix tears, I used all my strength, but you held back. Aren't you taking this fight seriously? Saraerg. I see, I apologize for insulting our fight, even though I didn't realize it. He said after a few seconds in silence. You're absolutely right, I wanted us to fight giving our all, but the only one who did it was you. Well, because of my pride, I held back my strength while belittling you. Regulus. He called out loud. Do you wish to fight alongside me against the Sekiryuite? Very well, I have decided to use your power against them. With those words, Regulus let out a mighty roar that sent chills down even those watching on the screens. After emitting that roar, it became a trail of golden light that traveled toward Saraerg's body until it covered it completely. My lion, king of Nemea. You who bear the name of the Lion King, hear my call and lend me your power. Balance breaker. A huge pillar of light rose for hundreds of meters once the last words were said, and once the intensity of the light began to fade, Saraerg was seen wearing golden armor with a lion's head on his chest and a mane, as if it were hair. Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Saraerg. You really have some guts to make me fight with all my power, but by doing so you have my respect. Now come and hit me with that powerful rook form. Issei. As you wish. Juggernaut drive mode change. Juggernaut destroyer rook. Pouncing towards him, his left arm increased in size, and to increase the power, a thruster appears to boost the speed of his arm when hitting Saraerg. Unfortunately, Saraerg raised his hand and placed it in the direction of the punch. As soon as Issei's fist collided with his hand, it stopped, and the concentrated force disappeared as if nothing had happened, and Saraerg's body didn't even falter. Saraerg. So this is the limit of your strength. Having said that, with his other arm he struck the man's abdomen, destroying the armor in its wake and colliding directly with his body, causing a large amount of blood to flow out through the gap. After receiving such an incredible blow directly to his body as if the armor did not exist, his body suddenly weakened, so he fell to his knees in front of him, and the shape of his armor returned to normal, but with the hole in his stomach still intact. Issei's mind nearly blacked out from that single blow that surpassed his imagination. At that moment, as his body remained kneeling, his mind shifted to the inside of the boosted gear once again, where all of Drake's former wielders were covered in a dark aura before him, repeating the same words. Juggernaut drive. Juggernaut drive. The real Juggernaut drive. Uses the real Juggernaut drive. Use the real one. Uses the real Juggernaut drive. Using the Juggernaut drive you will succeed. It's the only way to beat him. Use the Juggernaut drive. Juggernaut drive. Juggernaut drive. Listening to each word gave him an intense headache and great dizziness, and with each passing second, the voices of the ancient bearers seemed to grow louder and reach deeper into his being, as if they wanted to drive him mad. Issei. Enough. I'm supposed to have mastered the Juggernaut drive. Drake, tell me what's going on. He said, feeling a whirlwind of hostile intentions and how they were increasing every moment. Draw. Use the real Juggernaut drive. At that precise moment all the negative emotions such as hatred, contempt, fear, thirst for revenge, flooded every fiber of his body, causing the same dark aura of the other bearers to surround his own body. While that was happening inside him, outside, in the area his fight against Saraerg was lying on the ground face up with Riaz calling him several times at her side. Riaz. Issei, please answer, Issei. She shouted at him, gently shaking him so that he would wake up. Ugh. Riaz. Issei. She exclaimed his name with joy when she saw that he was waking up. But that joy along with her smile disappeared the moment a large amount of energy was expelled from her body, sending her flying violently until she was received by Saraerg. Saraerg. Are you okay? Riaz. Why yes, what's hap? Issei. Saraerg. This is getting serious. He comments with his gaze fixed forward. Exactly what they both saw was how Issei's body increased in size along with his power, while emitting a highly hostile aura. Wasn't I supposed to have mastered it? In a spacious room were all the eliminated members of both nobilities, watching the development of the raiding game on a large screen. The moment they were eliminated they were instantly sent to a medical room and then taken to that room where only they would be. As the final battle arrived, everyone was extremely tense and anxious for the fight between Saraerg and Issei. As soon as they saw Issei fall to the ground after a blow from Saraerg using his balance breaker, Saraerg's peerage celebrated while Riaz's peerage looked on with anguish, worry and confidence to see him get back on his feet soon. Confidence reached its peak as soon as they saw him move and emit an increase in power, along with a red aura. However, said joy disappeared and was replaced by fear. Before everyone's eyes, Issei began to unleash an overwhelming amount of energy as his body increased in size, leaving everyone with their mouths agape. Except for Koneko, who looked at him in absolute terror. Wasn't I supposed to have mastered it? The one who asked was Kiba, standing next to Koneko, noticing her expression after speaking and then placing a hand on her shoulder and feeling how she was shaking. And because the rating game was broadcast throughout the underworld, all the demons were able to see Issei's loss of control, especially Kuroka, who saw it just like Koneko, with terror remaining hidden in a city of the underworld in order to see one of the screens. Kuroka. Issei. She repeated without being able to form the name for long seconds. You said that there would be no more danger. You promised. She exclaimed, feeling a horrible pressure in her chest and with her hands on her mouth. Please. Don't die, please. Ra. Sererg. Is that the true form of the Juggernaut Drive, Rias? He asked without receiving an answer. Hey Rias. He shouted, managing to wake her up from the shock. Your pawn got out of control, so you have no time to be dreaming. Rias. I'm sorry. Sererg. Tell me one thing, how strong is he in that state? Rias. Well. His strength is supposed to be the same as it was a few moments ago, with the only difference being that he is not conscious now to control his power. But compared to the last time when he activated the Juggernaut Drive, I feel like he is stronger now. Sererg. I don't doubt it. He commented, showing a slight smile. Rias backs off. If he has a similar strength as a few moments ago, then I think I can face him. With that, he shot towards Issei at high speed. Due to his increased size, he collided with one of his legs. Sending him a blow caused him to lose control and almost fall. Roaring in anger as he locked eyes with Sererg, his aura increased greatly before he sent out his claws with the intent to tear him apart. Placing his arms in the same direction as the claws, he positioned his feet to cushion the greatest amount of the impact. When the claws collided with his arms, his body only took 2 steps back, causing a smile to appear on his face, and then he grabbed 2 of his fingers and, to everyone's surprise, lifted him up as if his size was nothing. Sererg. Roea. He shouted, sending Issei's entire body forcefully to the ground without causing any serious damage. After straightening up, his gaze remained fixed on Sererg, where the only thing his eyes reflected was hatred. Suddenly Issei's eyes shined and his body glowed a bright red, alerting Sererg. The moment he realized what happened, he opened his eyes wide and tried to turn around as quickly as possible when he noticed that Issei was already behind him. Sererg. His speed became even faster. Knowing that he couldn't defend himself properly, he leapt to the side just in time, only receiving a graze from one of its claws, which left a mark on his armor. Before he could stabilize his position after dodging, he noticed a large shadow under his feet, so when he raised his head, he witnessed how Issei's arms were covered in his armor and with his thrusters activated at full power, increasing the speed of the descent. Sererg. Damn it. He cursed and tried to dodge once more as Issei fell with such force that he destroyed the ground for several meters, creating a crater and a shock wave that hit him with great power. Sererg. He can use his other forms as before, but this time his strength has increased greatly. Boost, 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 boost. Hearing these increases, his sense of danger increased exponentially. And even more so when he placed his hands on the ground and his mouth remained open, but holding a very small emerald-colored sphere. Sererg saw him behind. Thanks to Regulus's warning, he turned his head back only to be met with Rias. At that moment, he realized that if his attack was as strong as he thought, Rias would be involved and seriously injured, or worse, she could even die. Rias dies. Sererg Sama, there is no time, dodge as soon as possible. She said, interrupting him and making him notice that the small sphere had become larger. Sererg. There is no other way. He declared, placing his arms in the shape of a cross in front of him and his body surrounded by Tauki. Longinus Blaster. A torrent with incredible power came out of his mouth straight toward Sererg, who exerted all his strength in defending himself, and Rias, who due to the shock did not move an inch, causing serious problems. As soon as the energy collided with his body, he retreated several meters until he could exert enough force on his legs to stop the recoil, but he made an effort to keep his arms in the same position. Defeat him. Kill him. Make him pay. Even at this moment Issei was on his knees in front of the ancient wielders, being surrounded by the same dark aura and tormented by negative emotions. Hey Issei. Can you hear me? Drake spoke to him after much effort due to the pressure of the dark aura. Seeing the brown-haired boy in this state caused him a lot of pain and made him feel too helpless to just be able to talk to him. Don't let them manipulate you, you don't hate Sererg, and you don't want to kill anyone. She told him, trying to make him see reason. If you let them control you, you will lose what matters most to you. Hate it. Don't do it. He exclaimed, trying to interrupt the voice of the one who had just spoken. If you continue like this you will cause pain to those who love you the most. He told him, noticing how he growled instead of screaming. If you don't regain control you will not only die thanks to the curse being reactivated, but those two, Koneko and Kuroka, will be so affected that they could even commit suicide. He said, resorting to extreme words, but that are very possible to happen. Drake felt hope as he seemed to be able to hear her as she was trying to stop growling. Right now they both must be watching you on Juggernaut Drive, so it's sure that they're worried about you, so much so that it's the only thing on their mind. Are you planning to abandon them just like that? No. Really? Because from what I see it doesn't seem like that. You swore to always be with them, but right now you're failing that promise by ignoring how they must feel. Tell me, do you really love them, or is it just something temporary like Ria's Gremory did with you? Understanding a little how to wake him up, he began to use things that would hurt him the most, such as using Ria's deception. No. I love them, he said, exerting extreme force with his teeth. So why are you still here and not going with them? What is stopping you? She said, beginning to have problems communicating with him. Issei. Who's stopping me? No one. He declared, standing up and trying to get rid of the aura that surrounded him. You can't escape destiny. The destiny of a celestial dragon is to become an absolute tyrant that everyone fears. Issei. Of course not, that would have been their destiny, but not mine. The only destiny I'm bound to is to be with the people who love me and never abandon them and betray their hopes. You're wrong. Your destiny is to activate the Juggernaut Drive and become someone to be feared throughout the world. Saying that they tried to regain control of Issei without being able to do so. And what's wrong with wanting to be with the people you love? Hearing the new unfamiliar voice, Issei turns around only to see a white glow, followed by a gray-haired man in a sophisticated white suit. Who? I am a former host of the White Emperor Dragon. The reason I am here is because of the gem you absorbed a long time ago. I never had a reason to reveal myself to you, but I think this is the best time. I will help you achieve what you seek. He said, raising a hand and creating a large white light. We won't leave you. Resentment. Revenge. Hate. Just accept the curse and let all your hatred out. I, the one who will awaken, am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. Issei. I, the one who will awaken, am the red dragon emperor who masters the principles of domination. I laugh at the infinite and despise the dream. Issei. I will keep endless dreams and hopes in the hearts of those I love. I will become the red dragon of domination. Issei. I will become the red dragon king emperor. I will sink you into the depths of the crimson purgatory. Issei. I will make a promise to show the world the bright light of our limitless future. Finishing speaking, the light caused by the former bearer of Albion traveled throughout space, dispersing all the dark aura at that very moment. Future. Are you saying you'll show us your future? Issei. That's right, and that way I will teach them that what really matters is not dominating, a new way of domination. Don't joke about something meaningless. Issei. It's not a meaningless thing, I'll show you how important to a new way of principles of domination. I swear. I swear you'll see a different future you never thought possible. Exhaling several times he relaxed as soon as the attack stopped, and with it Issei's body to his confusion. A few seconds later, Issei's entire body glowed in an incandescent red glow. Suddenly Issei's enormous eyes shrank to the normal size of a human under everyone's gaze. The glow was slowly beginning to fade away, revealing armor like the Juggernaut Drive, but with armor parts where there was none before, the claws on the wings a deep golden color with a glow that just by looking at them, lets others know how sharp and lethal they are, the wings a little thicker, and finally there are a couple more on the shoulders, in addition to the emerald particles emitted by the gems which shine brightly, like the rest of the armor in a deep red. Sererg. His armor changed once again. This time it really looks like armor, even that mouth with fangs is gone. He commented to himself, studying the brown-haired boy's armor which emitted great power. Partner, it's good that you managed to come back. Issei. No, thanks to you Drake, if it weren't for you I would surely continue to be out of control. By the way, what is this armor? It feels strange and very familiar. Well, it's no surprise that you feel familiar with it. Issei. What do you mean? Previously you have used the power of promotion to Rook, Bishop and Knight. He said, managing to be understood. But at this moment you activated the promotion to Queen in a particular way, you somehow combined the design of the normal armor with the shape of the Juggernaut Drive. Issei. The Juggernaut Drive. Heh. It seems I really am linked to it. But best of all, by reaching this form, the curse of the boosted gear was completely removed. Issei. What? He asked, unable to believe what he heard. I told you before that the curse had been reduced to the point of being able to maintain the Juggernaut Drive for a long period of time, and now that condition has disappeared. She explained, leaving him speechless. Congratulations. You are the first and only one who has achieved this, now because of it you will never have to worry about dying from the consumption of life force. Even if you have the Juggernaut drive activated forever, you will never die from it. Issei. This is amazing. He exclaimed extremely happily. Saraerg. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like you've solved your problem of being out of control. Issei. Yes, but I don't feel happy that happened. Saraerg. The final fight. Let's decide the winner right now. Saraerg. Good. Very good. That's how it should be. He exclaimed with excitement, standing on guard. Issei. Here I come. Boosted Juggernaut Savage Knight. Issei's body shot out at such an extravagant speed that it was a little difficult for Saraerg to keep up with him. Issei. Destructive cutting. To his surprise, Issei did not attack him with his fists, but rather with the blades of his wings from different angles, forcing him to dodge with great difficulty due to the speed. Taking advantage of his carelessness, Issei managed to hit him in the chest several times in a second, but without managing to do serious damage. Issei. It's not enough it seems. Saraerg. No, it isn't. He screamed before advancing and hitting him with great power, making him retreat a few meters and cancelling his blade attack. Saraerg. You need a lot more than that to beat me. He said, coming in front of him to start giving him a series of blows, which were returned by the brown-haired boy, starting a fight of pure blows using brute force. Issei. Boosted Juggernaut Destroyer Rook. Earthly Impact. With his arms covered in thick armor, he hit Saraerg's torso, creating a sound wave next to a gap in his armor, making him retreat several meters, but without causing his feet to leave the ground. As soon as he stopped, he leaped forward, arriving in front of Issei almost in the blink of an eye, his body covered in Tauki. Receiving the blow coated with Tauki, Issei's armor cracked and expanded like a spiderweb. Issei. Kua. That hit was pretty strong. He said after coughing up blood. Saraerg. The same can be said about your blow, I felt my bones breaking. He responded with a smile and a trail of blood from his mouth. They both stared at each other for a few seconds before renewing their fist bump. At one point Issei manages to dodge a blow, and by directing his strength into one of his feet, he kicks Saraerg with such force that he sends him flying several meters. Issei. Boosted Juggernaut Disintegrator Bishop. He said with his gems shining radiantly due to the increases, and with two cannons above his shoulders, accumulating all that energy. Emperor Blast. As soon as he touched the ground, he tried to stop his body from moving. He witnessed the enormous beam of energy directed towards him, and without being able to take cover, he was enveloped by all that energy, creating a huge explosion that left a crater in which he lay on the ground. Issei, you won't be able to maintain this form for long, your body still can't assimilate it, if you want to finish, do it soon. Drake told him after the attack was over and taking advantage of the fact that Saraerg was not moving. Issei. Don't worry, it will be over soon. He replied panting, but taking a few steps towards Saraerg. Saraerg. No. I will give up. Not until I fulfill my dream. He said panting and getting up slowly, but with great effort. I will show the world that I am worthy of being the new leader of the Bale clan and future Mao. He declared, shouting, followed by a huge Tauki aura. Ah. He shouted, going against Issei, who was already waiting for him. But despite so much determination to continue, Saraerg's strength had already decreased, so Issei was able to hit him repeatedly in the face and inside the hole he had made in his armor, although even with all that, Saraerg refused to fall. Issei. The time has come. It was the only thing he said to her a second before the armor cracked and disappeared. Brown-haired boy prevented Saraerg's body from falling to the ground. Regulus. Saraerg-sama. He really enjoyed the fight, it was the fight he had long wanted to prove his worth to all the demons who had doubts about him. While saying all that, Saraerg's body began to glow and disappear. Regulus. Hi to Issei, I thank you with all my heart for being able to give him what he so desired. She told him, noticing how his body was also shining. Issei was affected by so much emotion that he was letting out a few small tears, but wiping them away as soon as they came out. Saraerg Bale and his pawn have been eliminated. Ria's Gremory is the winner of the rating. Bame. Rudiger's voice was heard throughout the area, and although neither Issei nor Ria's could hear, they knew that all the spectators were celebrating their victory. Issei. Hey Drake. Yeah. Issei. Saraerg's punches were really strong. They certainly were. Issei. I think. He spoke with a trail of blood coming out of his mouth. that I will take a rest," he said, noticing how his vision darkened and his strength abandoned him. "You finally wake up." As soon as Issei opened his eyes, he sees a white ceiling and hears Drake's voice. "Issei. Where? You find yourself in a hospital room. You were unconscious for 2 full days, as was he." "Issei. Him?" he asked hesitantly, not knowing who she was referring to. Turning his head, he then knew the answer. There were only 2 beds in that room. There was him and Sererg, who was still apparently sleeping. "Issei. He hasn't woken up either?" he asked, struggling to sit up. "He's actually just meditating." "Issei. What?" "Sererg. I just woke up a few minutes ago, so there's no major difference." He speaks suddenly before sitting up and leaning his back against the wall. "That fight was amazing, thank you very much." "Issei. No, I enjoyed fighting you too." "Sererg. Hi, do tell me one thing." "Issei. What?" "Sererg. Are you still thinking about the idea of abandoning Ria's peerage?" he asked him, surprising him. "We would rarely have the chance to talk without someone else listening, so I considered this the perfect moment." Sererg. "Be honest. Even though she's my cousin, I won't care if you plan to abandon her, but at the very least, if you plan to do so, I'd like to know the reason." "Issei. Do you really want to know?" Sererg. "That's right, although I can already imagine that it won't be pleasant enough for you to want to abandon her." Issei. "Well. To summarize. Oh. I'm glad you're both awake." Just then the door opens, revealing Surziches and Ajuka. Sererg. "It's a shame, but it will have to be another time." Surziches. "How are you?" Issei. "Just a little sore and tired." Ajuka. "No wonder, they used every ounce of power to continue fighting when their bodies could barely keep up." Sererg. "That just shows how long I still have to go." Surziches. "However, if you continue like this, rest assured that you could reach the level of a Mao," he told her, making her laugh and thank her. Issei. Surziches-sama. He called him, gaining his attention. "I would like to ask you something." Surziches. "And what would it be?" Issei. "But first I must tell you something. Something that only Sererg and you must hear." He told him with a serious and nervous expression. The nerves were obvious, after all, he was asking a Mao to leave the room, which is extremely disrespectful. Ajuka. "Understood, Surziches seems to be something very important to him, listen to him carefully," he said before leaving without even showing a grimace of displeasure. With only the 3 of them left in the room, Sererg looked at Issei and noticed how he was getting more and more nervous, while intrigue was written on Surziches' face. Sererg. "Haidu." He named him, earning his gaze. "Just start and the rest will come out without a problem." Issei. "You're right," he answered to fix his gaze on Surziches. Before asking him for something. "I must tell him this, it's something I should have said a long time ago, but now it's time for me end it once and for all, or I won't be satisfied with myself." He spoke without looking away. All this started after the rating game against Diodora Astaroth. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.